Everyone, I would like to tell all the delegates who are joining us from the different parts of the world. We are in a wait to welcome our guests who have been doing the tea plantations as guests in the class. So please bear with us and soon see our guests who will join us. Welcome you all to this program. Thank you. So I can tell all the participants and all the guests are right here. So when you can activate memory, and you can see the direct telecast of the guests who are joining us. The students of Oxford, please maintain the silence. I will request all the students to kindly maintain the silence. I will request the student union delegates kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. With the kind permission of the dais, we are starting with the program. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Nanda Sharma, Organizing Secretary for the International Seminar, which has gained its popular name ISODC 2022, with a chosen topic on impact of ozone layer depletion on climate change, happening under the component A, enhancing quality and excellence to sub 2.0, enhancing quality and excellence, and Commissionerate and State Project Directorate College Education, Government of Rajasthan, India, organized by Rajul Rishi, Government Autonomous College, Alpha, which is formerly known as RSC, signing in from this newly revamped beautiful Jubilee Hall too, equipped with ultra-modern facilities such as lighting, audio visual system, and voice-sensitive cameras and mics. Wish you all a very happy International Ozone Day. So today is the International Ozone Day. Background. On December 19th, 1994, the UN General Assembly proclaimed September 16 to be the International Day for the Preservation of Ozone Layer, commemorating the date when the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer was signed in 1987. The day was first celebrated on September 16, 1995. We are made for goodness, we are made for love, we are made for all the beautiful things that you and I know. We are made to tell the world that there are no outsiders and there are no boundaries, and we on our mark, so you are welcome. On the behalf of our commitment principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh, and from the organizing committee of ISODC 2022, I welcome you all to the inaugural session of this international seminar. आप सभी का ISODC 2022 में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। अभी भी मेरे भाव कह दिया कानून की गेंद स्वागत करके आपका हम निभा रहे हैं। Now it's time to meet and greet our guest. आइए मैं आपको अपने अतिथियों से मिलवाती हूँ। Our guest of honor today is Honorable Vice Chancellor, Aarabia University Alpha, Professor Dr. Devi Yadav. हम जो पर्यावरण संरक्षण के काम करते हैं उनका नाम हम बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ देते हैं। वो है हमारे भारत के जन पुरुष डॉक्टर राजेंद्र। हमारे साथ हैं डॉक्टर राम कुछ सर, आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन। Dr. Ram Buj has been working as a representative in the UNESCO. मां सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती है। वह वेदों की जननी है। मां सरस्वती को समस्त ज्ञान, साहित्य, संगीत और कला के देवी माना जाता है। मां सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए हम इस इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार की शुरुआत करते हैं। सूरज उतरकर धरा पर खुद दीप जलाने आया है। ये इशार दे रहा, ये शब्द दिया, ये अद्भुत सेना दिखाया है। इस प्रतिपल के मंदिर पर यह नमक बरसाया है। भावभीनी आशीषों से हम सबका हृदय हर्षाया है। सूरज उतरकर धरा पर खुद दीप जलाने। अब बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ आमंत्रित करती हूँ हमारी मंच आसीन अतिथियों को कि मां सरस्वती आपके आगे दीप प्रज्वलित कर इस इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार का शुभारंभ करें। I would request the departmental in charges and examination in charge to kindly join this landlighting ceremony. I would request all the departmental in charges and examination in charge to kindly join the ceremony. I would request this to stand up and they to kindly assist in the landlighting ceremony. पर वो अमर कोई सर्जना पावन पर संचित का कंचन करो कल्पना है अर्चना है वंदना जीवन सफल कर शार दे पूर्ण ममता दे दुरामा हर कष्ट हर दे दर्शा दे जो शुभ करता है कल्याण करता है आरोग्य रखता है धन संपदा देता है और शत्रु बुद्धि का विनाश करता है ऐसे दिन की रोशनी को मैं ग्रहण करती हूँ बार-बार। For all the delegates who are joining from the different parts of the world, a translation in English for what I said above. In India, Maa Saraswati is known as goddess of knowledge, wisdom, and education. So we are painting ISODC 2022 by Ram her, worshipping her. Landlighting ceremony is led by our guest of honors, our patron principal, department in charges, examination in charge, and two students of mine who stand out and they are assisting in the landlighting ceremony. Now it's time to learn RRC fully. Being the RRC community is very thankful to our academic principal, sir, from the bottom of our hearts for giving Rajrishi College a new identity. Now I will request my technical team to kindly create a college full leave and life management, and I will request everyone to kindly rise from their seats for the RRC college full leave. Thank you everyone for rising professions. I will request that this student kindly take your seats very silently. Please enter the silence. I will request that the professors to kindly maintain the discipline in the hall. Thank you so much. वेदों में कहा गया है कि अतिथि देवो भव अर्थात अतिथि देव का स्वरूप होता है. What was about this thing about the community? Like we are here together as a community to protect the environment. Is that it enables us to welcome and help people in a way we can do as individuals. तो किसी ने बहुत सही कहा है कि एक व्यक्ति और नहीं हो सकता. We have to come together as one entity to protect the environment. Smile is the universal welcome. It is given that he said clearly, you smile, the world is going to smile with you. If you weep alone. So let's get together and keep smiling. So now it's time to welcome our guest. I would request Principal and Professor Dr. Bhupam Singh Ji to welcome our guest of honors. And I would like to invite all the department in charges and examining in charge to kindly join the welcome ceremony. First of all, I would request our principal to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Dr. GMT+5, Honorable Vice Chancellor, RRPM University. By presenting in a garden, a bouquet of flowers, a shawl, a safa, and a small memento as a memory.
Yes.
I would be clear for the honest. Now I will request of the principal of the subject to welcome Dr. Ravindra Singh, as Guru of India. मुझे हम सब लोग ये बताते हैं बहुत हर्ष हो रहा है आप सीखते देखने तो कहीं 400 लोग 30 कंट्री से सर हमारे साथ इस टाइम पे जुड़े हुए हैं Now I will request our favorite principal professor Dr. Udam Singh to welcome Dr. Ram Raj. Sir, आपका स्वागत है आपका I would like to tell our guest fathers in all the benefits like we are 420 right now. 420 right now from 30 countries that we are very happy to have our guest fathers and all the delegates from 30 countries who are joining with us. आप सब delegates का भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत अभिनंदन इतनी बड़ी कम्युनिटी मतलब शब्द नहीं है मुझे धन्यवाद मेरा कि 450 लोग 30 कंट्रीज से हमारे साथ यहाँ जुड़े हैं थैंक यू सो मच People can use zoom of it. There are two powers in the world. One is a soul and other is a pen. There is a third power in the world which is known as women. But I want Rupees Ram said it very correctly, and I would like to tell everyone present here, including our guest of honors, that RRC community strongly believe in gender equity. And here in this seminar, we proudly state that we are giving more than 50% stake of women in saving the environment. And we applaud. Now, I will request Dr. Lakshmikant Sharma, Associate Professor RIC Alva, for the welcome address of ISODC 2020. Sir, stage is all yours. Dr. Lakshmikant Sharma, microphone.
Namaskar. Very warm greetings to all the participants and audience here for this international seminar. Good morning. I am more than grateful to stand here and welcome you all to this international seminar on effect of ozone layer depletion on climate change. Today, I, Dr. Lakshmikant Sharma, shall be walking you through the seminar. And before organizers invite the orators, I would like to offer wholeheartedly words of welcome to our organizers. But first of all, I would like to thank ISODC 2022. Firstly, I would like to thank the organization, our government autonomous college, and our veteran and principal, respected Dr. Bhukam Singh, and Dr. Upendra Singh is not with us today, in charge of Musa, Dr. Mamta Sharma, organizing secretary, and her team for organizing this seminar for the benefit of our students, fellow colleagues, academicians, environmentalists, and your present or connected with us with your continue efforts and will do something for society and Mother Nature and go up towards a successful and fulfilling work. We all had the opportunity to be present here, and this informative seminar will not only guide us but also educate us regarding climate change due to ozone layer depletion. We all are surely grateful for this purpose. On behalf of this organization, RR College Alva, I would like to welcome you all and inform you that the seminar will completely enliven us pertaining this answer of climate change. All the vital aspects regarding the topic will be conveyed to us, and we will exit this seminar for today with zero doubts as our educators, our keynote speakers ensure that they answer all our queries. Now, please welcome our guest of honors and join me in this process. And Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.P. हमारे भारत के जल पुरुष डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह जी, द वाटरमैन ऑफ इंडिया, अवार्ड भारत का अभी बाहर से पधारे डॉक्टर राम, जिन्होंने यूनेस्को में हमारा 18 साल हमारे देश का रिप्रेजेंटेशन किया है. And these esteemed personalities has achieved major awards and an appreciation token in their field of work. To talk about them elaborately would probably consume a lot of time because their achievements are endless. Friends, their efforts in administration, education, in social services, maintaining law and orders of environment and in conservation of this nature, not only benefited this district of Alwar, but also will promulgate the upcoming generations to spread and respected sirs and that you have always raised the benchmarks for hard work and dedication in society. Your contribution ensure that the society should be empowered, better empowers towards try and live this world a little better than you found it. Kindly join me to give them a big round of applause. जोरदार तालियों के साथ I also welcome Mr. Amit Bhairo, President, Mr. Pranay Sharma.
I think I said to interrupt in between. Muslim can get some guidance from here. They can go there and I think हम सारे
Mr. Amit Bhairo, newly elected President of Science Union of Mr. Pranay Sharma, Vice President, Mr. Namat, General Secretary, and Mr. Happy Joint Secretary. और जो उम्मीद है कि आज से इस कार्यक्रम से प्रेरणा लेकर आप आगे जाने के विकास में अपना जो भी सहयोग आपसे हो सकेगा वो करेंगे। एक होता क्या है हमारी जनरल सेक्रेटरी lastly, Mr. Happy मैं हमारे जो संरक्षक हैं डॉक्टर ओकम सिंह जी इनके लिए कुछ लाइन्स बोलना चाहूंगा। इनके कार्यकाल में यहाँ बहुत से ऐसे कार्य हुए जो पेंडिंग पड़े थे वर्षों से और कुछ ऐसे कार्य थे जो यहाँ के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुए वो इन्होंने पूरे किए हैं और इसके लिए इन्होंने अलग अलग तरह के व्यक्ति मतलब हमें वैसे चूज किए। जैसे हम एक गार्डन अगर देखने जाए एक ऊपर तो वहाँ अलग अलग खुशबू और रंगों वाले प्लांट से उसकी शोभा है। अगर हम सिर्फ एक जैसे लोग देखें या एक जैसे प्लांट्स देखें तो हमें एग्रीकल्चर में जाना चाहिए, बाजरे का खेत देखना चाहिए। और सर ने निश्चित रूप से एक गार्डन की तरह हमें यहाँ पे हम सबको आगे साथ लेकर बढ़े हैं और एक बॉस की तरह नहीं लीडर की तरह रहे हैं। तो मैं 4 लाइनें आपके लिए बोलना चाहूंगा। चमन में इख्तिलाफ के रंगों बू से बात बनती है। इख्तिलाफ मिक्सचर को बोलते हैं, अलग अलग रंग और अलग अलग खुशबुओं से। चमन में इख्तिलाफ के रंगों बू से बात बनती है कि हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं, तुम ही तुम हो क्या तुम हो। और हमारा जुनून इस जुनून से और समर्पण से आगे बढ़ते हैं कि हमारा जुनून जमाने के रुस्वा हो नहीं सकता कि होंगे औरों के नाम खुदा मेरे खुदा तुम।
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma, for your support, your guidance, your this contribution that has made this seminar happening, the graduation into reality. I would like to take the attention of my guest of honor. Sir, आप लोग बहुत लकी हैं हमारे लिए। आज हमने पहली बार 500 लिख दिए सर और हमारे जो मॉडल और राइट नाउ ऑलमोस्ट 1200 लिख रहे सर। So it's a matter of pride and pleasure for RRC community that we have received a tremendous response from all over the world. We have nearly 2,800 registrations, 30 countries with us. We have 6 keynote speakers, 6 chairpersons who will discuss the multidisciplinary aspect of recent research trends and practices in the role of ozone layer depletion in climate change. Let me get you acquainted with the countries who are joining us. Philippines, Pakistan, Nigeria, Malaysia, Iran, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Sri Lanka, Belarus, Libya, Oman, Egypt, Canada, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Sierra Leone, Iraq, Nepal, Bhutan, Australia, United States of America, United Kingdoms, Algeria, Morocco, China, and first time Japan has joined us, Yemen, Bahamas, Kenya, and Cambodia. Our speaker countries are Malaysia, Philippines, Tanzania, and India. Let me tell you something about our institution. Rajshri College, Alpur, is one of the premier colleges of the state of Rajasthan. It is a co-educational, postgraduate, and a research institute, and the only autonomous college in the government sector of Rajasthan. It was established in 1930 by His Highness of Parliament Rajshri Maharaj JCG, an educationist on the Kannauр, who had a vision to empower the people of the state in town through education. The college has proudly completed its 91 years of glorious existence with a student strength of 4,000 and faculty strength of 71 in number. Presently, Professor Abdul Singh is heading this institution as a meeting. RRC is affiliated to Rajshri Maharaj University, which is popularly known as RRC University Upper. Presently, Professor Dr. J.P. Yadav is the Vice Chancellor of RRC University. ISODC is happening under the auspices of FUSA, the Rashtriya Uchita Shiksha Abhiyan, and Dr. Upinder Singh, who is the advisor to ISODC Product, is presently the nodal officer of FUSA and RRC Alwar. RRC Alwar is taking leaps and bounds under the leadership of Professor Dr. Upinder Singh and has covered many milestones in the academic events. Let me take you to the tour of the events. It's ICMESD 2021, which has happened from 15 to December 2021. ISDQ1, which has happened from 22 to 28 March 2022. ISDQ 30th April 2022. ISDQ2 20th to 26 April 2022. ISMP 5th and 6th June 2022. ISTTP3 from 24 to 30 2022. ICMSDC 2022 happened, which is called the offline conference, 12 to 14 August 2022. And now we are in front of each other with ISODC 2022. So now it's time for some delightful honors. I will request all our guests of guidance, our patron, our guest of honors, to release a handbook on the recent plant. We are very proud to state that this book is written by Dr. Lakshmikant Sharma, who is Associate Professor with us at RRC Community. Dr. Lakshmikant Sharma is Associate Professor of Botany in the Department of Higher Education, Government of Rajasthan. At present, he is a Botany Professor, Associate Center for Medicinal Plants. He is a renowned author of several textbooks in the field of plant and environmental sciences. He's having more than 30 years of experience in teaching botany, undergraduate, postgraduate, as well as graduate students in different government bodies of Rajasthan. The book is about the use of medicinal plants and states that traditional system of medicine continue to be by practice on many accounts, population rise, inadequate supply of drugs, limited cost of treatment, side effects of several synthetic drugs, and development of resistance to currently used drugs for infectious diseases have led to increased emphasis on the use of plant materials as a source of medicine for a wide variety of medical evidence. So I will request the honorable guys to kindly unveil the book. So let's wait for our patron to join us. I would also like to tell viewers that we will have another unveiling ceremony, and I think we are very proud and happy that we would be unveiling the book on rejuvenation of rivers, which deals with the climate resilience, livelihood, dignity, and living examples. And this book is written by Dr. Rajendra Singh and Dr. Indira Khurana, and it is published by Tarun Bharat Sir. I think this will be like a handbook how to revive a river. And so we are very happy that we will be able to do this for you. So can we have that very ceremony happen, please? Okay, come here. First, I think it's just. And he has such progresses for writing such amazing books. Can we have another book for another book? Rejuvenation of Rivers and Their Smoke by Dr. Rajendra Singh and Dr. Indira Khurana. एक बार नाम सर आंसर ये सब नदी को पुनर्जीवित कैसे किया जाता है उसके ऊपर किताब जो राजेंद्र सिंह
आज ओजोन दिवस है ना, ओजोन लेयर को ठीक करना है तो यही करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ इस कॉन्टेंट Thank you so much for doing the honors. Why sustainable development? Why wildlife? Why to stop pollution? Why to counter the degradation of our natural resources? And why to stop the depletion of ozone layer and why to stay water? हर साल समुद्र में फेंका जाने वाला कचरा लगभग 14 मिलियन पाउंड का होता है और प्लास्टिक इसका प्रमुख हिस्सा होता है। प्रदूषण हर साल 1 मिलियन से अधिक समुद्री पक्षी और 100 मिलियन स्थलाइयों को मारता है। प्रदूषण जैसे पर्यावरणीय कारणों के कारण हर साल कम से कम 30 लाख से अधिक बच्चे मर जा रहे हैं। किसी की मात्रा हवा, पानी या मिट्टी में 100 से अधिक कीटनाशक जन्म दोष, जीन परिवर्तन और कैंसर का कारण बन सकते हैं। भारत में गंगा का पानी धीरे धीरे स्कैप्टिक होता जा रहा है, जिसका मुख्य कारण अर्थरेशमों और बच्चों की खपत फेंकना है। एक सिंगल कार 8 टन CO2 उत्पन्न करती है और नासा का एक अंतरिक्ष यान 28 टन CO2 होता है। अमेरिकी हर साल 21 मिलियन से अधिक पानी की बोतल खरीदते हैं और में से सिर्फ 13% बोतलें ही रिसाइकिल की जा सकती हैं। WHO का अनुमान है कि वायु प्रदूषण के कारण मैक्सिको में हर साल 6,400 लोग मारे जाते हैं। पशु कृषि अमेज़न के विनाश के लिए 91% तक जिम्मेदार है, जिसमें पशुधन, चारा, फसलें शामिल हैं। इसके लिए 136 बिलियन वर्ष वर्ग एकड़ को साफ किया गया। वर्षा वनों के विनाश के कारण प्रतिदिन 137 पौधे, पशु और कीट प्रजातियां नष्ट हो जाती। मीथेन में CO2 की तुलना में 86 गुना ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की क्षमता है और 30 साल की समय सीमा में CO2 की तुलना में 25 से लेकर 100 गुना अधिक विनाशकारी है। अगर 1 टन कागज को रिसाइकिल किया जाए तो 20 पेड़ों और 7,000 गैलन पानी को बचाया जा सकता है। यही नहीं, इससे जो बिजली बचेगी उसे मैनेज करने के लिए इसलिए अपना रोशन ई फाइलिंग के बिना ई फाइलिंग और बिना पेपर के काम करने से हम लोग 1.4 ट्रिलियन पाउंड पेपर और 72,800 पेज बचा सकते हैं. तो I will request everyone here please stop using paper. And sir मैं आपको बहुत ही उससे बता दूं कि हम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंदर कागज हम यूज नहीं करते हैं, पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस को हम क्लाउड में करते हैं. My dear friends, it has been predicted by the top-notch environmentalists of the world that the Third World War will be for water. It will be not for power, not for land, not for arms and ammunition, but it will be for water, our basic requirement. So now it's time to hear our guest performance. मैं एक छोटा सा परिचय देना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह जी का. वैसे वो किसी परिचय के आधार है नहीं, कंसिडरिंग मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप इसके बारे में जानने और समझें. डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह जी को जन पुरुष या मधु के क्रिया के रूप में जाना जाता है. वह एक प्रसिद्ध नदी को पुनर्जीवित करने वाले पर्यावरण से हैं. कई पुरस्कार उनके काम में होते हैं. 2001 के वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग और रिवर बेसिन प्रबंधन में समुदाय आधारित प्रयासों के लिए उन्हें रेमन मैगसेसे पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया गया. 2005 में उन्हें ग्रामीण विकास के लिए विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी के अनुप्रयोग के लिए जलदार पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया गया. 2008 में राज्य ने उन्हें उन 50 लोगों की सूची में शामिल किया जो इस पृथ्वी ग्रह को बचा सकते हैं. 2015 में उन्हें स्टॉकहोम वाटर प्राइज से सम्मानित किया गया, जिसे वाटर के लिए नोबेल पुरस्कार के जाना जाता है. और 2018 में 2019 में अग्निपेय पृथ्वी भूषण सम्मान से सम्मानित हो चुके हैं. वह 1971 में स्थापित एक गैर सरकारी संगठन पर तरुण भारत संघ के संस्थापक सदस्य और अध्यक्ष. यह राजस्थान के अलवर जिले की थानागाड़ी तहसील में एक गांव किशोरी का सरिस्का टाइगर रिजर्व के पास स्थित है. वर्षों से तरुण भारत संघ ने बहुत सारी जल संरचनाओं, चेक डैम और एलिगेट्स का निर्माण किया है. इसने देश के 1200 से अधिक गांवों को पुनर्जीवित किया है और देश के 12 नदियों को पुनर्जीवित करने का काम किया है. श्री राजेंद्र सिंह जी ने 1991 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक जनहित याचिका दायर की थी, जिससे दिल्ली, हरियाणा, गुजरात और राजस्थान के अलवर जिले के अरावली माउंटेन्स को बुझाया गया. अब बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ राजेंद्र सिंह जी को ऑन द स्टेज फॉर प्रेजेंटेशन. सर आपको पहले तो बहुत बहुत सारे ठीक है सर. आप सर आपका स्वागत. आपका
Vice Chancellor Waterman of India and September summit पर प्रिय मित्र श्री राजेंद्र सिंह जी, उनका सिंह जी, सारे टीचर्स और हमारे युवा साथी. मैं तो एक क्या कहें, एक संयोग, एक्सीडेंट आई मस्ट से I have list of you celebrating this World Ozone Day. This is very dear to me because I have been involved in not only ozone, the Montreal Protocol, which was signed by almost all the countries by 1987. But also working with the United Nations, most of the planetary crisis which we call it. Actually, world is facing triple crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and atmospheric pollution. I must congratulate you all to select a very good topic for the day. Interrelations between climate change and ozone depletion. In fact, Montreal Protocol is the only international agreement we can claim is grand success, because world, all the countries almost, currently there are 195 countries who are part of the United Nations. They all signed this only agreement, because many other agreements, most of the countries, they haven't signed. So this was grand success, and world was successful in eliminating those what we call as CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, ozone depleting substances, ODS. अगर हमने ये न किया होता इस सफलता, तो एक तो हमारे जो ह्यूमन हेल्थ है उसको नुकसान तो पहुंचता है, कैंसर या और बहुत सारी, क्योंकि जो हानिकारक अल्ट्रावायलेट रेस है वो सीधे आती है। पहले बहुत सारे जैसे ओजोन होल हो गया, एक छेद बन गया था, लेकिन ये इस दिन का सबसे बड़ा महत्व यही है कि वो जो छेद है वो धीरे धीरे हील हो रहा है, भर रहा है, और इससे बहुत सारे पेड़ पौधों को भी नुकसान पहुंचता है। समुद्र में जो फाइटोप्लैंक्टन खास तौर से हैं, जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को अवशोषित करते हैं, उनके लिए भी बहुत बड़ा एक प्रयास है ये मॉन्सून प्रोटोकॉल बच, और इससे लगभग 1 डिग्री टेम्परेचर जो कूलिंग कहते हैं जिसको हम धरती का, उसको लाभ होगा। तो जितनी ये ट्रिपल क्राइसिस है, क्लाइमेट चेंज, बायोडाइवर्सिटी और पोल्यूशन, इन तीनों को इस एक प्रोटोकॉल में, एक एग्रीमेंट में तीनों की रक्षा की। तो एक ऐसा दिन है कि हम इस सफलता को आज सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, और आपने देखा होगा शायद इसका बहुत ज्यादा तो नहीं, ये शायद सोशल मीडिया में आप लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, तो हैशटैग होगा कि MOP 35 वर्ष हो गए, और इन 35 वर्षों में जो क्लोरोफ्लोरोकार्बन ने कंप्लीटली जो है ऑलमोस्ट 99% हमने समाप्त कर दिया है, और 2019 में एक और इसमें संशोधन किया गया कि गाली अमेंडमेंट्स को कहते हैं, और जो हाइड्रोफ्लोरोकार्बन है जो आजकल रेफ्रिजरेशन या यूज हो रहा है उसको भी फेज आउट कर रहे हैं। तो ये बहुत बड़ी सफलता है, और मैंने बहुत करीब से देखा है इन चीजों को यूनाइटेड नेशंस के अंदर, जनरल असेंबली में या यूनाइटेड नेशंस क्लाइमेट प्रोग्राम या यूनेस्को में, और कैसे इन जो बाइलैटरल एग्रीमेंट्स को इतना मुश्किल होता है, इतना बहस होती है। जिन लोगों ने देखा होगा, अभी मैंने एक हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस हमने कराई नेशनल, और 10 सितंबर को सस्टेनेबिलिटी एजुकेशन या एजुकेशन फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, तो खास उसमें एक दिन हमने रखा था, एक यूथ कॉन्क्लेव, जिसमें पूरी दुनिया के करीब 40 देशों के जो यंग माइंड्स हैं उनको हम लोगों ने छोटे छोटे प्रोजेक्ट्स दिए थे, और वो प्रोजेक्ट्स यूथ ने किया था एक पूरे वर्ष बहुत सारे विषयों पर, और उनका जो है हमें 2-2 मिनट की glimpses उनकी यूथ कॉन्क्लेव में देखने को मिली और जो उत्साह है युवा पीढ़ी में, एक चीज अवश्य है, सबने ये रियलाइज किया, जैसे आपने देखा होगा फ्राइडेज फॉर फ्यूचर, या वो क्लासरूम को जो है बंद कर रहे हैं एक दिन फ्राइडे को, वो एक दिन बच्चों ने फ्राइडे का दिन चुना अपने फ्यूचर के लिए। हम लोगों ने जो पुराने जो लोग आज बूढ़े हो रहे हैं, वो लोगों ने तो जो कर दिया पर्यावरण का विनाश, वो तो सही है, लेकिन तो बच्चे के यहाँ पढ़ लिख कर करेंगे क्या? क्लाइमेट इमरजेंसी है। राजेंद्र सिंह जी ने बहुत अच्छी पुस्तक अभी विमोचन हुआ है, कुछ बचाने की कोशिश की है नदियों का और करके, और ये बहुत बड़ा स्तुत्य प्रयास है। और अभी इनको वर्ल्ड कमीशन ऑन फ्लड्स एंड ड्राउट्स का अध्यक्ष भी चुना गया 10 वर्ष के लिए। ये सारे प्रयास हैं फ्यूचर को बचाने का, धरती को बचाने का, क्योंकि कोई तरीका नहीं है। आपने देखा ग्रेटा थुनबर्ग का स्टेटमेंट है, उसने यूनाइटेड नेशंस में क्लाइमेट कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि आप लोग कोई कहा कि मतलब ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, सारे नेता दुनिया के पूरा ऐसे ही भाषण देकर चले जाते, कुछ करते नहीं है, और सचमुच में कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है। 2015 में बड़ी मुश्किल से पेरिस एग्रीमेंट हुआ। बहुत आपको बड़ा ताज्जुब होगा, मैं था वहां पेरिस में तब, क्योंकि यूनेस्को का हेडक्वार्टर्स पेरिस में है। वो कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है ऐसे ही मेरे समझ से 12 दिसंबर को समाप्त हो गई थी, शुक्रवार का दिन, फ्राइडे रात के 2 बजे तक बहस चलती रही सारे देशों के बीच में। बल्कि कुछ लोग ये कहते रहे भाई, जो वर्स्ट पोल्यूटिंग कंट्रीज जैसे यूएस, चाइना और इंडिया, 3 देशों के, इनके प्राइम मिनिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट्स को एक कमरे में बंद कर दीजिए और तब तक मत निकालिए जब तक कोई समझौता ना हो जाए। कॉन्फ्रेंस को 2 बजे रात तक कोई समझौता नहीं हुआ, तो 2 दिन के लिए बढ़ाया गया। आपने देखा आपका ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस, जैसे आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस आज के लिए है, लेकिन कोई तय ना हो तो 1-2 दिन और बढ़ा दिया जाए। हजारों लोग जो है अपनी टिकट बुक करा के, होटल्स बुक करा के कैंसिल कराने पड़े हवाई यात्रा के लिए, कि नहीं, जब तक कोई इसको पेरिस एग्रीमेंट इतनी मुश्किल से हुआ कि धरती को बचाया जा सके। लेकिन सारे देशों को उसके तहत अपने देशों का एक संकल्प पत्र दायर करना होता है हर 5 वर्ष के। ये अभी तक जो ग्लासगो में हुआ था उसमें कुछ हुआ नहीं खास, कि टेम्परेचर 2030 बिल्कुल पास आ रहा है, और ऑलरेडी जो है हमने वो जो हद होती है वो पार कर ली है। तो युवा वर्ग इतना आंदोलित है कि हमने जो 9 और 10 को ये सम्मेलन किया था, उसमें एक यूथ कॉन्क्लेव किया, और वहीं से एक लॉन्च हुआ कि ग्लासगो से दूसरा सम्मेलन होने जा रहा शर्म शेख, इजिप्ट में। तो एक 7,700 किलोमीटर की एक यात्रा पर निकले हैं यूथ कि अब जो है मतलब देयर इज नो टाइम, समय बिल्कुल बचा नहीं है। यूथ इतने आंदोलित हैं, वो कहते हैं कि क्या करा जाए, हम लोग क्या ऐसा करें कि दुनिया रास्ते पर आ जाए, बचा ले धरती। यूक्रेन की जो वार हो रही है उससे तो और बर्बादी, अर्थव्यवस्था बर्बाद तो हो रही, लेकिन जो क्लाइमेट प्रेजेंस है, रशिया में गैस सप्लाई बंद की, तो पूरे यूरोप में अभी विचार हो रहा है कि कोयले को कैसे जो ये जो कोल फायर पावर प्लांट्स है, थर्मल पावर प्लांट्स, उनको फिर से रिवाइव करने की बात चल रही है। पहले इंडिया और चाइना को ग्लासगो में काफी गालियां दी गई कि आप जो है इंडिया का 2070 तक 2070 तक जो है नेट जीरो का प्लान है हमारी, जबकि दुनिया में ये तय किया था कि 2005 तक 50 तक, लेकिन जो वैज्ञानिक है, जो इंटर गवर्नमेंटल पैनल ऑन क्लाइमेट चेंज IPCC है, उसने का इतना समय तो है ही नहीं धरती को बचाने का। 2030 तक जो हमने थ्रेशोल्ड रखा है 1.5 डिग्री का, वो ऑलरेडी हम मतलब उसको ब्रीच कर चुके होंगे उसके पहले ही। तो जरूरत ये है तुरंत एक्शन की। जो इमरजेंसी क्लाइमेट इमरजेंसी की बात हो रही है, देयर इज नो टाइम। तो ऐसे में ये बहुत ही सराहनीय प्रयास है। आप लोग थोड़ा सा भी कुछ भी करें अपने स्तर पर, जो भी, मतलब मुझे यहाँ कोई उपदेश नहीं देना है, आप सभी जानते हैं क्या हो रहा है, किस वजह से चीजें हो रही है, और थोड़ा सा भी हम प्रयास करेंगे तो हम धरती को बचा सकेंगे। सचमुच में मानिए वैज्ञानिकों की चेतावनी है, देख रहे हैं धरती पर क्या कहर मचा हुआ है, कहीं फ्लड है, कहीं ड्राउट है, कहीं साइक्लोन है। प्रकृति जो है अपने भयावह रूप में, बहुत समय नहीं है, अगले 10 वर्षों में ये सब अगर दुनिया ने कोशिश की, और मैं ये कहूंगा खुशी की बात है कि यूथ एक फोर फ्रंट पे है इस मोर्चे पर की लड़ाई में। यूथ आर एट द फोर फ्रंट पूरी दुनिया के। हमने देखा राजेंद्र भाई हमारे साथ थे, 8 को हमने जो एक 90 मिनट दिया था यूथ को, यूथ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट पूरे वर्ल्ड का, ये वर्चुअल और फिजिकल दोनों रूप में था। 300 के आसपास लोग फिजिकल थे, लेकिन ऑलमोस्ट 30,000 वर्चुअल लोगों ने ज्वाइन किया। और दे विल लास्ट टिल, जो वर्चुअल तो हो रही है कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, लेकिन फिजिकल भी वो ग्लासगो टू चैंपियनशिप, और उसके बाद दुबई में होना 2024 का। तो पूरा वहां का यूएई का जो एक डेलीगेशन आया था, उन्होंने पूरा 90 मिनट का आंदोलन समय दिया हमको भी, क्योंकि एक साइड इवेंट करने का, जिसमें उन्होंने भी मतलब जो बल्कि दुबई या जो गल्फ कंट्रीज हैं सबसे ज्यादा ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग है, लेकिन बहुत तेजी से वो ट्रांजिशन जिसको कहते हैं रिन्यूएबल्स की तरफ कर रहे हैं पूरी दुनिया में। ये एक मुहिम है, एक आंदोलन है, और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि आप लोग इसमें शामिल हो और बहुत उत्साह के साथ आज का दिवस मना रहे हैं। आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई, और चलिए हम सब मिलकर धरती को शांत बचा लें। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. That was so enlightening. Dr. Bush, you presented India for 50 years in UNESCO, and maybe by chance or by accident you are here, but let me tell you about this to us. You spoke about ODS, ozone-depleting substances like CFCs and others, and it's wonderful news that ozone hole is getting repaired. And trust me, we don't even know that how many lives we have saved by doing that. आपने सही कहा, think globally and work locally, and nothing is going to come from down. Sir, I agree with you totally on that. There is no time left, and we are standing on the edge. Let's see what we are doing. Thank you so much, sir. क्या आप जानते हैं कि जो टॉयलेट पेपर इस्तेमाल करते हैं उसके लिए हर साल करीब 27,000 पेड़ काटे जाते हैं। अगर हम घर पर खाना बनाएंगे तो प्लास्टिक का कचरा कम होगा और 260 प्रजातियों की जान बच सकेगी। Only when the last tree has died and last river has been poisoned and the last fish has been caught, we will realize that जब हम आखिरी पेड़ काट लेंगे, आखिरी मछली को खा लेंगे और आखिरी पानी को पी लेंगे, तब हमें समझ में आएगा कि हम पैसे को नहीं खा सकते। इसी चीज को आगे बढ़ाने में बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ आप करती हूँ हमारे आदरणीय और बहुत ही प्रिय
हमारे लिए इस कॉलेज के शिक्षकों, विद्यार्थियों और इस ओजोन डे पर जुड़े सभी मित्रों, मैं जानता हूं कि ओजोन लेयर के छेद से ये धरती की सेहत खराब होती है और हम लोगों को जीना संभव नहीं होता। एक समझौते ने, एक एग्रीमेंट ने काफी सक्सेसफुली प्रगति पाई और उस प्रगति को हम आज उत्सव के तौर पर मना सकते हैं। पर कई बार ये जो हम वर्ल्ड यूएन के डिक्लेयर्ड डे मनाते हैं, ये हमारे लिए एक रस्म जैसी हो जाती है कि एक दिन विश्व दिवस मनाया और फिर हमें भूल गए कि हमें क्या करना है। मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारा आर कॉलेज इस मामले में जरा ज्यादा सजग है। वो इसको रस्म नहीं बल्कि इसको जीवन के साथ आज को साथ करेगा। मैं आपको इतना बताना चाहता हूँ कि सचमुच दुनिया में इस वक्त क्लाइमेटिक इमरजेंसी है, पर भारत इसके लिए ऐसा देश है जिसने अभी तक इस दुनिया में बिगाड़ा बहुत कम। हम सबसे कम बिगाड़ने वाले इंसान हैं। भारत को इस बात का गौरव है कि उन्होंने प्रकृति के साथ जीने का तरीका है, वो उनके प्रेम के तरीके इस प्रकृति के साथ और खासकर अपने भगवान के साथ। भगवान वैसे भूमि, जैसे गगन, वैसे वायु, वैसे अग्नि, और वैसे नहीं। ये जो हमारा भगवान है, पंच महाभूत, इनको हम भारतीय लोग इस दुनिया में सबसे अलग तरीके से देखते हैं। मैं जानता हूँ कि मॉडर्न साइंस ने एडवांस मटेरियल की जो भी नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी और बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई, इन्होंने नेचर के साथ हमारे रिश्तों को डिसइंटीग्रेट किया है। माफ करना, ये जो मॉडर्न साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी है और इंजीनियरिंग है, इस टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग में आज हमें पूरी दुनिया for on the world can think about the consciousness and concern with science and technology, and the science we can use with sense. जब हम इस साइंस को सेंस से दूर ले जाते हैं तब इस प्रकृति में विनाश होता है। और उसी का एक बड़ा कारण है कि इस दुनिया में जब से ये 2 हाथ पैर वाला आदमी आया, इस पूरी प्रकृति पर नियंत्रण करने का भाव उसकी शिक्षा में से आ गया। हमारे यहाँ हम इन रावण नाम के आदमी को जानते हैं, जो धरती से लेकर आसमान तक सिटी बनाना चाहता था, जो पूरी दुनिया पर नियंत्रण करना चाहता था, और तो क्या, और वो दूसरों की औरत पर भी नियंत्रण करना चाहता था। ऐसा दुष्ट वैज्ञानिक था। उस वैज्ञानिक को इस मॉडर्न वैज्ञानिक के साथ, इस वैज्ञानिकता के साथ जरा देखने और जोड़ने की जरूरत है। यदि हम सचमुच जानने की कोशिश करें तो भारतीय शास्त्रों में किस तरह से इस नेचर को देखा जाता था। भारतीय शास्त्रों में कहा है कि हम यदि सचमुच इस परिवर्तन को, जलवायु परिवर्तन के, हाथ मेरे हाथ पे ध्यान रखो, थोड़ी देर मेरे हाथ पे ध्यान रखो, क्योंकि वीसी साहब को जल्दी जाना है, मुझे अपनी बात 30 मिनट में खत्म करनी है। तो फिर तुम मेरे हाथ पे ध्यान नहीं रखोगी तो गाड़ी रुक जाएगी। हाँ, तो आगे चलो। मैं कहना ये चाहता हूँ कि अथर्ववेद में जो हमारा सबसे पुराना ज्ञान तंत्र था, जो इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम का और इंडियन विजडम का ओल्डेस्ट शास्त्र था, उसमें कहा है कि जब हमारी बुद्धि विमूढ़ हो जाती है तब हम दूसरों के साथ जीना और प्रकृति का सम्मान करना भूल जाते हैं। इसलिए ये क्लाइमेटिक इमरजेंसी की सिचुएशन आती है। जब जब विनाश काले विपरीत बुद्धि इंसान जाता है तो इस धरती पर वो संकट आने लगता है। इसलिए उस संकट के समाधान के लिए उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से कहा है कि ये जो पृथ्वी है, ये जो धरती है, यदि हम इसको प्यार से देखें तो ये हमारे शत्रु का भी नाश करने के लिए तैयार है। उसके अंदर वो शक्ति है, इस प्रकृति के अंदर, कि वो हमारे शत्रु को भी हमारे जीवन के बचाने के लिए नाश कर सकती है। और वो दृष्टि, वो विजन हमारे अंदर नहीं है। इसलिए हम उस विजन को ये देखने की कोशिश करें कि आज जिस पृथ्वी पर वर्षा का जल सर्वत्र उपलब्ध है, हमने उस सर्वत्र जल को, जहां पावरफुल लोग रहते हैं, जैसे भारत में महाराष्ट्र एक पावरफुल स्टेट था, आजादी के बाद ज्यादातर एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर वहां के आए, उन्होंने भारत की का 42% बांध all large dam constructed only in महाराष्ट्र। तो हम जब पावर से पानी को बांधने लगते हैं तो नदियां मरने लगती हैं, नदियां सूखने लगती हैं और धरती का पेट खाली होने लगता है। हमारे शास्त्रों में कहा है, भारतीय ज्ञानतंत्र में कहा है कि नदियों को अविरलता और निर्मलता चाहिए। यदि नदियां अविरल और निर्मल रहेगी, यदि नदियों का all ecological and environmental flow is a continuous clean flow, so उसके ऊपर रहने वाले लोग सुखी, समृद्ध और आनंद में जिएंगे। लेकिन हमने उस बात का सम्मान नहीं किया और हम ये भूल गए। हमारे शास्त्रों में लिखा है, आपः ब्रह्मास्मि, कहते हैं मैं जल हूं और मैं ही ब्रह्मा हूं और मैं ही ब्रह्मांड को बनाता हूं। ये जो दृष्टि है दुनिया की मॉडर्न साइंस में, टेक्नोलॉजी में, इंजीनियरिंग में कहीं उसका दर्शन नहीं होता। यदि हम इस साइंस को, इस इंजीनियरिंग को, इस तकनीक को, इस नेचर के साथ उस भाव से यदि जोड़ेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि हम आगे के रास्ते खोज लेंगे। और यदि हम उस भाव के साथ नहीं जोड़ेंगे तो ये दुनिया लाचार, बेकार, बीमार होकर उलटती जाएगी। और आज इस दुनिया के सामने सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है थर्ड वर्ल्ड वॉर। अभी तक के 2 वार हुए हैं, वो हॉरिजॉन्टल वार हुए हैं। एक तरफ इतने लोग, एक तरफ इतने लोग आपस में लड़े और वर्ल्ड वॉर हो गए। लेकिन ये जो थर्ड वर्ल्ड वॉर होगा, ये हॉरिजॉन्टल होगा। इसमें से किसी को भी बचना संभव नहीं होगा। एक तरफ वो लोग जो बेपानी होकर उजड़ के उस जगह जाने की कोशिश करेंगे जहां पानी, आप जानते हैं अभी तक अफ्रीकन और सेंट्रल वेस्टर्न एशियंस और मिडिल ईस्ट के सारे लोग, ये जो हमारा यूरोप का अर्बन एरिया है, वहां जाके बसते हैं। वहां से उन्होंने कॉल किया कि आज अर्बन, यूरोप का अर्बन लैंडस्केप डेंजरस हो रहा है आपके प्रेशर के कारण, और आप हम इतने सारे पब्लिक प्रेशर को फेस नहीं कर सकते। क्या हुआ, ये 2 साल से पहले फ्लड आई और इस साल इतना भयानक ड्राउट आया यूरोप में। अब हम कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि जहां हम पानी के लिए जाते थे वो खुद में पानी हो गए हैं। तो जब यूरोप में पानी हो गया है तो ये दुनिया किस तरफ जा रही है, ये हमें देखने की जरूरत है। तो दोस्तों, मैं आपसे इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम भारत के लोग यदि अभी भी अपनी इंडियन कम्युनिटी को और अपनी इस मॉडर्न साइंस को और टेक्नोलॉजी को, इंजीनियरिंग को इंटीग्रेट करके सॉल्यूशन एक्सप्लोर करें, तो अभी भी इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम और इंडियन विजडम और ये मॉडर्न साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, इसके अंदर ये स्ट्रेंथ है कि भारत जो बेपानी हो गया है वो पानीदार बन सकता है। नहीं तो आपको मैं चिंता नहीं कराना चाहता, लेकिन आज की तारीख में 17 राज्य, 365 डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाटर स्केर्सिटी फेस कर रहे हैं। 90 डिस्ट्रिक्ट फ्लड। जब मुझे आजादी मिली तब मेरे देश में केवल 3% जमीन अंडर फ्लड होती थी, आज वो बढ़ के 30% से ज्यादा हो गई है। जब मुझे आजादी मिली तब मेरे देश में केवल 6% एरिया स्केर्सिटी में आता था। हमारा राजस्थान का थोड़ा हिस्सा आता था और कर्नाटक का बीजापुर, धारवाड़ का इलाका आता था और थोड़ा सा महाराष्ट्र का मराठवाड़ा आता था। केवल 3 स्टेट थे जिनको वाटर स्केर्सिटी की श्रेणी में रखते थे। आज कितने हैं? 17। Now this is scarcity in my country expanding more than 60% a reason. So what is our future? What we are exploring? और ये क्यों हुआ, ये समझना जरूरी है। ये इसलिए हुआ कि हमारी जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उसने हमें एक्सट्रैक्ट करने में तो बहुत तेजी से बढ़ाया। आज जो सबसे ज्यादा मिनिमम टाइम में मैक्सिमम एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं उनको दुनिया में सबसे बड़ा पैकेज मिलता है। सबसे बड़ी सैलरी उन लोगों को मिलती है जो स्टेशन में मिनिमम टाइम में मैक्सिमम एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं। जब हम एक्सटेंशन को रेस्पेक्ट करने लगते हैं तब इस नेचर में ओजोन लेयर भी और क्लाइमेट चेंज और दुनिया भी बेपानी होगी। माफ करना, मैं हंसते हुए ये दुख की बात कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि दुख यदि रो के कहूंगा तो शायद ये बच्चे सोचेंगे कि यार ये तो आके रोने लगे, अंदर से तो रोना आता है। पर रोने की बातें भी कभी कभी हंसी से ज्यादा आसानी से समझ में आ जाती है। तो मुझे बात बोलने की इसलिए है कि भारत का 72% अंडरग्राउंड एक्टिव वर्क ओवरड्राफ्ट हो जाएगा, तो भारत का जो आरबीआई है, रिजर्व बैंक है, उसकी रखी हुई करेंसी की कुछ वैल्यू होगी? जब आज की तारीख में हम जिस तेजी से ओवरड्राफ्ट होते जा रहे हैं पानी में, तो क्या हमारी करेंसी की वैल्यू बचेगी? जरा सोचो, what is the relation with your currency, with your economy and with your finance, with water or with nature and with this ozone, this धरती, this प्रकृति? बात करना, मैं कभी बात कहना चाहता हूँ यूएन को। यूएन ने ये साल वन अर्थ डिक्लेयर किया, लेकिन यूएन ये भूल गया कि वन अर्थ नहीं है, ये टुकड़ों में बटा दुनिया है। 200 से ज्यादा देशों की अपनी बाउंड्रीज है, अपनी सीमाएं, अपनी पॉलिटिकल बाउंड्रीज है, अपनी एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बाउंड्रीज है, अपने 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 सब स्मिता में सब अलग अलग बैठे हैं। लेकिन वो यूएन ये भूल गया हमको जी, इस दुनिया को एक बनाने वाला कौन है? इस दुनिया को एक बनाने वाला है पानी, जल। यदि वो ये डिक्लेयर करते कि वन वाटर वन प्लेनेट, तो मुझे लगता है कि हमें समझ में आता कि हाँ ये दुनिया और ये यूएन ये जानता है कि कैसे हमें इस गाड़ी को आगे लेके जाना है। इसलिए हम कई बार इस मॉडर्न साइंस में और टेक्नोलॉजी में बुनियादी चीजों को भूल जाते हैं और फिर वो बड़े सपने दिखाते हैं कि देखो हम दुनिया को एक बना देंगे। अरे तुम यूएन दुनिया को एक बना दोगे? एक छोटा सा देश यूक्रेन और रशिया का झगड़ा तुमसे मिटा नहीं और तुम दुनिया को एक बना दोगे, ये कैसे होगा? इसलिए हमें हमेशा वो बुनियादी बातें करनी चाहिए जिन बुनियादी बातों से हम आगे जा सकते हैं। यदि आज भी हम ये जियो हाइड्रो साइंस को और टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग को इंटीग्रेट कर दें, ये जियो हाइड्रो साइंस है, ये जो कन्फाइंड वर्टिकल फ्रैक्चर्स है डैम नंबर 1 के नीचे, हमने जो 13,800 डैम बनाए, उन सब में सबसे पहले जियो हाइड्रोमॉर्फोलॉजी को समझा और उसके बाद डैम बनाए। लेकिन गवर्नमेंट जो डैम बनाती है वो विदाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द जियो हाइड्रोमॉर्फोलॉजी, वो कभी भी जियो हाइड्रो साइंस को अपनी इंजीनियरिंग के साथ, सिविल इंजीनियर कभी जियो हाइड्रो साइंटिस्ट के साथ बैठ के प्लान नहीं करता। जो भी उसको पॉलिटिकल लीडर कहते हैं यहाँ डैम बनना है, तो वो उसी तरह से डिजाइन करता है और उसी का साइट सिलेक्शन करता है, वो बन जाता है और पैसा बर्बाद हो जाता है और डैम हमारी नदियों की हत्या करते हैं। मैं कहता हूँ ये जो बड़े डैम है, ये डैम है, ये हमें डैम बनाते हैं। ये केवल धरती को, नदियों को डैम नहीं करते, बल्कि ये हमारे लिए डैम है। इसलिए हमें ये सोचने की जरूरत है कि यदि हमें नेचर में काम करना है तो फिर नेचर को समझना पड़ेगा, नेचर के विज्ञान को जानना पड़ेगा। यदि हम नेचर के कैरेक्टर को नहीं समझेंगे और अपनी इंजीनियरिंग और तकनीक से काम करते जाएंगे तो ये सारे काम हमारे खिलाफ होंगे। इसलिए मैं आज अपने वीसी साहब से निवेदन करता हूँ कि हम अपनी इस नई मॉडर्न टाइम में जो हमें एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है, उस अपॉर्चुनिटी में जो नई अभी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी भी आई है, वो पॉलिसी भी क्या कहती है? वो कहती है लर्निंग फॉर अर्निंग। अरे क्या केवल लर्निंग फॉर अर्निंग होता है क्या? लाइफ तो इंडेक्स ऑफ हैप्पीनेस होता है। जीवन में आनंद के बिना तो जीवन होता है क्या? केवल लर्निंग फॉर अर्निंग से थोड़े काम चलेगा। जीवन तो इससे भी कुछ ज्यादा है। जीवन 3 चीजों से बना होता है। जीवन वो होता है जो हमें अपने अंदर से ये एहसास करा सके कि मुझे इस दुनिया के लिए और अपने लिए कैसे अच्छे काम करने और उस काम के करने से वो कैसे आनंदित हो सके। आनंद जीवन का एक इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है। इसलिए मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारी लाइफ का रियलाइजेशन एंड इंटरलाइजेशन। ये जो रियलाइजेशन एंड इंटरलाइजेशन है, ये हमारी एजुकेशन मॉडर्न पॉलिसी में कहीं नहीं है। मैंने कम से कम उस सारे डॉक्यूमेंट को 3 बार पढ़ा है। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि ये जो मॉडर्न पॉलिसी आई है हमारी एजुकेशन की, उसमें हमारे जीवन की बात नहीं है, केवल उसमें लर्निंग फॉर अर्निंग है। इसलिए हम लोग अपनी विद्या को समझें कि जो हमारी विद्या है और ये जो शिक्षा का अंतर है इसको जरा जाने, और इस देश में विद्या काम करेगी। यदि आप ओजोन लेयर से बचना चाहते हैं, इसके खतरों से बचाना चाहते हैं, तो फिर हमें अपनी धरती और प्रकृति को, पूरी नदी को समझना पड़ेगा कि एक नदी की जियोलॉजी क्या होती है। फिर हमें ये समझना पड़ेगा कि एक नदी की टाइपोलॉजी क्या होती है, कितनी तरह की मिट्टी है, कहाँ कैसे डैम बनाने चाहिए, कौन से डैम से उसमें कितनी रिचार्जिंग कैपेसिटी है, किस मिट्टी में कितना रिचार्ज होता है। ये साइंस, और ये साइंस जब तक हमारी इंजीनियरिंग में नहीं शामिल होगी तब तक हम इंटीग्रेशन से काम नहीं करेंगे, हम अपने को डिसइंटीग्रेट करते जाएंगे। इस स्लाइड को दिखाते हुए मैं गौरव की कहानी सुनाना चाहता हूँ। 700 साल पहले जैसलमेर के रास्ते काबुल और कन्यान, पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान, म्यांमार तक हमारा व्यापार होता था। 1500 ऊंट एवरी डे हमारे जैसलमेर से दुनिया के दूसरे देशों में व्यापार करने जाया करते थे। जरा सोचो कि 1500 ऊंटों को जहां साल भर में केवल इतनी बारिश होती हो, उस जगह जैसलमेर में लोग कैसे पानी पिलाते हो? 1500 ऊंट जाते थे ऋषि साहब, और 200 उनके साथ ट्रेडर जाते थे, व्यापारी जाते थे, जिनको महाजन कहते थे। उनको पानी कैसे मिलता होगा? उन लोगों ने अपने डिसिप्लिन बनाए थे, और ये जो डिसिप्लिन था ये कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन था। एक ऊंट को 10 लीटर पानी, एक आदमी को 5 लीटर पानी। तो एक तरफ कंजर्वेशन और दूसरी तरफ स्किल एफिशिएंट यूज ऑफ वाटर, कैसे हम अपने जीवन को ठीक से कर चला सकते हैं, उसकी एक समझ थी। और उसकी समझ इसलिए थी कि वो जो लोग थे वहां के, वो लोग इस काम के साथ जुड़े थे। तो जब किसी काम को लोग करते हैं तो उसकी पालना भी करते हैं, क्योंकि उनको चाहिए कि उनका काम ज्यादा लंबे समय तक टिके। इसलिए वो कम्युनिटी रिसोर्स मैपिंग करते थे। इंजीनियरिंग को कैसे यूज करते थे? ये नेचुरल इंजीनियरिंग है। जहां पानी तेजी से ऊपर आता है वहां वो कॉन्वेक्स डिजाइन के डैम बनाते थे, क्योंकि वहां कॉन्वेक्स डिजाइन के डैम में आयरन, स्टील, सीमेंट, कंक्रीट नहीं थे, लोकल मटेरियल से बन जाता था। जब भी पानी का दबाव आएगा तो ये जो हमारा निकला हुआ हिस्सा है वो पानी के फोर्स को बांध देगा, डिवाइड हो जाएगा, और उसकी कंपैक्शन पावर और बढ़ जाएगी। और जहां पर नेचुरल डिप्रेशन था वहां हम कॉनकेव डिजाइन के डैम बनाते थे। ये सब पुराने डिजाइन है। और जहां पर जेंटल स्लोप थे वहां हम सीधे बांध बनाते थे नदी में, जिससे नदी का पानी एक लेवल तक रुके और नदी सदा शुद्ध सदा नीला होकर बैठती रहे, जिससे जहां धरती का पेट जितना खाली किया उतना रिचार्ज होता रहे। ये जो साइंस थी, ये साइंस उस समाज को आगे छोड़ के लेके जाती थी। हमारे कुल 13,800 बांधों ने 2.5 लाख कुओं को रिचार्ज किया इस देश में। कर्नाटक, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश, मध्य प्रदेश का बुंदेलखंड इलाका जहां लोग बेपानी होकर उजड़ रहे थे, 2.5 लाख कुओं ने 17 लाख उजड़े हुए युवाओं को अपनी जमीन पर वापस जाकर खेती करने का मौका दिया। जो लोग लाचार, बेकार, बीमार होकर अपनी जमीन से उजड़कर शहरों में जा रहे थे, वो वापस शहरों से गांव आके अपना पानी आने के साथ खेती करने लगे। जब पानी जाता है तो लोग भी चले जाते हैं, पानी के बिना लोग टिक नहीं सकते। इसलिए ये जो समझ है, ये देख सकते हैं कि नदी सूखती है, पहले कुआं सूखता है, फिर ट्यूबवेल सूखता है, फिर बोरवेल सूखता है, और फिर सबमर्सिबल सूख जाते हैं। ये चारों लेवल अंडरग्राउंड एक्वीफर जब ओवरड्राफ्ट होते हैं तो नदी तो कुआं सूखते ही सूख जाती है। पहले नदी सूखती है, फिर कुआं सूखता है, फिर ट्यूबवेल सूखता है, फिर बोरवेल सूखता है। तो ये जो सिस्टम है, ये जो समझ है, इसको सिंपल साइंस से, जिसको मैं साइंस सेंस कहता हूँ, जहां पानी दौड़ता है वहां चलना सिखा दो। जब पानी चलने लगे तो पकड़ के धरती में बैठा दो, फिर उसको सूरज की नजर ना लगेगी, वो उड़ेगा नहीं, उस पानी से अपना जीवन चला। ये कुछ ये हमारे कॉमन समाज में एक लंबे समय तक थी, लेकिन बाद के दिनों में ये समझ भी गई और विद्या भी गई। और इस मैकाले ने जब से उसने हमारी शिक्षा में दखल दी, तब से उसने हमें बापू बनाना सिखा दो। हमारे मन में एक अच्छे से अच्छा पद पाके नौकरी करने का भाव रहता है, लेकिन हमारी जिंदगी को एक आनंद से कैसे गुजार सके, हमारी जिंदगी में एक हैप्पीनेस कैसे आए, उसकी चाह हमारी ये शिक्षा पैदा नहीं करती। वो तो विद्या में ही होती है। अरे यार किसके लिए करना, गरीबी में जिएंगे ना और मजे से जिएंगे, आजादी से जिएंगे। वो गरीबी नहीं होती, वो समृद्धि होती है। इसलिए हम ये देख सकते हैं, जब 1985 में जब मैंने काम शुरू किया तब मेरे गांव की औरतें एक गीत गाती थी। इस गीत को आज मैं दोबारा सुना रहा हूँ आपके पास। पागल तो आते थे हर साल मेरे गांव में, पर बरसते नहीं थे वो, रूठ कर चले जाते थे कहाँ मैं नहीं जानती। जिस दिन से बादलों ने रूठना शुरू किया, मेरा बेटा और मेरे बेटे की बहू भी रूठ कर दिल्ली चले गए। अब वो कहाँ रहते होंगे, क्या खाते होंगे, मैं नहीं जानती। पर मेरे कुएं में पानी नहीं है तो फिर मेरे खेत में हरियाली कहाँ, और जब मेरे खेत में हरियाली नहीं तो फिर मेरे जीवन में खुशहाली कहाँ। ये दुख भरे गीत मैंने 1980 में जब मैं इस इलाके में आया तब मैंने सुने, और फिर इन लोगों ने जिस तरह से ये परिवर्तन का काम, ये पिछली स्लाइड जरा दिखाओ। ये सड़क नहीं है जिसको ये सड़क की तरह यूज कर रहे हैं, ये अपना गांव छोड़ के जा रहे हैं नदी के रास्ते से। ये 20 फरवरी के फोटो हैं। जरा कोई बताएगा कि ये 20 फरवरी के फोटो हैं अलवर जिले के, इसकी क्या गारंटी है? फरवरी में थोड़ी सी हल्की सी ठंड होती है, इसलिए कपड़ा लपेटे हुए होता है हल्का सा। ये नीचे वाला भी फोटो 20 फरवरी का है, इसकी क्या गारंटी है? 700 है। तो आपको ये कॉन्ट्रास्ट समझ में आना चाहिए कि जब आप किसी चित्र को देख रहे हैं उसका कॉन्ट्रास्ट क्या सच्चा है, या ऐसे ही आए तो एक फोटो जनवरी का और एक फोटो जुलाई अगस्त का जब हरियाली हो वो दिखा के चले गए, ऐसे नहीं। आपको ये जानने की, आपके मन में ये सवाल खड़े होने की इच्छा होनी चाहिए जिससे आप चीजों को जान सके, देख सके। ये वही नदी है लेकिन उस नदी का नीचे का हिस्सा है। जब ये काम शुरू हुआ तब ये पेड़ इतना बड़ा था, अभी ये पेड़ इतना बड़ा हो गया, जहां ये लाल लाइन दिख रही है वहां ये बांध बन गया। इस नदी में 600 छोटे बड़े बांध बने, और ये हमारी पहली नदी है जो सबसे पहले 96 में पेरेनियल होके बहनी शुरू हुई। उसको इतिहास आप जल्दी बदल देते हैं, लेकिन भूगोल को बदलने में समय लगता है। ये काम भूगोल को बदलने का है, इसलिए भूगोल को बदलने के काम में पेशेंस चाहिए और धीरज चाहिए, और थोड़ी गति को, फ्लो को स्लो करके काम करना पड़ता है। ये फ्लो जब हमारे पास होते हैं तब हमसे गलतियां होती है, इसलिए हमारा फ्लो स्लो रहा लेकिन स्मूथ रहा। इसलिए 42 साल में हर दिन हमें एक नई खुशी मिलती है, एक नया आनंद मिलता है। जब हम कभी कभी बहुत फास्ट फ्लो में जाते हैं तो फिर भी कभी ठोकर लगे गिर जाते हैं और फिर संभलना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। इसलिए हमें जरा ये देखना होगा, जब ये मुझे वाटर नोबेल प्राइज मिला 2015 में, तो मेरे खिलाफ दुनिया से करीब करीब 1600-1700 पिटीशंस आए कि राजेंद्र सिंह तो साइंटिस्ट नहीं है, ये तो मेडिकल साइंस का आदमी है, इसको ये वाटर का नोबेल प्राइज कैसे मिल सकता है। सरकार ने इस जांच के लिए कमीशन बनाया। CS झा साहब उन दिनों डायरेक्टर जनरल होते थे इसरो के, उनकी अध्यक्षता में 4 और साइंटिस्ट लगे और उन्होंने ईमानदारी से काम किया साइंटिस्टों ने। एक बार जरा साइंटिस्टों के नाम की ताली को बजा दो। लेकिन ये बात समझ लो कि यहाँ इन्होंने ईमानदारी से किया, क्यों किया मैं नहीं जानता, पूरी ईमानदारी से किया और उसका परिणाम ये हुआ। एक लाइन पढ़ लो, बस ये लिखा है इमेज इंक्रीज वेजिटेशन, और जाते वक्त मुझसे कहा राजन भाई इसकी जांच करानी, ये हरियाली दिखती है, ये हरियाली बड़ी को आप देख सकते हैं। मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि अवार्ड मिला तो साइंटिस्टों की रिपोर्ट से, जब तक नहीं जाती तब तक नहीं मिलता। थैंक यू। मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि छोटे गांव से काम शुरू करें और रिवर बेसिन लेवल पर काम केमिस्ट्री की बाउंड्री फॉलो करने से आप नेचर का भला नहीं कर सकते, आपको नेचुरल बाउंड्री फॉलो करनी पड़ेगी। और उसमें हम जब साथ मिलकर काम करेंगे तो हमारा इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम काम आएगा। अभी हम 85% राजस्थान में धरती के पेट से पानी निकाल के खेती करते हैं। यदि हमारे क्रॉप पैटर्न हमारे रेन पैटर्न के साथ जुड़ जाए तो हम 45% पानी में उतना उत्पादन कर सकते हैं जितना 85% में करते हैं। इसलिए हमें ये स्टोक इरोजन एंड सिंकिंग, ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज और ये ऊपर से नीचे की तरफ जाके करना होगा। हम जब इस रास्ते पे चलेंगे तब हमारी दुनिया आगे बढ़ेगी। मेरा गुरु वो जो नंगे बदन बैठा है वो मेरा गुरु है, उसका नाम है मांगू मेरा गोपालपुरा। जब ये मैं आया तो ये दतोदी रोग से ग्रसित था, माल न्यूट्रिशन के कारण। मैंने इलाज किया, ठीक हो गया। जिस दिन जब ठीक हो गया 7 महीने बाद बोला और राजेंद्र तुम भाई तरह से रहे। मैंने कहा काका तुझे अभी दिख रहा, अब तो तुझे दिखने लगा ना। बोला दिखने लगा और तू यूं बताया तुझे मेरे से एक भी पैसा नहीं दिया, 7 महीने से इलाज करा, तो फिर तू हम जैसे लोभी लालची आदमियों का इलाज क्यों करता है? तू हमारा आदमियों का इलाज करना बंद कर दे और तू तो धरती का इलाज कर। तू धरती का इलाज करने लायक आदमी है। धरती तो पैसा देती नहीं है, धरती तो सबको प्यार देती है, सबको पोषण देती है, तो तू उसका इलाज कर। तो मैंने कहा काका तब मेरी उम्र 26 साल हो गई थी। मैंने कहा काका मैं आदमी का डॉक्टर 26 साल में पढ़ा, अब धरती का डॉक्टर कितने साल में पढ़ूंगा? बोला तुझे मैं 2 दिन में डॉक्टर बना दूंगा, बड़े डॉक्टर बना दूंगा। तो मैंने कहा काका 2 दिन में बना देगा तो फिर तू क्यों नहीं करता, फिर मुझे क्यों डॉक्टर बना? तो दोस्तों उसकी आंखों में आंसू आ गए सुनते। बोला अरे यार काम नहीं करे छा, पर जदाड़े से गांव में बोर पड़ गया क्यों ना, और गांव बैठे हो अब गांव सांचे का काम करे खुद ही। तो मैंने कहा काका से मेरी कौन सुनाई है, तेरी नहीं सुनता। अरे तू किसी का ही कोई है और जो किसी का नहीं होता वो ही सबका होता है। बस एक उदाहरण बताना चाहता हूँ। मेरी एक दिन में पीएचडी मेरे काका ने, अनपढ़ काका ने कैसे की। मुझे चमड़े के चरस में, उस जमाने में हमारे यहाँ चमड़े के चरस होते थे पास निकाल के, चमड़े के चरस में बैठा के सूखे कुएं में हमारे सब नीचे सूखे कुएं में डाल दिया और 5 मिनट बाद निकाल के पूछा तने कुएं में काई देखा है? मैंने कहा काका एक कुएं में तो ऊपर से नीचे का ही सीधी सोच है। बोला हाँ देख अगर पेड़ गैया से। तो जहां ये कन्फाइंड वर्टिकल फ्रैक्चर होते हैं, सीधे फ्रैक्चर होते हैं, दरारें होती है, चीर होती है, वहां हरी पत्ती वाले लंबे पेड़ होते हैं क्योंकि उनकी रूट्स नीचे तक जाती है और उनमें मोर्चर मिलता रहता है। तो उसने मुझे धरती के ऊपर के पेड़ों से धरती के नीचे का पेड़ देखना सिखा दिया और फिर मुझे कहा कि जहां कन्फाइंड वर्टिकल फ्रैक्चर है, ये सीधी सड़क है, वहां तू बांध बनावेगा तो धरती के पेट में से सूरज चोरी पूरी कर सके पाएंगे। तो सूरज चोरी करे 6 है, तो सूरज की चोरी रोकवा का काम करना है तुझे। तो दोस्तों सूरज की चोरी कैसे रुकी, उसने मुझे ये सब सिखा दिया। एक दिन में 25 कुएं दिखाए इसी साल सुबह से शाम तक। क्योंकि अनपढ़ आदमी जो होता है वो एक बात पर नहीं देखता, उसको जब तक पूरा गहराई में जाके कर नहीं लेता तब तक नहीं होता। और फिर अगले दिन उसने मेरे नेचुरल इंजीनियरिंग में मेरी मुझे विद्या दी। मुझे वहां नदी के ऊपर पानी पे ले गया, जहां से नदी आती थी ना शुरू होती थी, और वहां से लेके वो 17 किलोमीटर चले हम, 10-12 बूढ़े आदमी और जवान थे। तो जहां भी यूं नदी का पानी तेजी से आता था, उन्हें कहा उल्टा बांध बना, उसको कॉन्वेक्स करना नहीं आता, बोला उल्टा बांध बना दे, उल्टा बांध बनेगा तो वो सीधा हो जाएगा, अपन कभी टूटेगा ही कोई, ऐसे बोलता। और फिर जैसे नेचुरल लिटरेशन था, पानी गहरा रुक सकता था, मुमकिन बना दे, और जहां जेंटिल फ्लो थे वहां सीधा बांध बना दे। तो उसने मुझे नेचुरल इंजीनियरिंग एक दिन में सिखाई और एक दिन में जियो हाइड्रोसाइंस सिखाई। तो उस इंटीग्रेशन से इस काम में मुझे मैं आज उनको याद करते हुए बस इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, जब वो इस दुनिया से जा रहे थे ना तो एक गीत गाते थे बहुत लोग, थोड़ा थोड़ा वो जरा बड़े अद्भुत आदमी थे, मैं 2 बार नहाता था, अब 2 बार नहाता हूँ। बहुत बार गाते। मैंने कहा कहीं हुआ काका, अरे जब पानी को नहीं छाना तो मुझे होली दिवाली पे नहाना पड़ा था जरूर, क्योंकि मैं पूजा करनी थी। अब तो मैं दिन में 2 बार नहाता हूँ। वो आधी धोती यहाँ तक रहती थी उनको, और कुछ पहनते नहीं थे, और एक गंदे पे धोती का टुकड़ा रहता था, उसको लेके चले गए। फिर शाम के वक्त उसी टुकड़े को नीचे लपेटा और फिर नहाया। साबुन तेल तो उन्होंने कभी जिंदगी में लगाया ही नहीं, कभी साबुन तेल नहीं लगाया। तो ये जो हमारा लाइफ स्टाइल था भारत का, वो सस्टेनेबल था। उसमें हम नेचर के खिलाफ कुछ उल्टे सीधे काम नहीं करते थे। वो हमें हमेशा आगे, तुम देख सकते हो कितना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है। तब ये हमने कभी भी पेड़ों को काटा नहीं। हमने पेड़ों को बचाने के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सबसे पहले 1988 में लड़ाई लड़ी थी और 4 राज्यों की किताबें बंद कराई थी। दोस्तों, मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप बस एक चीज समझ लो कि देखो, ये जो सूरज है ना, इससे निकलने वाली गर्मी, उसको मैंने लाल गर्मी नाम दिया। वो लाल गर्मी जब समुद्र पे पड़ती है तो समुद्र के खारे पानी को डिसैलिनेट करके H2O में बदलती है, H2O गैस में। उसको हम बादल कहते हैं। ये जो बादल है, ये एक जगह नहीं रुकते, वो मूव करते हैं, लेकिन ये उस तरफ मूव करते हैं जहां दबाव कम होता है। तो ग्रीन की जहां होती है, वहां की जो ग्रीन हीट, वो जो ट्रांसलोकेशन की जो होती है, हीट होती है, उसकी तरफ ये ज्यादा मूव करते हैं, ज्यादा। तो ये जो हमारी रेड हीट थी, वो समुद्र में ब्लू हीट में बदली, और उसी रेड हीट ने जो ये जंगल है, इस जंगल के ट्रांसलोकेशन की प्रोसेस को करके ग्रीन हीट में बदला। ये रेड हीट, ये ब्लू हीट और ग्रीन हीट जब दोनों मिलते हैं तो सेम टाइम डिस्चार्ज होते हैं, उसको हम कहते हैं रेज। ये जो सेम टाइम डिस्चार्ज होना है, वहां डिस्चार्ज तो हो गए, लेकिन जो मेरा माइनिंग एरिया था, उस माइनिंग एरिया में वो नन्ही थी गर्मी, वो वहां और गर्मी होगी, और उस गर्मी से, रेड हीट से जो हीट वेव थी, वो हमारे बादलों को ऊपर उठा देती। और जब बादल ऊपर उठ जाते हैं तो पीछे की हवा के दबाव में बिना बच से आगे निकल जाते हैं। तो वो जो गीत था ना कि बादल तो आते हैं हर साल मेरे गांव में और रूठ कर चले जाते हैं, कहाँ मिल नहीं जाता, ये उस जमाने की उसको कहानी आपको याद दिलाती है। फिर क्या हुआ? फिर ये हुआ कि इस पूरी वैली में सरिस्का की जो पश्चिम की वैली है, वो बिल्कुल वहां जो वहां की जो स्थिति है, वो विदाउट वाटर बिल्कुल डिस्प्लेस हो गई थी पूरी। हमारा ये जो तिराना वाला ये जो इलाका है, इसके ग्राउंड वाटर में पानी था क्योंकि सॉइल वैसी थी, लेकिन इधर जो था वो सारा विदाउट वाटर पूरे का पूरा इलाका हो गया था। तो हम लोगों ने वहां ये वाटर बॉडी बनाना शुरू किया। तो बारिश तो आती नहीं थी, तो फिर इन वाटर बॉडी बनाने का फायदा क्या? तो फिर हम लोगों को समझ में आया कि हमने ये जो सरिस्का के जंगल में बारिश होती थी और वो बह के नीचे आ जाती थी सारी, उसको डाइवर्ट करके इन वाटर बॉडीज में कर दी। तो थोड़ी सी करीब 20% वाटर बॉडीज हमारी फैलिंग लगी, ओनली 20%, क्योंकि बादल नहीं थे, जब बारिश नहीं थी तो पानी कहां से आएगा? तो पानी लेके ईस्ट में पानी आने से हमारे कुछ कुएं रिचार्ज हुए, कुछ वाटर बॉडीज में, तो अच्छी खेती होनी थोड़े इलाके में शुरू हुई। तो ये जो अच्छी खेती थी उसने रेड हीट को गायब कर दिया, और ये जो ब्लू हीट है, और ये जो बंदों में पानी है, और ये जो येलो हीट है, इन दोनों ने हमारे यहाँ माइक्रो क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन में मदद की। ये जो माइक्रो क्लाउड्स है, इन माइक्रो क्लाउड्स ने मैक्रो क्लाउड्स को बुलाया। कहां से आते हैं मैक्रो क्लाउड? मैक्रो क्लाउड्स कहां से आते हैं? अरेबियन सी से आते हैं, कभी कभी देव बंगाल, ज्यादातर अरेबियन सी से आते हैं। तो ये जो अरेबियन सी से आने वाले क्लाउड थे, वो हमारे माइक्रो क्लाउड्स के साथ मिल गए। तो क्या होगा? क्या होगा? अरे कुछ तो बोलो भाई। बारिश होगी तो हमारे इलाके में ठीक से अब बारिश होती है, अच्छी बारिश होती है, खेती होती है। मुझे मालूम नहीं राम भजन जी ने वो बात पता नहीं तुमको की 2015 तक, जब पचौरी साहब 2009 में मैंने उनसे कहा था कि वाटर इज क्लाइमेट एंड क्लाइमेट इज वाटर। जो साहब ने कहा कि भाई मैं देखो वाटर साइंटिस्ट नहीं, मैं तो एनर्जी का साइंटिस्ट हूँ, मैं तुम्हारी इस बात को नहीं एडवोकेट कर सकता। तो मैंने कहा यार चल के देख तो लो। तो कचौरी साहब जो तो बेचारे भले आदमी थे, आए मेरे साथ 4-5 दिन रहे और उन्होंने कहा नहीं मैं आपको पहले ये बात तो ठीक है, लेकिन मैं उसका एडवोकेसी इवेंट में नहीं कर सकता। मैं तो एनर्जी और ओजोन और ये सब ओजोन वाला आदमी था, और ओजोन वाले तो हम हैं इसलिए, लेकिन हम ओजोन के गीत नहीं गाते, हम ओजोन को हेल्दी बनाने का काम करते। तो उन्होंने उस जमाने में मुझे कुछ साइंटिस्ट बताए जो मैंने को आके कहा कि यार जरा हमारे किसानों की बात को रख। दोस्तों 2015 में वाटर इज क्लाइमेट एंड क्लाइमेट इज वाटर, ये पेरिस एग्रीमेंट में 2015 में इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ दिस यूएन पहली बार हुआ। हम लोग 65,000 लोग थे भाई पेरिस में, जो आंदोलन कर रहे थे कि यदि आपने इस बार 20,000 लोग थे, पूरी दुनिया से 65,000 लोग। इसलिए क्लाइमेट वाटर इज क्लाइमेट एंड क्लाइमेट इज वाटर, ये तुम्हारा इंडियन स्लोगन है। इस इंडियन स्लोगन को आप जरा समझ लेना चाहिए। कभी कभी तुम्हारे अलवर के छोटे से गांव में रहने वाला आदमी यूएन की नीतियां बदलवा
Thank you so much for that was amazing. और तो सामने इतने लोग इतना बोले थे आपके साथ में कि सारी बजा के इधर को ये रास्ता बढ़िया मुझे नहीं पता। सर मैं आपका थोड़ा सा कहा कि सर ये लोग ये चेक बॉक्स खोला है सर, not a surprise ऊपर से नीचे से नाम निकाले, so you can see the chat box. तो मैंने specifically घुमाया, उसमें तो फोन से काम कर, close the chat box. सर मैं आपसे कहना चाहूंगी कि आपने hearing your address, आपको आगे कुछ कौन सा का blood level has got to the higher heights and asking myself what else I can do to save the mother nature. So you clearly stated that we need water to drink, we need grains and fruits and vegetables to eat, and we need clean air to breathe, but we cannot replace all this with money. So my dear friends, please wake up and wake up before we all are dead and Mother Nature takes the privilege. So thank you so much. Power isn't control at all. Power is strength. And giving that strength to others. A leader isn't someone who forces others to make him stronger. A leader is someone who's willing to give his strength to others, that they may have the strength to stand on their own. This is my best way I can describe the Honorable Vice Chancellor of RRB University. Honorable Dr. J.P. Yadav is a renowned academician and proudly states that he is a son of a farmer, and with his hard work he has reached here. He comes from a commerce faculty and he has served University of Rajasthan before joining RRB as the Vice Chancellor. Now, with profound respect and gratitude, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. J.P. Yadav for his address. So his stage is on.
बहुत ही शानदार कार्यक्रम इस महत्वपूर्ण बोले से प्रिंसिपल करने राजेंद्र सिंह जी को मैं कई दिनों से याद कर रहा हूँ, बताऊंगा। आदरणीय राजेंद्र सिंह जी को सबने सुना, रामरुचि उपस्थित टीचर्स संघ के बहुत ही अच्छे पदाधिकारी मेरे से आके मिले थे, बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे। डिस्ट्रिक्ट कॉलेज के लड़कों ने बहुत अच्छा निर्णय करके इनको कमान छोड़ दिया है। बस चल रहा है, काफी देर से सुन रहे थे, कुछ बात से पता ही नहीं। मैं सब्जेक्ट का एक्सपर्ट भी नहीं। जब मुकुल सिंह जी ने मुझे कहा, मैं कॉमर्स का आदमी जैसे भी बताया, लेकिन आरआर कॉलेज ने कई बार बुला के, कई बार सुना के थोड़ा बहुत ज्ञान बढ़ा दिया। बहुत सारे इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेज में मैं आया, सुना, सुनते सुनते ज्ञान तो बढ़ ही जाता। राजेंद्र सिंह जी को सुन लिया, कुछ बोलने को बातें भी आती। मैं मुकुल सिंह जी आपसे और ममता जी आपसे आखिरी करना चाहूंगा, और हमारे साइंस के टीचर्स से, जिस गांव के अनपढ़ बाबा को राजेंद्र सिंह जी ने गुरु माना, हम आपकी तरफ देख रहे हैं। आप तो पढ़े लिखे हैं, केमिस्ट्री के हैं, बॉटनी के हैं, एनवायरमेंट साइंस के हैं, ज्योग्राफी से रिलेटेड भी हमारे टीचर्स हैं, तो इस एरिया में देखते हैं। जियोलॉजी के लोग भी हैं। इन सबको थोड़ा सा आज के हिसाब से कुछ युवाओं को बताने की, तो उन्हें क्या करना, क्योंकि अब पुराने जिनको राजेंद्र जी ने गुरु माना, वो तो आज गुरु का रही नहीं। पता नहीं क्या चेंज आ गया। जो कहते हैं बिना पढ़े लिखे, ज्यादा पढ़े लिखे, तो आरआर कॉलेज में पढ़े, हम तो मदरसा यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़े। मेरे पिताजी बिना पढ़े लिखे साहब, लेकिन मेरे दिल में उनके प्रति जो आदर है कि मैं जो कुछ हूँ आज उनके कारण हूँ। नहीं कमाते, और जो राजेंद्र सिंह जी चढ़स की बात करते थे, वो हमने देखा है। और खेती में काम करने में हमने वो चढ़स निकालने में योगदान भी दिया। ऊँट का वो बैल भी, वो भी जोतने के लिए वो भी चलाया, खेती में काम भी किया। उस जमाने में बिजली नहीं होती थी, उससे चिमनी लालटेन में पढ़ के आज इस विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति के रूप में पहुंचे। मैंने पहले भी कहा था, इस बात का बड़ा संतोष था। ऐसा कभी कभी हमारे को शांति बड़े दुखी होता है। आईएएस में 2 बार बैठा, 3 बार बैठा, नहीं बन पाया, ऐसे मेरे से बात करते। मैंने कहा भाई आईएएस कंट्रोल में क्या हो जाएगा, हमारे बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट आईएएस, टीचिंग से बढ़िया कोई चीज हो नहीं सकती। आज भी राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय में रहने का एक सौभाग्य है कि राजस्थान विधानसभा में 15 हमारे छात्र नेता, चाहे वो आज हनुमान बेनीवाल जो सबसे ज्यादा आपके लोगों में लोकप्रिय है, चाहे सतीश पुनिया है, चाहे लाहौटी है, चाहे रामलाल शर्मा है, चाहे राजकुमार शर्मा, चाहे अभी के रणवीर गुड़ार, कितने सारे नाम गिनाऊं, मुकेश भाकर हो, चाहे रामनिवास गावड़िया, आज तक ये सारे हमारे मित्र। और जब सामने मिलते हैं कई मंत्री भी, और जब टीचर का जो सम्मान प्रदर्शित करते हैं, तो हमें सब कुछ मिलता है। क्या चाहिए? मैं कई बार ये बात भी कहता रहा हूँ पूर्व में कि जब मैं राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी में असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर था, तो यूनिवर्सिटी के क्वार्टर में एक छोटा कमरा मिला, 2 कमरे मुश्किल से। जब मेरे साथ 6 गांव के मेरे परिवार के चाचा ताऊ के बच्चे भी पढ़ते थे, मेरे भी 2 छोटे छोटे बच्चे। जब मैं एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर बन गया, थोड़ा बड़ा मिल गया। जब मैं प्रोफेसर बन गया, तो यहाँ जो कलेक्टर साहब का बंगला है, इतना बड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी के काम से लेकिन रहने वाले दोनों बच्चे भी नौकरी लग गई। जो गांव से आए थे वो भी पढ़ के सब चले गए। मैं इस उम्र के बाद तनख्वाह बढ़ते बढ़ते इतनी, तो डॉक्टर कहे ये मत खाना, ये मत खाना, वो मत खाना, वो मत खाना, तो फिर क्या करोगे पैसे का? ऐसा सब कुछ नहीं है, सब कुछ ही सब कुछ। और उसमें उस जिस परिवेश से आप आए हो उसको याद रखना बहुत। ये जो पानी की बात हो रही है, बहुत चिंता का विषय है। अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर राजेंद्र सिंह जी बहुत कहते हैं, सही कह रहे हैं, वहां लोग बैठते हैं, ये तो चीज गांव से निकले, कई ऐसे लोग जिन्होंने गांव देखा ही नहीं, तो इस समस्या को जानते ही नहीं, वो भी प्रतिनिधि बन जाते हैं, क्योंकि पुलिस अंग्रेजी आपके थोड़ा सा संपर्क होता है, और बैठ के बात कर लेते हैं, रुक जाते, फिर कभी कई सालों के बाद होता है। तो मैं आर कॉलेज के सभी साथियों से आग्रह करूंगा कि इन विद्यार्थियों को 5-7 छोटी छोटी बातें लिख करके बताएं, इनको क्लास में बताएं कि आपको क्या करना है एनवायरमेंट, क्या समस्याएं आ रही है, उनको रोकने में आप क्या योगदान दे सकते। बहुत ज्यादा अंतरराष्ट्रीय ज्ञान देने की जरूरत नहीं है, राजेंद्र सिंह जी दे सकते हैं क्योंकि इनको इतना, लेकिन अपन अपने परिवेश में जहाँ है वो देखे, एक दो बार मुझे बहुत चिंता होती है, मैं कई बार ये बात कहता, जब हम छोटे थे गांव का कुमार मटके बनाता था, सबके घरों में मटके होते थे, नवरात्रों पे, होली पे, दिवाली पे नया, जब गर्मी आने लगती थी नया मटका रखा जाता था। आज मुझे बहुत कष्ट होता है जब साथियों के जाता हूँ, चाहे वो गाँव के घर में तो मटका आता है रहता है, लेकिन कईयों के घर में मटके नहीं होते, केवल बोतल होती है जो फ्रिज में रखी होती है, वो ला के पिलाते हैं। मैं कहता हूँ मैं फ्रिज वाला पानी नहीं, लेकिन उनके यहाँ है ही नहीं मटका। मटका भूल करके हमने क्या किया, कितने लोगों के रोजगार को खो दिया और कितनी बीमारियां पाल दी। आज भी मैं पढ़ रहा था कि जो एसी से और फ्रिज से जो गैस निकलती है, गैस के बारे में आप लोग ज्यादा जानते हैं, वो इतना नुकसान दे रही है कि उसको कोई देख नहीं रहा है। और कभी कभी लगता है कि अपन विकास की अंधी दौड़ में सुविधा भोगी होने के चक्कर, सब कुछ अपने के पास होते हुए भी उसको छोड़ के उधर की तरफ जाने लगे, दिखा लेंगे, उस पर कुछ बदलाव लाने की जरूरत है, वो आप युवाओं से आ सकता है। कुछ कंट्रास्ट एक तो बता रहा हूँ, हम जब लेक्चरर बने तब तक हमारे पास साइकिल भी नहीं होती, क्योंकि उस जमाने में नहीं होती। स्कूटर कोई बहुत पुराना और कोई बड़े घराने का कोई हो उसकी ना होता, गाड़ी तो बहुत ही रेयर हो। आज उल्टा हो गया, साइकिल रेयर हो गई, गाड़ी हो गई, उसके बाद स्कूटर, मोटरसाइकिल। और एक दिन में तुलसी जी से ही कह रहे थे, यहाँ से मान लो अपना वर्किंग प्लेस 2 किलोमीटर है, लेकिन उस गाड़ी को निकालना, उसको ले जाना, भीड़ में जाकर खड़ी करना, करना, उसकी बजाय 2 किलोमीटर जाएंगे नहीं तो लगेगा कोई गाय के अध्यक्ष बने हो, आपके पास तो बाइक ही नहीं है, क्या घर वालों को जाके कहेंगे अब तो गाड़ी दिलाओ, और सबके पास है, हार गए उनके पास भी है, हम तो सीधे नहीं। इस तरह की स्थिति है। और साइकिल कहाँ चलाते हैं, घर में। डॉक्टर ने बता दिया खड़े खड़े खड़े, मैं घरों को देख नहीं देगा तो स्वस्थ रहने के लिए, लेकिन उधर नहीं चलाए, क्या कर रहे हैं, कहाँ जा रहे हैं अपन, ये सब देखने की जरूरत है। और ये छोटी छोटी बातें, कोई बड़ी बातें, इनको पालन करने की जरूरत है। हम तो 5-5, 7-7 किलोमीटर पैदल जाके स्कूल जाया करते थे, अब तो सब गांव गाड़ियां, कुएं पर घर है, वहां भी गाड़ियां आती है, फलानी पब्लिक स्कूल तो बच्चों को ले जाती है। पैदल चलना तो बंद ही हो, जितना सा चल पाए उतना चलना चाहिए। नीचे बैठ के खाना खा लिया तो कहा जाएगा कि ये तो बिल्कुल पिछड़ा है, जबकि डॉक्टर लोग बताते हैं कि अगर आप नीचे बैठ के खाना खाओ, अभी कोरोना ने हमको सिखाया, पहले घर वाले कहते थे बाहर से आओ तो हाथ धो, पैर धो, जूते बाहर निकालो तो फिर घर में आओ। कोरोना ने सिखा दिया ना, भीड़ में से मॉडर्न कितनी हो क्या है, हाथ धो लो नहीं तो कोरोना की चपेट में आओगे। अब अपन मानने लगे, उन बुजुर्गों के कहने से नहीं मानते, मजबूरी में मानते हैं। तो मजबूरी में ये जो प्राइवेट चेंजेस हो रहे हैं ना, ये हमको सिखा देंगे। जरूरत इस बात की है कि पुराने लोग बड़े बड़े बरगद के पेड़ लगाते थे, शमशान के पास लगाते थे, अच्छे रास्ते पे लगाते थे, पीपल के पेड़ लगाते थे, एनवायरमेंट को ठीक करते थे। लेकिन विकास की दौड़ में वो सब तो दूर हट गया। जरूरत इस बात की है कि जहाँ भी अपना बस चले, जहाँ भी अपन कर पाए करें, मुझे कई बार बड़ा खौफ आता है कि गांव में जाते हैं, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे नीम है, बहुत अच्छी धातु, अमेरिका वाले तो उसके महत्व को समझ रहे हैं, और हम वो ले जाते हैं कोलगेट, फिर बाबा रामदेव की वो क्रांति कौन सी ले जाके और उनमें लगे जा रहे हैं, और कोई वो साउथ का वो कुछ उसमें आधा घंटे तक नशा वशा मिला उसमें लगे। जो चीज हमारे यहाँ पर ज्यादा अच्छी अवेलेबल है उसको छोड़कर उसमें, हमारे यहाँ का अच्छा कपड़ा, पहले किसी जमाने में जब सूती पहनते थे लोग, लेकिन तो गरीब आदमी, अब सूती तो महंगे वाले पहनने लगे, वाले हो गए, लेकिन हम भी उस जीन्स में उस तरह के वो कंपनी वाला, उस कंपनी वाला, उस कंपनी वाला, और कितनी सारी ड्रेसेस क्या पता नहीं क्या। तो ये सब हमारा कंजम्पशन का जो पैटर्न हो रहा है, इससे सारा सब कुछ गड़बड़ हो, इससे अपना एनवायरनमेंट ठीक नहीं हो रहा है। जरूरत हमें इस बात की है कि कोई ऐसा अपन करें कि जो अच्छी चीज है हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति की। राजेंद्र सिंह जी की उस बात से मैं बहुत सहमत हूँ। हम भी जब स्कूल में जाते थे गांव में, तो कुएं से खींच करके पानी निकालना पड़ता था और उससे नहाते थे, इसलिए सोचते थे कि दो बार क्यों खींचे, एक ही बाल्टी से काम चला। बुजुर्ग लोग उसी से नहाते थे और उसी से अपने कपड़े को धो करके सुखा देते थे, साबुन की जरूरत नहीं थी। लेकिन हमको आजकल ये जरूरी हो गया, ये 2 तरह का साबुन, 3 तरह का शैम्पू और ये 3 तरह का तेल और ये सब लगता, फिर इतना पानी वेस्ट करो। तो पानी को बचाना, मैं राजेंद्र सिंह जी को इसलिए याद करता था, अलवर में जब आया, ये देखा पानी नहीं, लोग मटके फोड़ते हैं, तो मुझे राजेंद्र सिंह जी याद आए। आज मुझे मिले हैं, मैं इनके काम से, इनके नाम से बहुत अच्छी तरह से परिचित। तो जरूरत इस बात की है कि पानी का जो वेस्टेज और पानी का ये जो कमी हुई है, उसमें हमारी बहुत बड़ी भागीदारी है किसी न किसी रूप में। सारी नदियां, बांध सबको बेकार कर दिया, पता नहीं क्या, खेती के नाम पे, विकास के नाम पे, सारे पहाड़ जंगल, बस इनसे जो कुछ करना है कर लो, सबको सारे पेड़ काट दो, सारे ये कर दो, पता नहीं हम कहाँ जाएंगे। एक आखिरी बात कह के अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा। मुझे कई बार बड़ा खौफ होता है, आजकल के जो मकान बनते मॉडर्नाइजेशन के नाम पे ऐसे बन रहे हैं जिसमें कहीं कोई खिड़की उड़की नहीं होती है, क्योंकि एसी के लिए बंद करना पड़ेगा आपको, तो फिर एसी लगे। मैंने जयपुर में मकान अभी तक नहीं बना पाया, साधारण आदमी। तो लेकिन मुझे इस बात का कोई वो टेंशन नहीं है, विश्वविद्यालय के आवास में रहता था, बना, तो मैंने खुला खुला सा बनाया। जो हमारे गांव में मकान बने, आप सब गांव के, उसमें जो मकान बना उसके बीच में इतनी जगह होती है कि शहर में किसी सबसे बड़े आदमी के पास में उतनी जगह नहीं है जितना बच्चों को छोड़ते हैं। अपने पशुओं के लिए इतनी सारी जगह, उसके सामने इतनी सारी जगह है। तो शहर का आदमी जब मेरे घर गया तो कहा, आप बहुत पैसे हो गए, इतनी बड़ी जगह, इतना घर, आपके खेत, इतना बड़ा खेत। लेकिन अब बात तो क्या बताए कि भाई किस तरह के माहौल में खेती आज तक कैसी हो गई, कितना खर्चा, बीज, खाद, कीटनाशक, दवाई, उसका क्या होता है। और यहाँ इन पशुओं में हम बहुत सारे पशु मर रहे हैं, बेचारे किसान का कोई नहीं, लेकिन उनको तो क्या बताना, बिल्कुल हम खुले हवा। और हमारे घर में एक बीच में एक कमरा कान में बनाया हुआ था पुराना, जिसमें 2 खिड़की उधर, 2 खिड़की फिर आगे, उसी से मिलती आगे गेट तक की खिड़की। और वहाँ एक सोने का जो आजकल तो एक डबल बेड नहीं होते, वो 6 फीट का ऊंचा बड़ा सारा गाँव में, जिसमें आजकल वाले तो चढ़ भी नहीं सके, ऐसा जिसको हमारे को डेला बोलते हैं। तो उसकी खिड़की की ऊंचाई भी उसी के साइड में, पीछे खेत, जब उसमें पानी देते थे, एसी कूलर किसी की जरूरत नहीं, क्या बढ़िया हुआ। लेकिन अब घर बनाओ ऐसा बना देते हैं कि उसमें एसी तो लगेगा ही, सब एक नहीं दो। मुझे तो चिंता है, और जब मेरे यहाँ उन्होंने कई एसी बता दिए, तो मैंने कहा नहीं लगवाने, उनकी बिजली का बिल आएगा 30,000 रुपए का, टेंशन आदि उसी में चली जाएगी। ऐसा नहीं करना, अपन को किराया भी नहीं चाहिए, अपन को किराया भी नहीं देना, खुदा खुदा बनाना, कम से कम ऐसी बने। ये सब चीजें ध्यान रखने की बात, छोटी छोटी बातें। और जो पुराना आदमी है, सही कह रहे थे कि उस अनपढ़ आदमी ने जो बात बताई, अनुभव की बात है, आज के इंजीनियर को पता नहीं है, लेकिन जो वहां का जो अनुभवी आदमी वो सब जानता है कैसे होना चाहिए, क्या होना चाहिए, किस तरह का। तो भारतीय परिस्थितियों के हिसाब से अपना खान पान, रहन सहन, अपना व्यवहार, अपनी लाइफ स्टाइल अपन इसको चेंज कर ले। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ बिल्कुल वैसे डेट पे काम जैसे रहो, इस बात नहीं है। पढ़ाई करो, अच्छी पढ़ाई करो, लेकिन अच्छा खाओ, खुले वातावरण में रहो, अच्छी सांस ले। इसमें कहाँ पिछड़ा था? और इसमें भी कोई पिछड़ा बताए तो बताने दो। मुझे बड़ा गर्व होता है ये बात कहते हुए कि मैं गांव से भी दूर खेत में तो छोटी सी झाड़ियां वहां जाता हूँ, और मैं ये बात जरूर कहता हूँ मेरे पिताजी बिना पढ़े लिखे हैं, मुझे इस बात का कोई वो नहीं है। क्या इस बात को छिपाना? कई लोग तो मुझे कई बार बड़ा खौफ आता है कि कोई IAS बन गया, गाँव से पिताजी आगे पकड़ वाले बिना पढ़े लिखे, तो कहते हैं ये तो हमारे वो है। ऐसा कई बार सब एक से नहीं होते हैं, लेकिन अरे भाई उन्हीं की वजह से अपन है। उनका मान सम्मान तो बहुत जरूरी है, और उनका ज्ञान और अनुभव जो है वो बहुत। इस अवसर पर मैं कॉलेज के सभी साथियों से आग्रह करूंगा कि कुछ ऐसे टिप्स जो आज के जमाने के हिसाब से बॉटनी के, केमिस्ट्री के, गैसेज के, जियोलॉजी में क्या है, एनवायरमेंट साइंस में क्या है, ज्योग्राफी में क्या है, कि किस तरह से नदियां, पर्यावरण, इन सबको ठीक करें, और उसमें हमारा रोल क्या हो सकता है। केवल अंग्रेजी में भाषण, वहां ये हो गया वो हो गया, उससे अपने समझ नहीं आएगी। ये समझोगे तो राजेंद्र जी कराते रहे, वो अलग। इसमें हम क्या कर सकते हैं वो करना है हमको, हमारे गांव में, हमारे घर में, हमारे परिवार में, हमारे कॉलेज, जिससे एनवायरमेंट ठीक रहे, पेड़ लगे, अच्छा हो। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ प्रिंसिपल साहब को, पिताजी को, टीचर्स को, और ये हमारे नए निर्वाचित साथी हैं, यहाँ के सब विद्यार्थी हैं, कि मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है कि ऐसी एक्टिविटीज होती है तो कुछ ना कुछ ज्ञान बढ़ता है, किसी न किसी से कुछ ना कुछ। मैं इससे आज किस्मत है कि मैं राजनीति सीख सकूं और इनसे सुन भी ली, तो ऐसा लाभ कहीं न कहीं मिलता ही है। इस तरह के आयोजनों से, ऐसे आयोजन होने चाहिए, इससे निश्चित से फायदा मिलेगा, और हमारे विद्यार्थियों को कुछ ऐसी बातें बताएंगे जो अपने लेवल पर इस दिशा में काम कर सके। और निश्चित रूप से अच्छा टॉपिक है, और आज का दिन तो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, इस तरह के आयोजन हो रहे हैं। ये तो औपचारिकता है कि प्रिंसिपल साहब ने लिख के दिया है, आई फॉर्मली इसकी ओपनिंग, जिसमें अपन ने बहुत अच्छे राजेंद्र सिंह जी जैसे विश्व प्रसिद्ध लोगों को सुना, और आगे और बहुत सारे लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, उनसे अपन सुनेंगे। और मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी रहती है कि प्रिंसिपल साहब इन सब चीजों को पब्लिश भी कराते हैं, तो उसका लाभ कोई न कोई जो इस मौके पे उपस्थित नहीं हो पाता है, जुड़ नहीं पाता, वो उनको पढ़ लेता है, इसका लाभ भी आगे भी मिलेगा। इन्हीं शुभकामनाओं के साथ मैं आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार। और मुझे जो इस विषय के का आइडिया नहीं है, उसके बावजूद भी आप बुला लेते हो, उससे ज्ञान बढ़ जाता है मेरा, उसके लिए भी आपका बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
I thank Robert for such an amazing address, and thank you once again for connecting back us to our roots. Definitely, it's a lot of time पड़ेगा एक दिन वापस, और you rightly said that this is high time to stay वापस। एक सफल लीडर वो होता है जो रास्ता जानता है, रास्ते पर चलता है और रास्ते पर जाता है। ऐसे लीडर हमेशा तीन चीजों का अभ्यास करते हैं: स्वयं सम्मान, दूसरों के लिए सम्मान, उनके सभी कार्यों में जिम्मेदारी। एक सफल लीडर की यह आदत होती है लगभग हर परेशानी की संभावना छुपी है, जबकि सामान्य लोग हर संभावना की परेशानी को तलाशते हैं। एक असली लीडर मौकों की तलाश में वह स्वयं मौकों का निर्माण करता है। This is how I can describe best our development principle, our habit institution. There are times when we need some inspiration, uplifting, motivate us. This is how ours is blessed and be cherished and nourished. And the conducting force behind this conflict and without its support, this event would have never ever happened. So I will call Professor Dr. Kaushik from the Assistant Scholars.
आज after Krishna succeed with good Samatha Uttaras wrote in the Psalms. Siddhi Yog में आ रहे थे इस औरतों दिवस की अवसर पर राजऋषि महाविद्यालय परिवार द्वारा आयोजित इस एक दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े समस्त प्रतिभागी वो सब है जो इससे जुड़ रहे थे। वो प्रोफेसर साहिबान हो सकते हैं, विद्वान हो सकते हैं, विदुषी हो सकते हैं, शास्त्र हो सकते हैं, विद्यापति हो सकते हैं, उद्योगपति हो सकते हैं, नेता हो सकते हैं, इंजीनियर हो सकते हैं। दूसरे शब्दों में दुनिया के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों के आज वो समस्त प्रतिभागी जो उन सभी को आज के इस कार्यक्रम की शिक्षा क्षेत्र के सर्वोच्च पद को अलंकृत करने वाले माननीय प्रोफेसर जी साहब, कुलपति वत्स विश्वविद्यालय दुनिया के जल पुरुष और धरती पुरुष इंडिया की पहचान और मान सम्मान को बढ़ावा देने वाले मेरे अग्रज माननीय डॉक्टर जी अंतरराष्ट्रीय संगठन यूनेस्को के 15 मास तक भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व करने वाले भारतीय डॉक्टर रामकृष्ण इस कार्यक्रम की ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी प्रोफेसर मोहम्मद समस्त विभागाध्यक्ष इस प्रबुद्ध शहर के प्रबुद्ध पत्रकार हैं, भास्कर परिवार से पैनी दृष्टि के धनी युवा पत्रकार और हाल ही राजस्थान में छात्र संघ चुनाव हुए हैं, उन्होंने इस महाविद्यालय की नई डेमोक्रेटिक सरकार मेरे छात्र संघ के चारों पदाधिकारी और प्रिय विद्यार्थी राजस्थान के सिंहद्वार महाराजा भरतरी जैसी शक्ति की तो पुस्तक यहाँ पूर्णमन और दुर्बलनाथ और गरीबनाथ और हीरानाथ जैसे संतों की अवस्था पराग संहिता राजस्थान के एकमात्र ऑटोनोमस कॉलेज राजऋषि महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ। इस अवसर पर मेरे से पूर्व वक्ताओं और वक्ता ही नहीं अपने पीछे जाने वाले जैसे मेरा ये कहना है मैं आपका ये सुनना जन पुरुष मेरा ये कहना धरती पुत्र इसकी गहराई में आपको सोचना को समझना जब भारत का नहीं जब राजस्थान का नहीं है सर्दी राजस्थान की अनुमति भारत के लिए, ये तो वंश महापुरुषों के दो तत्व जो पूरी दुनिया में, अगर उन महाभूतों की किसी व्यक्ति को संज्ञा दी जाती है, हमें उसके महत्व को समझना होगा, तो उसको रेखांकित करना। मैं मानता हूं कि ये विज्ञान का कॉलेज है, मैं मानता हूं कि ये वैज्ञानिक है, मैं मानता हूं कि विज्ञान में बहुत विकास है, उसको नकारा नहीं, लेकिन हमारे आज के दोनों जो प्रखर वक्ताओं को आपको सुना, माननीय वाइस चांसलर और माननीय राजेंद्र, इन दोनों के वक्तव्य से, व्याख्यान से जो एक बात उभर कर आई, वो बहुत पहले हो। संस्कृत में एक सूक्ति है, बागे बागे जाएंगे तब तो वो था, जब तक बात नहीं होगा तब तक तो काम नहीं होगा। इन तीनों प्रखर वक्ताओं ने जो आज का अपना उद्बोधन इस अवसर पर दुनिया को दिया, मैं दुनिया शब्द का प्रयोग इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि शायद 25 देश हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, 2700 पार्टिसिपेंट, 2700 प्रतिनिधि दुनिया के हमको देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं। इसलिए यहाँ बोलना सामान्य बात नहीं है, और यहाँ जो कुछ बोला जा रहा है वो सामान्य होना भी नहीं। आप ये ना समझे कि सुधरी हाथ में बैठे दोस्त को आप देख रहे हैं। 25 देश, 27 आपसे फील्ड की तो मैं कह रहा था, बातें बातें जाए तो तत्व होता, बाहर विवाद से तत्व का ज्ञान, वैज्ञानिक युग है, इसको होगा विज्ञान वरदान है, हम स्वीकार करते हैं, लेकिन तीनों प्रखर वक्ताओं के उद्बोधन से एक बात निकल कर है। धरती पुत्र माननीय राजेंद्र सिंह जी ने जब अपनी स्लाइड्स दिखाई तो आपको याद होना चाहिए अधर्म वेद की ऋचाओं उन्होंने उल्लेख किया, आपदा ब्रह्मास्त्र। जब मैं अध्यात्म की तरफ देखता हूं तो वहां तो हमें अनुभव होता है अहम ब्रह्मास्त्र, तत्वमसि वेदांत कहता है। लेकिन राजेंद्र सिंह जी जो मेडिकल साइंस के व्यक्ति और दुनिया के धरती पुत्र हैं, उन्होंने अपनी बात क्यों उनको अधर्म क्यों किया है? देसी साथ अपने उद्बोधन में पूर्ण भारतीयता की बात, बिल्कुल बूंद से खड़ा होता है, अपने को सुधारा नहीं, स्वयं को देखा नहीं, और 50 किलोमीटर दूर की हम बात करें वो बेईमानी है। राममूर्ति जिन्होंने दुनिया को देखा, दुनिया को 15 वर्ष तक भारतीय था, तो जो समालोचक की जो दृष्टि है वो इतनी पैनी होनी चाहिए कि वो एक तरफ आंख बंद कर उस पर बढ़े, इन तीनों वक्ताओं को, माननीय वक्ताओं के भाषण में भारतीय जाति को प्रमाणित किया और उसको प्रस्तुत किया। ठीक है, प्रकृति है, लेकिन प्रकृति के साथ नमन करके अगर आप वैज्ञानिक पढ़ने जो राजेंद्र समझाना चाहते हैं, जो कहना चाहते हैं दुनिया के वैज्ञानिकों से, वैज्ञानिक शब्द का तो इसलिए लगाओ जिस हॉल में मैं भाषण दे रहा हूँ यहाँ पे 4 एसी लगे, जिस मंच से मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो 25 देश मुझे सुन रहे हैं, ये विज्ञान का सिद्धांत है। तो विज्ञान को अस्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता, लेकिन साइड इफेक्ट का तो ध्यान रखना चाहिए ना आविष्कारक को। जब ओजोन की खोज फ्रांस के भौतिक वैज्ञानिक जिसने की थी, 2 वैज्ञानिक थे, चार्ल्स और बोशी, 1913 में पता लगा कि ओजोन की परत है, वायुमंडल की परत। मैंने जब 10वीं में साइंस पढ़ी थी, सामान्य साइंस, तो मैंने याद है कि 4 मंडल होते हैं, शोक मंडल, समताप मंडल जिसमें हवाई जहाज, ओजोन मंडल हो रहा है। ये ओजोन एक मंडल है, गैस की परत है, इसको साइंस को बहुत ठीक है। मैं तो संस्कृत तो साइंस से हो रहा हूँ, वो ठीक है, और वो 2 ऑक्सीजन को कहते हैं। तो जब तक हम वैज्ञानिकता के साथ जो प्रकृति का सत्य है, प्रकृति का मतलब नेचर की बात कर रहा हूँ, नेचर में सब कुछ आ गया, चराचर जो भी जड़ रूप है वो सारा प्रकृति है। तो प्रकृति को जब तक आप समझोगे नहीं, राजेंद्र जी मांगो मेरा जैसे कानून अनपढ़ गुरु मान करके पहुंचे, तब तक हम शुद्ध आविष्कार और शुद्ध प्रयोग नहीं कर पाएंगे। और जब तक शुद्ध आविष्कार और शुद्ध आविष्कार और प्रयोग नहीं करोगे, तब तक ये एसी, ये फ्रिज क्लोरीन उगलता है, और क्लोरीन ही वो गैस है जो सब आते ओजोन को नुकसान, ओजोन जो मंडल है, वायुमंडल है, उसमें छेद कर दिया गया, क्लोरीन ने किया। कहाँ किया? अंटार्कटिका तो जगह है उसके ऊपर, अपने भाषण में तोड़ दिया था, अब उसको भर रहे हैं। तो कहने का मतलब यह है कि भारतीयता के साथ, प्रकृति के साथ छेड़छाड़ न करके उसके रहस्य को समझकर और तब विज्ञान का प्रयोग करना चाहिए। तो शायद जो ममता जी अपने भाषण में लगभग कहती रहती है कि पेड़ उसमें काम आ जाते हैं, लेकिन पॉलिथीन का बैग पता नहीं साढ़े मतलब 450 वर्ष में चलता है, सब्जी मंडी से उसको खरीद ले पॉलिथीन का बैग, 10-12 मिनट काम आता है, उसको फेंक दो, लेकिन वो नष्ट नहीं होता। तो प्लास्टिक को जलाओगे तो ओजोन, रबर को जलाओगे तो ओजोन, फ्रिज जलाओगे, एसी जलाओगे, और भी है परफ्यूम लगा के, ये भी सबसे ज्यादा हानिकारक है। किसके लिए? ओजोन। अरे ओजोन को जाना नहीं, ओजोन के लिए नहीं, ओजोन तो वो लेयर है जिससे धरती जिंदा है, जिससे 90 और 99% जिसने पराबैंगनी किरणों को, सूर्य की किरणों को रोक रखा है, और जिसने धरती का जीवन हम सब जिंदा है। आज राजस्थान के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री असे गहलोत जी का भास्कर में बहुत बड़ा वो छपा है उस पेपर, उन्होंने भी कहा है कि जो ओजोन है ना वो धरती का सुरक्षित है, इसलिए से ओजोन हमें ओजोन की रक्षा करनी है, अपने प्रयोग कम से कम करें और देखिए आवश्यकता है और जितनी आवश्यकताएं होगी उतनी ही हम दुखों को निवारण करेंगे। मैंने पिछले इसी मंच से बात कही थी, भूल गया शब्द आजकल वैज्ञानिकों ने चलाया, यानी कम से कम वस्तुओं में अपना काम करें। हाँ कम से कम, जैसे मैं 2 गाड़ियां लेकर आऊं रोज बदल कर, मतलब मैं साइकिल से भी आ सकता हूँ, बाइक से भी आ सकता हूँ, ऐसे ही घर में आप एक ही से काम चला सकते हो। 20,000 में तो बढ़िया जमीन लेकर के खुली जगह में मकान बनाए, लेकिन जिनके पास जमीन नहीं मिलती वो भी इसकी सलाह लेकिन हम कर सकते हैं बात, लेकिन जो शहरी जीवन है, कलकत्ता की बात करें, कलकत्ता बॉम्बे की बात करें, मद्रास की बात करें, दिल्ली की बात करें, वो इस तरह की स्थितियां है कि घर में 3 मंजिल बनाने को ऊपर कोई सोता है, उसके नीचे कोई और है, उसके नीचे कोई, मुझे कहना नहीं चाहिए लेकिन ये स्थितियां हैं क्योंकि जिसके पैर का पट्टी बिगाई को क्या जाने। हम तो ग्राम जगह सही बात है, हम तो इसी सबसे कह रहे, हमारा तो 2 बीघा में घर है या 2 बीघा में कॉलोनी काट दे, तो ये वातावरण का फर्क। लेकिन हमें ये सोचना होगा, मानव महत्व को सोचना होगा, क्योंकि मानव ही एक ऐसा प्राणी है धरती पर कि सब कहते 2 हाथ पैर का होकर है ना, लेकिन दुनिया आप और वो है कंडक्टर उसके पास है ना, वरना सब से सरिस्ता आपके पास ही तो रहते हैं, उनको तो सेब मिलते होंगे, आज तक किसी ने इनसे कुछ कहा नहीं, इसलिए नहीं कहा कि बुद्धि तक कुछ इन्होंने उनको बस में कर रखा है। और मैं तो देख कर आया हूँ आश्रम, बोर्ड पे जंगल आश्रम जबरदस्त हरियाली, तो जब तक हम व्यक्ति दुनिया का प्रत्येक प्राणी ये प्रण नहीं करेगा कि कम से कम आवश्यकता, कम से कम प्रकृति को नुकसान होता है और अपना जीवन यापन करें, तब तक हम सही मायने में ओजोन की रक्षा कर पाएंगे और न ही हमारी भावी पीढ़ी का सतत विकास कर पाएंगे। इस अवसर पर मैं कहकर उन्हें आप सभी का साधुवाद ऐसे आभार करता हूँ कि जब भी हम आपको याद करेंगे आपकी कृपा हमारी रहती है। माननीय राजेंद्र सिंह जी के साथ हमारे डॉक्टर राम, ये सौभाग्य है मेरे महाविद्यालय परिवार का, सौभाग्य है मेरे सेमिनार से जुड़े 25 देशों के 27 की जो सपने में भी बात नहीं थी, अचानक उन का प्रोग्राम बना, अलवर रेलवे स्टेशन पर आए, जब उस का आदेश मिला कि कला विद्वान वहां कर रहे हैं और हम उसे जैसा भी बना हमने रिक्वेस्ट की हमारे यहाँ प्रोग्राम में साथ लाए और लेकर आए। बहुत बहुत आभार गुस्सा आपका कि आपने यदि हमें प्रदान किया करके दुनिया प्रदान किया। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We value the insight and guidance you provide to all of us. Your words were very Jesus and your presence is very, very important to us. You showed us the direction towards the humanism and sustainable development. आपका इतने सुंदर व्याख्यान के बहुत बहुत साधुवाद और आपके व्याख्यान से प्रेरित होकर क्या आज हम सब एक शपथ ले सकते हैं कि एक दिन क्या हम नो वेस्ट डे या नो पॉजिटिव डे बना सकते हैं। वो हमारा एक छोटा सा कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा इस पर्यावरण को बचाने इसलिए हमारा इन्वॉल्वमेंट सेशन समाप्त कर रहा है मैं अपने सभी अतिथियों का धन्यवाद करती हूँ और सर मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ हम लोग को शेयर हस्ती से उल्लास सकें आप सब अपने बीच भाग थैंक यू सो मच सर So, what participants who are trying to pass for the world, we would like to tell you that we are just immediately about to start with second video tellers. We have just ended our inaugural session. So, all thinking designed instantly thought introduction to techniques or the seminar of conferences. Or being an environmental cosmologist by profession, I always believe that sustainable development is that which we think of a nation without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. That means you have borrowed this environment from our grandparents and we have transferred it in the same form to our future generations so they can live life and survive. But it is about surviving a future movement, it can still be watched on our channel, environmental psychology or evolution. The recordings of the seminar will also be available at our channel environmental astrology. Do watch, like, and subscribe. Our next channel is to take an idea of what seems an abstract, sustainable development and turn it into reality for the world. Copy and not says it, and it makes sense for that because of the world. Earth has enough resources for our need, but not for our need. This is most often portrayed by Mahatma our father of the nation, and this book is discussed and published. Now it's time for our second keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Prem Stage. Dr. Prem Stage is currently working as a doctor and SSI of ISODC. Malaysia. He is also a member of Doctor's COVID-19 Task Force Malaysia. He has been a recipient of many awards like Patient Leadership Award, British Teacher Award, Outstanding Award for Social Change, Julie Member International Participants, Assembly Climate Change, CIMA 2021 Commonwealth Innovation Forum 2021 Awards, and so many awards I can choose. And I'm just going to be so very popular as a doctor and Dr. Amy. It was such a pleasure basically person here. So, Dr. Amy, after the chairperson of the session is Professor Dr. W. Gurmule. Dr. W. Gurmule operated as a degree in chemistry in 1989 and obtained his PhD in 2000 on particle chemistry from Article Nagpur University, Nagpur. Dr. Gurmule is presently working as a professor in the Department of Chemistry, Lambda Level in Nagpur, India. During his research career, he was involved in synthesis and characterization of nanomaterials as well as development of SDR, nanocomposite materials, semiconductor materials, ion exchange resins, biomagnetic polymers, energy polymers, GMT and epoxy resins. Dr. Gurmule published more than 230 research papers. That's a big number. That's a very, very big number. In national international conferences, he's a report on 38 independent journals of Lesbian, John Violence, England, Marcel Data, and Paris competitions, having impact factors on policy. He has received Distinguished Scientist Award in 2016 for the contribution in research work at September Center for Advanced Research. He has also received of World International Studies in the World Economic System by ISIS Publication System. And so many awards that I can see. So now I have to prepare represent that each day in the time we start with this. So it's got yours. Okay.
Namaste, India.
Namaste,
Namaste, Dr. Professor Hukum Singh sir and Madam Mokta Sharma ji. Since I have already met you, so it is very, very thrilling now to talk. Unfortunately, my camera is off due to the workstation. And Ms. Mamta, who has always been coordinating very well. So first of all, I want to thank you for hosting me during this offline conference. You treated all of us like kings and queens. So I'm very grateful to all of you. And then we have something in common because today is September 16, and it is World Ozone Day, but it is also the Malaysia Day. So we are celebrating two things together, and this World Ozone Day is a very famous day, which not only we are celebrating all over the world, but everyone is celebrating. So thank you, Dr. Mamta, for the lovely introduction, and greetings from Malaysia, truly Asia. Thank you, the organizing committee. So let us begin this work. This World Ozone Day, which unfortunately many people don't even know that. So let me give you a little brief history, and why I'm saying this, because I'm going to introduce you to something very important, an organization in the world which won the Nobel Prize in 1985, for which I'm also a member. And again, they are so humble that people don't even know about that. So I'm thrilled to join this program because of your impact of ozone layer depletion on the climate change, which is this international seminar. The theme is global cooperation to protect life on Earth, and this is the Montreal Protocol. The slogan is ozone for life. Again, we know much about oxygen because as doctors and patients come in and they say, oxygen, COVID-19, oxygen was flying from our part of the world to India. Two French physicists, Charles Fertré and Henry Buisson, in 1913 discovered ozone. The ozone layer protects from the ultraviolet light the harmful rays from the sun, which we get 12 hours a day. Because if you go to Norway, you don't see the sun. We have car-free days in this country. We have car-free days in many countries, and the reason is very evident. We do not want carbon emission. We want it reduced. So as a doctor, I have to talk about the emerging and the re-emerging infectious diseases. We had this very big pandemic, which is still going on, the COVID-19. But something about the hantavirus, the anthrax, and the dengue, and the diphtheria, and the cholera, the Rift Valley fever, meningitis, fever, viruses, the cholera, Zika, and dengue. There's a lot of cases now in Malaysia and Singapore, and even in India. In fact, I lost a friend in dengue, Bolivian hemorrhage fever. Next, please. Thank you. Status of this major vector-borne diseases and the predicted substitutes in the climate change. If we know malaria, you will be surprised. The mosquitoes, if I say this is all climate change reason, you will be surprised. Lymphatic filariasis and the onchocerciasis, the schistosomiasis, the African trypanosomiasis. Well, let's have a medical class for a change. And again, you don't have to worry about anything about the names, just something to learn. Leishmaniasis and dracunculiasis and viral diseases, the yellow fever. Where if you want to go to certain countries, you may have to have that yellow fever shot. Japanese encephalitis. Okay, why go into the millions and why go to this distribution also? What I want to say is that there's a highly predictability now during the climate change that the world is facing, and the reason is the ozone depletion taking place due to the gases like the factories around the world. And of course, human greed, as I always say, leads to all this. And now we are paying the price, and we have no respect for Mother Earth, and there is no planet B. And so let's take the consequences together in every world, part of the world. And let me tell you, no one is lucky now. Because you can be of a rich country, a poor country, a middle income country, but you all have to face the music because we all created this chaos and now we are in this together. Next, please. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay. I can use notes here. For the time being. Probably you have not put the right slide with me. Let me tell you something about the global warming here. We already 1.5 degrees centigrades increase, which is alarming. May not sound a lot. So the solar radiation is reflected by the Earth in the atmosphere, and some of the infrared radiation passes through the atmosphere, and some is absorbed and re-emitted in all directions by the greenhouse gas molecules, which we have all heard. So the effect of this is to warm the Earth's surface and lower the atmosphere. If anyone is there, can someone just change the slide? So there are sources, I call them, the fossil fuels, the cement production. Fossil fuels, by the way, is coal, which India and China use a lot. And they have all these COP26 meetings, but unfortunately what is happening, they are not coming to any conclusion. Never mind, whichever slide comes, I will speak on that. Can you kindly just move forward? So there is a lot of biomass burning and biomass destruction and transportation, refrigerations. All these modern things that we use, the air conditioners, the refrigerators, you'll be surprised, they give a lot of comfort and also become a status symbol, honestly speaking. But very bad for the health, very bad for the environment, very bad for the earth. But as we belong to that class of people, because I don't mince my words and I don't sugarcoat them, that we should be good. So you look good, but you are bad, even if you look good. So the balance evidence suggests that there is a discernible human influence on this global climate. This was said by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, where they said that the human influence is there. So climate change, we are the culprit. We are damaging our own Earth. We have a problem with Mother Earth. So Mother Earth is weeping, crying, yelling, screaming. No one is hearing. So the Earth's average temperature has gone up between 0.5 to 1 degree over the past 100 years. Well, of course, ING was not born, but look at the research that has been done, and this organization which has done a lot of work, which I will reveal the name. So the global air temperature, 1880, look at the research done, 1880, 140 years from now, till today, the NASA, Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York, and the US EPA, they found that the temperature is just rising, no one is bothered. And since you all know the neighboring country, Pakistan, is having the floods, and the 1/3 of the country has sunk, the whole world is there. I was just reading, 300 people have died and 33 million people have been left homeless. Now they are even come to this conclusion that only 1% of the emission they are responsible. So the world is responsible for that. Pakistan says this way, and the world agrees. It's true. So this is, and the United Nations General Assembly meeting, the Secretary General even said, today it is Pakistan, tomorrow it is my country and your country. So you cannot run away from this havoc that is going to take place in future, because no one is concerned, and we are running around for money the whole day, but we can't eat it, and we will be drowned if we don't care. So by 2100, now that's only about 8 years ago, the temperature can rise to 6.5 degrees. Now that is something the scientists are already warning us, the experts are already warning us. And the sea level will rise 38 inches in another 80 years. Okay, I and you may not be here. Our next generation will be there. The next to next generation will be there. And do you want them to swim if they do not know how to swim? Do you understand the joke behind this? So the 20th century has been the hallmark of the last 6 centuries. Sadly, right? And if you could move the slides a bit, I'll be happy. Uh, okay, I give you a definition of something. You all read about weather reports every day on TV, any part of the world when you're watching TV. So weather is the temporary day-to-day state of the atmosphere anywhere on the Earth's surface, what is the rain temperature, rain level, in that kind of thing. But climate is the long-term prevailing pattern of weather in any given place, and that pattern has been disturbed because man has been influencing that. Now, someone even went even further than that. If carbon dioxide concentration for the last 1,000 years, I wish I had the graph and show you, and that was done in the South Pole and in Hawaii. From 1850 to 2000, they are seeing the carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere just rising. You need oxygen, right? You don't need carbon dioxide. The potential impacts of the climate change on the human health, the climate effects of temperature, precipitation in the sea level rise. Do you know some countries might sink in 100 years? And I'm talking of rich affluent countries. I have no right to name them. You're smart enough to know. That can happen. Coastal areas are sinking. And this is not a joke. There is altered food and crop production already. The events, thermal extremes, polar ice is melting. Worse than air pollution. We just come to Delhi. Effects on the vectors and infective parasites. We're talking about these diseases, mostly tropical areas, mostly Africa and Asia and Latin America. It doesn't mean American population will be taken. They're leading to malnutrition, deaths, and injuries, and biological disorders, and mental issues, and there's also already, the altered rates of heart and acute and chronic respiratory disorders and infectious diseases. Asthma is on the rise. Even skin diseases. You just name them. And what about the wildfires in California? And also you find them now in Australia. So which countries are not escaping climate change? Rainfall either is there in excess or just not there. When this all goes on, you will see if the ozone layer, we call it now, goes to it's like an umbrella of us. And we seem to have punctured that umbrella, and layer has no way to come back to its original position. Imagine the 2 years of COVID-19 had. You know, the plus point of that, you could see the Himalayas from your window if you were nearby there, which means the air was cleaner and the animals coming out of it. Means the usual animals see the animals not in your windows. So there was this, what I call it, a positive aspect of the COVID-19 when the human was allowed to, forced to stay inside, and cars were not allowed to go on the road, so there was no vapors, gas into the atmosphere, and no running. Yes, of course, we need economy to run. I understand that. But sadly, a truth was revealed to the world. Well, you can call it by God Almighty, nature, or Mother Nature trying to teach man some sense. Okay, I just had that slide. Mosquitoes on the move. Interesting, isn't it? We migrate. Mosquitoes are part of the. So the warmer temperatures encourage the northward migration of malaria-carrying mosquitoes. There's already epidemic of dengue. Not even talking of monkeypox, which is now already there after this COVID-19. Maybe for the medicals who are listening, I see about 448 now already here, and some from other countries. much interested. So you can see this from the south of America to the north of America. There is this migration of the mosquitoes which are causing this malaria. Just imagine, because the area is warm. Okay, for the zoologists, you would be very interested to know that the water snake causing this psoriasis and the black fly causing the liver blindness, onchocerciasis, the tsetse fly, the sleeping sickness, the trypanosomiasis. So changes in the surface temperature of the sea could increase the cholera, shellfish poisoning, waterborne infections, and toxin-related illness. There is also this potential rise in cholera. Again, coming back to this Pakistan flex, because I am also volunteer to go there. The cholera killed 25 years ago. Most of them were children. Cholera has re-emerged now in such countries where, like in Pakistan, because of this floods. So, global warming could significantly increase the number of cholera cases worldwide. So we are not having any good news and happy news. I wish I had a different topic to talk about, but then this is the truth. And if this is not news, I wish this slide was there. I don't know why it is stuck here. The Washington Post and the New York Times, they have already come up with some headlines that the infectious disease may rise as the world gets warmer. Climate changes are playing a role in India's plague. We are actually talking about India. Expect the health effects from the climate change to get worse. So should we fear a global plague? You better be on the alert. We put it in the red alert. Because on one side we are economically getting, we are highly educated, we are rich, as we consider ourselves. So what is the use? Because we all in the same planet. We could be in a different country, and this is going to really harm us if nothing is done. And so this is basically just a small presentation, and basically it is just an eye-opener for everyone who is interested to do something for the world. And carbon emissions in the industrialized countries, the biggest culprit is USA. Well, that's not good news for the Americans. And then comes Russia, then comes Germany, then comes Japan. So I have this, which I don't know why it's not been shown here. So the solar power has come in, and cycling has come in, and stop driving. And time when people used to ask me, which car are you driving? Come to the point that which bicycle do you have? Can you advise me which bicycle to buy? So 25 years have changed in the mindset of humans. Times have changed, and talk of something and climate change is teaching us to live in another way, more simplified, not so much in gadget. This is the gadget world. So how are we connected with each other? Social media, right? Laptops, computers, and phones, tablets, name them. The kids even know more. Good and bad is how you use it. So the greatest risk lies with the inaction. Right? That's my favorite mantra, I call it. If we do not do anything about it, I and you simply don't exist anymore. Because this is getting worse and worse by the day in every part of the world. And money is not going to save you now. So the health threats make potential economic gains already been shown by the experts. In the Wall Street Journal, they're talking, they make money every day, someone with $1 million. They're telling them it won't save you if your air is polluted, your water is polluted, everything is polluted now. So if we give it a good news, let me find some solutions to this very serious, somber topic here. So what answers can we find today? What are the messages we can have? They're going away. Recycle materials, right? Recycle, reuse, as we call them. More efficient use of the agricultural chemicals. I had witnessed and even listened to the speakers. I learned a lot from them. Beautiful speakers. A lot of information gathered. A lot of experts talking about the knowledge that they have. Especially that one from water, was an eye-opener for me. Better insulation at home, energy efficient lighting and production equipment, You see, you can migrate and you think your problem is solved. No, but you cannot migrate from climate change. Climate change is going to attack you in all the 7 countries. So I've always tell people, you can migrate just for the few reasons we all migrate for, but that is not going to help in the final. I call it the last mile. The last mile is the climate change. We do not do anything about it, which is inaction, as I call it, and which is the worst thing happening. So I even took so much pains in doing this, simply for the reason that I have passion for this climate. I feel that there could be a lot of experts listening there, people who have passion for, like me, for the same subject, and there could be some people sitting there and thinking of some way out. So that's the snowball effect. That's the ripple effect, because we call good begets good. So if I do something good and you learn from me and I learn from you, the good increases. So 150 countries signed the United Nations framework of the Convention on the Climate Change. This happened in 1992. And now they've come up to the Montreal Protocol. And as I began the talk, this photo day celebrated on September 16th every day. News for me, I understand. It's for the same reason that ozone is even much more important than oxygen. So imagine, it may not be used here in the hospital, but it will be used in the atmosphere. And it is the one that is saving us, believe me. So at current pace, carbon dioxide reduction is not possible, and 5 countries have admitted. And who are those 5 countries? US, France, Japan, Germany, UK. They have already said, if we do not change our habits, let's say if we do not come from the car to the bicycle, for a very simple reason, we are picking up. So they are already making cycle lanes in Holland and cycle lanes in most of European countries. Not much progress in Asia, I will tell you. America is mixed. So which means people are changing their habits. But then again, this is very individual. It is up to us whether we want to do this or not. You know the 3 great lies that take place in the world? The check is in the mail. I just sent you a check. Have you received it? No, I have not received it. My diet starts tomorrow. I have never dieted, right? I want to reduce my weight, but I'm not going to diet, right? So the earth is getting dangerously warm. So we are thinking, the earth is getting dangerously warm. We do not want to put the finger at ourselves, because we are the reason for this warmth, for this climate change, for this rise in earth temperature and this rise in the sea level, because we are the one who are doing it. Okay, what can you do at home? Now let's talk some sense. Let's talk some answers. Don't worry, I give you all the answers. So drive a more fuel efficient car. When you want to buy a car, try to get that kind of car. Now electrical vehicles are going to come. Petrol is going to decrease. You can carpool. They do it in Singapore. It's very important now. And use transit, mass transit, they call it. They already have LRT, MRT in India now. Walk or bicycle. Yes, out of fashion, but you have to do it. Insulate your home and office, lower your thermostat. Temperatures, the AC, do it at 24.5. Use energy efficient lighting, the bulbs they have come up with, and other equipment in your home and office. Recycle, reuse, reduce the unnecessary packaging. I was even talking to a scientist who said, I use old furniture. There is less carbon emission. Can you believe that? We like to buy new furniture. Not stopping people from having their own lifestyle, but this is from the expert talking to people who want to have some change in life. Use a fan instead of air condition. Now I see some fans here, which I'm happy to see. I use a fan. So what you can do is educate people about the global warming. That's what I am doing now. And I'm learning from you as well. Support the weather watch warning systems. It's not a joke, this samachar we get, Mausam ka samachar, so we think this is all nonsense. I have been to parts of the world where I knew the storm is coming. So every pilot, when he starts to fly the plane, has to check this. Every captain of the ship has to check this. And so these warning systems are very important, and they're very well placed in the world. There's a tsunami system now in Hawaii. Research health trends related to the global warming. Discuss the climate change with your colleagues. Start talking about this subject. Publish articles if you can, if you're a good writer, if you have knowledge about the subject. Green your workplace. I get a lot of this emails from Dr. Mamta. I really am very grateful to her. A wonderful person. I met her in Harvard. Green greetings, she will put it. And I learned this from her, and I started green greetings to everybody, and they like it. So I like it. So join a task force. I was in this. I am in the task force actually. Participate in the public dialogue about the problems associated with the global warming, if that interests you. So write to the policymakers. I saw some very important people today before my speech, and I was listening to them. And when you voice your opinion to them, they listen carefully, and they have power in the government, and they can make changes, and that finally helps the government in the country, and that holds true for every country. Draft a petition, go for mass signatures, support the stronger regulatory emission standards, write to the editor of your local newspaper or professional magazine. And now I will reveal the name of this Nobel Prize NGO. Actually, this is an NGO. So this is called the Physicians for Social Responsibility. You know, as a doctor, people think you work in a clinic or a hospital only. There are people who have done all this and who want to do something different, want to make a difference in the world. So this is one of them. So I am also in MSF Medicine Sans Frontiers. It's a French organization, Doctors Without Borders, which means you have a white passport, a diplomat, this status, and you can go anywhere in the world, and you don't need a license to practice in that country because you just go to help. So Physicians for Social Responsibility, they took it on themselves that we would love to do something for the world. Enough of this selfishness and money making. And come on, doctors are not gods. I always call this just a career at the most, maybe a job. And if you can help others, it's wonderful. And by the way, the definition of doctor is to teach, which people have forgotten. So this is an affiliate of USA, and this is International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. As you can see, Ukraine war is taking place, and now they are very much afraid after the Chernobyl, disaster and the Fukushima disaster. The war plant, the nuclear plants, they will be affected if there's flooding, and even Pakistan has, and so they are afraid of if water enters those plants. So just imagine why this is happening. So 1985, they got the Nobel Peace Prize. This is based in Washington. Something I wanted to share with you because I found this very relevant and important, and they are so modest. This organization is so modest, and these physicians are so modest that they just do their work, and they're not just for name, fame, and even they were surprised that they had this Nobel Prize. And I just thought it's my duty to show you this. I feel grateful to be invited to be the keynote speaker for today. I'm happy if students have learned. I found them 426. Last counting, which is absolutely wonderful. On a solemn note, because we are the part of Commonwealth, we have the monarch, the Queen, who just passed away, and I'm going to the British High Commission in Kuala Lumpur here to sign the condolence book after this. And also meeting the Indian High Commissioner in Malaysia, His Excellency Shri B.N. Reddy as well. That is what the Indians are now encouraged to go to their embassies, high commissions, and talk about problems. And he encourages people to visit India and help India become great again. Why I'm saying this is because basically I'm an Indian in another land, and I visited just now Alwar. I felt an RRC, and I'm very grateful to the organizing committee for this conference, which they have just done, and there will be more in future, for which I want to congratulate them. So with that, I end my talk, my address, and I want to wish you all a nice day, a happy day, a World Ozone Day. It is important to know that we have an ozone layer above us, which we never even thought of, which was all the way protecting us, and it is now high time that we seal that hole. We try to bridge that gap. And with that, I end my talk. Thank you. God bless you. Dhanyavad. Namaste. Jai Hind.
Hello. Thank you so much, Dr. That was just amazing presentation. And I always say that you speak as if you are just talking and you get such quick technical learning. I think that is what the first point of yours. So now it's time for thank you so much for your presence and BBC here in London. Thank you so much, Apri. So now it's time for the third keynote address, which is delivered by Dr. Marjon B. and State. Dr. Marjon B. and State is currently working as an assistant professor at Surigao, Florida State University. In a climate campus, Surigao in Nordic Philippines. He has delivered talks on many different platforms on agroforestry, water conservation, and climate change industry awareness, and developing key for impacted communication. Dr. Agisnik has been the recipient of many awards like Excellent Speaker on Agroforestry, Soil and Water Conservation, Excellent Speaker on Climate Change, Agroforestry Awareness, Excellent Speaker on Developing Keys for Effective Communication, and International Outstanding Assistant Professor. He has presented papers at 4 international conferences and has 6 national and 10 international publications as well. The chairperson for this event is
Hello, Madam. Thank you so much for your introduction. Can I share my slide now?
Yes.
Hello, Madam. Have you seen my slide?
Please share your slides.
Hello, Madam. Have you seen my slide?
Not yet, sir. We can also
Not yet.
now we don't
Hello, Madam. Have you seen my slide?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good day to one and all, especially to the organizing committee of this prestigious event organized by Rishi government. Good day to one and all, especially to the organizing committee of this prestigious event organized by Rishi government, Autonomous College Alwar Rahastan, India, headed by Professor and Dr. Hukam Singh, Patron and Principal of RRC Alwar. Before I will start to discuss my topic, to discuss my chosen topic to share in this international seminar entitled The Impact of Ozone Layer Depletion on Climate Change, I just want to extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to Rishi Government Autonomous College, Alwar, Rahastan, India, headed by Professor and Dr. Hukam Singh, Patron and Principal of RRC Alwar, for inviting me for this event. Heartfelt thanks also extended to the organizing committee and event participants. By the way, I am Marjan Villamor Anislag, Assistant Professor in Agroforestry Department of Surigao del Norte State University of the Philippines. And the topic that I would like to share with you for this day is the role of agroforestry in mitigating ozone layer depletion and climate change.
The sides are not moving. Okay.
The contents, the contents of this presentation are the introduction, which focuses on its problem and objectives, the solution using the importance of agroforestry and practices, then the conclusion and recommendation. In this slide, I just want to inform you that ozone layer depletion causes increased ultraviolet radiation levels at the Earth's surface, damaging our human health. Adverse effects include increases in certain types of skin cancers, eye cataracts, and immune deficiency disorders. And because of these effects, ozone layer depletion, we observe that most of the victims are sometimes our relatives, neighbors, and family members who are engaging in activities under the sun for the whole day without proper protection of their skin or heads. And I know for myself that any one of us does not dream to be one of the victims of the effect of ozone layer depletion. So, this is the reason why we are here today attending this webinar. Ozone layer depletion is a serious problem that impacts our human health. So this time we should have to think about what those human activities cause ozone layer depletion. The activities contributing to ozone layer depletion include manufactured chemicals, especially halocarbon refrigerants, solvents, propellants, and foam blowing agents, most particularly the chlorofluorocarbons. They are greenhouse gases that can contribute to climate change and are also largely responsible for stratospheric ozone loss over recent decades. Though these activities are harmful to our ozone layer, they are still important for the progress of our daily living. Moreover, as concerned citizens, since these activities are existing, we do not need to stop them since we know the importance of those products. Instead, we should have to encourage government bodies to implement properly our environmental laws and republic acts, so the impact of these activities on ozone layer will also be minimized. Orienting the workers of the manufactured chemicals, especially the halocarbons, refrigerants, solvents, propellants, and foam blowing agents, is also one of the best actions. So they will also have concerning mitigation of ozone layer and its impact to the health of our countrymen. After discussing the cause and effects of ozone layer depletion in this slide, I just want to share with you the objective of this presentation, which aims to provide awareness about the importance of agroforestry and practices as an art and science able to alleviate ozone layer depletion and climate change. Agroforestry can help mitigate ozone layer depletion in a way that the planted trees along the short-term crops will be able to absorb greenhouse gases through their stomata or pores, effectively filtering these chemicals from the air. Trees also mitigate greenhouse gas effect by trapping heat, reducing ground level ozone levels, and releasing life-giving oxygen. Moreover, through promoting agroforestry farm practices, we as individual people can help ourselves, our family, community, country, and earth as a whole. Because if now we would practice planting trees in our backyards, we assure that negative impacts of ozone layer depletion to our human health, like the skin cancers, eye cataracts, and immune deficiency disorders, as I mentioned earlier in the slide number 3, will no longer be experienced by the next generation. The more we plant trees integrated with understory food crops and livestock, the more the greenhouse gas emissions so the atmosphere will be trapped. I know for myself that any one of you here is somehow the first time hearing the term agroforestry. Am I right? If yes, this time I have to give you an elaboration that agroforestry is recommended by most scientists and environmental experts per country to mitigate the effects of global warming and also for the increasing demand for food. Essentially, agroforestry's main goal is to combine both modern and traditional land use systems where trees are managed together with crops or animal production. Therefore, agroforestry is an agricultural system that involves the interaction of trees, shrubs, and agriculture where they are designed and managed as a whole unit. In other words, agroforestry is a land use management practice combining both forestry and agriculture. Some call it agriculture with trees to improve crop productivity, but also increase biodiversity and soil fertility and reduce soil erosion. In agroforestry, the ecological function of trees, crops, and animals can increase food production while at the same time reducing the impact of agriculture on the environment. Planting trees in agricultural lands can help increase food production and boost food security. Moreover, agroforestry helps improve health and nutrition due to increased diversity and quality of food outputs. As part of agroforestry, tree planting can be used as a source of fuel, food, and non-wood products that can be consumed or sold, resulting in additional food and security. Generally, trees can improve nutritious fruits, nuts, and leaves for household consumption. Failed trees and their residues can be used as wood energy for cooking and heating, while leaves can be used as forage for livestock. As to climate change mitigation and adaptation issues, growing trees in agricultural systems can reduce the impact of climate change on agriculture. Sourcing tree products from trees grown on farms reduces the need to cut trees and hence reduces the rate of deforestation, quickly getting rid on the planet's carbon sinks while releasing stored carbon into the environment. Therefore, trees in agroforestry help mitigate climate change through carbon sequestration. Further, agroforestry plays a critical role in improving climatic conditions and weather patterns by modifying microclimatic conditions such as temperature and water vapor content of air and wind speed, resulting in beneficial effects on crop growth and animal welfare. This, in general, can limit the impact of climate change and global warming on agriculture as it can help regulate air quality, water concentration, rain cycles, patterns, and wind erosion. We can apply many agroforestry practices in our backyard to help mitigate ozone layer depletion and climate change. And they are alley cropping, windbreaks, riparian forest buffers, silvopasture, and forest farming. Alley cropping is designed to plant rows of trees and or shrubs to create alleys within which agricultural or horticultural crops are produced. The importance of alley cropping is used to enhance or diversify farm products, reduce surface water runoff and erosion, improve the utilization of nutrients, reduce wind erosion, modify the microclimate for improved crop production, improve wildlife habitat, and enhance the aesthetics of the area. A windbreak is a planting usually made up of one or more rows of trees or shrubs planted in such a manner as to provide shelter from the wind and protect soil from erosion. They are commonly planted in hedgerows around the edges of fields on farms. The importance of windbreaks, they can reduce soil erosion, increase crop yields, and protect livestock from heat and cold. Windbreaks can shield buildings and roads from drifting snow. A riparian forest buffer is an area adjacent to a stream, lake, or wetland that contains a combination of trees, shrubs, and or other perennial plants and is managed differently from the surrounding landscape, primarily to provide conservation benefits. The importance of riparian forest buffer is to provide organic material as food for invertebrates, fish, and wildlife supplies, large and small pieces of body debris that provide habitat for fish, invertebrates, and amphibians. Alter how sunlight reaches the stream and is an important temperature moderator. Stabilizes stream banks and reduces erosion. Filters sediment and materials from overland runoff and roots of many plants, traps, and hold sediments. Absorbs nutrients from overland and subsurface flows. Reduces the impacts of flooding through temporary storage, interception, and slow release from heavy rains. Silvopasture is the intentional combination of trees, forage plants, and livestock together as an integrated, intensively managed system. Silvopasture has many benefits, including pasture grasses and legumes seeded in the area to help reduce erosion, provide high-quality forage, and decrease unwanted trees and brush. Forest farming or multi-story cropping is a distinctive approach to land management, combining conventional forestry management practices with those of small-scale farming or gardening to attain an environmentally and economically sustainable land use system. The importance of forest farming is to diversify forest management and enhances associated income opportunities. It also improves forest composition, structure, health, and long-term economic value. This presentation concludes that any one of us can mitigate ozone layer depletion and climate change by simply planting trees with understory food crops in our backyards or vacant lots. Moreover, all the trees have capacity to absorb all the greenhouse gases that depleted our ozone layer. Agroforestry is an art and science that would be very helpful to mitigate ozone layer depletion and climate change. This time, I am suggesting to anybody to adopt the practice of agroforestry, where the main objective is to plant more trees with understory crops to mitigate the ozone layer depletion and climate change. In this slide, I am open to answering your question. If there is no question, thank you so much for your participation on this prestigious webinar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aditi. That was a wonderful presentation, and we appreciate your presence here with us. We really wanted to have you here on our online conference with my chancellor, by Lieutenant So thank you once again for joining with us. Now it's time for our next speaker, the Arupur Srivastava. The Arupur Srivastava is a partner and member of the law and she has more than 22 years of experience in civil administration, commercial, criminal, and indirect tax, exercise, service, tax, and GST. Litigation across the courts, tribunals, educating authorities in India. She has handled international litigation for modern times. She has and continues to represent clients matter before the Supreme Court of India, High Court of Delhi, Consumer Commission of Business States, National Dispute Resolution Commission, tribunals, educate authorities, appellate authorities, various electoral tribunals, and mediation and conciliation forum. She has been involved in arbitrations, domestic and international, and the renowned arbitration council, including International Chamber of Commerce. She has been regularly involved in negotiating and drafting the wide development of commercial agreements. Her passion for natural cosmetics was in the area of natural care formulations. She has recently launched her natural skincare products in Tanzania, where she is residing right now. She also goes towards educating people about the harmful ingredients used in cosmetics and essentials and animal processes. So, is Dr. Srivastava around? She's about to join us. Someone is taking the audio problem. Is there any audio problem? Actually, it's not because I think the sound is very clear from our side. Yeah, just check it out, please. So she's she's joining us. Is my voice is clear? We have just checked the audio, the Google Meet. Is it better now? I think it's better now. Because here the audio is very clear. We have just checked the Google Meet. So, Dr. Arnold is here. मैडम आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपके अंदर है आपका इंट्रोडक्शन मैं दे चुकी हूँ अपने डेलीगेट्स को you can start with your email address.
Thank you, Mamta. Hi, all. So today, I am going to speak about cosmetics which we use and its environmental impact. So, early human records show that we have always found ways to beautify ourselves. But as innovation happened, people gradually moved from natural materials to processed, packaged materials. But what are the cost of our creativity? From natural materials to no, sorry, what are our cost of creativity and innovations with cosmetics and the beauty products? And therefore, what is the environmental impact of the cosmetics? In this article, I take a deep dive into the beauty industry to examine the impact of cosmetics on our environment. I have rounded up 7 of the biggest environmental concerns created by cosmetic industry. They have an essential role to play in urgently changing their practices and products and help deal with the climate and the wildlife crisis. Now, first is the mass production of the plastics. Packaging in the beauty industry is less practical and more fanciful. Approximately 70% of the beauty industry's waste comes from packaging, amounting to 20 billion units every year. Once you have used up your lipstick, shampoo, or body wash, it gets thrown away. Only small amounts are recycled, and currently 8 million tons of plastic enter the ocean each year. Plastic, as we all know, is not biodegradable, which means it will never decompose. Rather, it goes through a process called photodegradation, where it shatters and breaks down into the microscopic sizes. This process takes between 100 to 500 years to complete depending on the type of the plastic. The smaller the plastic, the more of a hazard it becomes and harder it is to clean up. Already 100,000 marine mammals die worldwide as a direct result of the plastic pollution. This includes dolphins, tortoises, seals, sea lions, and even whales. Researchers have discovered that plastic microfibers have to be airborne and found in the tap water. Furthermore, they have discovered microplastics in over 100 aquatic species consumed by the humans. Each year, the average person consumes around 70,000 of microplastics per meal. That's around 100 pieces of microplastics, and that's huge. The UN Environmental Program also warns that if the waste trend continues, there will be more plastic in the ocean than the fish in the ocean by 2050. Plastic pollution originating from the beauty industry does not end with the plastic packaging. Even the products themselves contain plastics, which we call microbeads. We usually find plastic microbeads in body scrubs and other beauty products as exfoliants. They are tiny plastic particles no larger than 5 millimeter. And when you use a product containing microbeads, you send countless microplastics down the drain into the water bodies. There they attract toxins and are swallowed by fish and eventually humans. Now, the second cause of concern is that the cosmetics are wiping out forests and the wildlife. And how? Palm oil is one of the most used ingredients in our cosmetics because it's being cheap. Its high demand has led to unsustainable, extensive cultivation. To make way for palm oil plantations, Huge areas of natural forest have been removed and countless animal species have lost their homes. Other cosmetic oil sources, including soy, rapeseed, and coconut, can also have the same detriments when not grown and harvested sustainably. Furthermore, 18 million acres of forest are cut down each year to make cardboard boxes, paper wraps, and packing tissues that consumers throw away as soon as they begin using the product. The third cause of concern for all of us is that cosmetics are boosting air pollution. We all love perfumes. So the perfumes, hairsprays, deodorants, we cannot live without it. But they pollute the environment as much as car pollutants. Studies have shown that scented products emit the same level of chemical vapors as petroleum emissions from the cars in the form of volatile organic compounds. These interact with other particles in the air to produce harmful ozone and a type of pollution known as PM 2.5, which is very bad for our lungs. WHO estimates that 7 million die each year from the air pollution. Many cosmetic products are made in the foreign countries and need to be transported overseas, leaving a large carbon footprint too. These carbon emissions speed up the process of global warming and pose risk to our health. Fourth cause of concern in using the cosmetic is it creates huge water waste. Water in the cosmetic industry is the most used ingredient. Although it is safe and natural ingredient from the sustainability point of view, the resource is dwindling. The United Nations has predicted that 52% of the world's population will live in the water-stressed regions by 2050. Another consequence of using water as a filler to bulk out a product is its weight. Water is heavier than most of the oils, and heavier the load, the higher the transportation emissions. Fifth cause of concern is that the beauty chemicals are killing our coral reefs. Every cosmetics we use eventually washes off and ends up in our oceans. Often, shampoos, sunscreens, creams, and lotions contain harmful chemicals which cause damage to the environment. Parabens and triclosan are the biggest culprits and have been tagged as endocrine disruptors and linked with cancer. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration calls the world's coral reefs one of the most valuable ecosystems on the earth, yet they are subjected to 4,000 to 6,000 tons of sunscreen every year. A common chemical ingredient used in almost every sunscreen is oxybenzone, also known as benzophenone 3. This is an active chemical that absorbs UVA and UVB rays, which protect skin from the sun. While this ingredient is very effective at protecting your skin, it is a culprit in the massive destruction of the coral reefs in the world's oceans. Studies show that oxybenzone damages the coral's DNA and interferes with the reproduction and the growth of young coral. Coral reefs house diverse ecosystems that provide habitat and food for many marine organisms. They also generate billions of tourist dollars to local economies. Chemical ingredients like BHT, sodium lauryl sulfate, and BHA have also been found to cause changes to the biochemistry of the aquatic life. They reduce the animal plankton population, a crucial food source to marine life, and even result in the fish death. Once these chemicals enter our waterway, they are hard to remove. Even after sewage treatment, some of these chemicals remain in our water supply. Sixth cause of concern in using cosmetic is accelerating single-use behavior and waste. Single-use items are one of the biggest contributions to the huge volume of waste in the beauty industry. Items used for applying and removing cosmetics such as wet wipes, cotton buds, and pads, face masks, and blotting sheets are only used once and then are binned. These amount to a lot of waste too. In UK, it is estimated that they use 1.8 billion plastic stemmed cotton buds each year and astonishing 11 billion wet wipes each year, causing an environmental catastrophe. Wet wipes clog up the sewage system, and by the time they enter our oceans, they become ingested by the sea life, such as turtles, who mistake them for jellyfish and eventually die. And for wet wipes that are not flushed, they end up in the landfills, where their toxic chemicals seep into the soil and poison our land. Seven is the beauty industry is still causing animal cruelty. Although the government is trying, is trying and encouraging the cosmetic industry not to test their chemical products on the animals, but it is still continuing. And testing cosmetics on animal is not only inhuman but also unnecessary. But it is also a huge polluter. Surprisingly, 80% of countries still allow cosmetics to be tested on the animals, subjecting 100 million animals a year to possible allergens that often cause suffering and death. Testing facilities are highly resource intensive and wasteful. They require huge amount of space, ventilation, temperature, stabilization, and constant lighting. They produce waste including chemical, radioactive, and biological hazards from cleaning, testing, and burning dead bodies. It is said that between 2011 and 2013, waste from the National Institutes of Health's animal testing facilities USA totaled 1.5 million pounds in weight. Boycotting animal tested cosmetics can help bring an end to the demand for these inhuman practices. So, with this, I would like to conclude my article. So, like, despite the cosmetic industry making small progress, it is clear that the green innovation is not a priority in almost $700 billion beauty industry. It is our ethos that, like, it is like what is required as a like consumer, what is required from us, how can we contribute to reduce the carbon footprints, to reduce the toxicological impact of the cosmetics. So there are some of the pointers which I have tried to bring in the article, and I hope if we follow this, we may at our level be able to reduce the toxicological impact of the cosmetics. So first is try and use natural products. This is something which I keep on advertising. Second is buy from the sustainable beauty brands. The brands, the beauty companies which use the products which are sustainable. Third is start using your conventional hankies or conventional wipes which can be reused. Fourth is continue to educate the impact of your consumerism and routines. Like we need to be little less consumerist. Next is avoid products that contain unsustainable palm oil or vegetable oil. Avoid buying sunscreen that contains oxybenzone. Try using products which are plastic free. It could be the packaging which is in plastic, or it could be the ingredients which are within your cosmetics. Opt for product packaging made with glass, tin, or recyclable paper. Next is proactively support businesses which provide refill options. And nowadays, many of the natural brands are providing you with this option. Next one is purchase cosmetics from the local companies to lower their carbon footprints. In India itself, we have so many good companies, especially in the natural field, which provide you with the best of cosmetics. So you don't have to follow the trend of purchasing something which has come from USA. And next is boycott products that are tested with the animals. So with this, I would like to end my article. I hope it is of some use to you. Thank you.
So right, there's no kind of convention like वो होगा ना, I think therapeutic सब्जी लेके आते थे और प्राप्त हुआ खाना आते थे। पहले हम अपने हैंकीज यूज्ड टू मेजर हैंकीज की ड्रेसेस और उसको हम धोने के वापस साफ दे देते थे और आज हम क्या करते हैं लाइट्स देते हैं उस तरह फेंकते थे और फाइल्स को बनाने के लिए रेगुलेटिंग्स करते हैं that really something good you have mentioned and you also said that we should buy cosmetics from the local vendors. And I think that is going to have to try in two ways. And we always say promote जो कहते हैं ना लघु उद्योगों को प्रमोशन करना चाहिए उनको तो उस तरह की चीज भी बहुत अच्छी इकोनॉमी को हेल्प करेगी और सेकेंडली we will use that those conventional herbs also which is small so we appreciate your presence and all. Thanks a lot for being with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. After starting our next speaker is Dr. Abhishek Mehta. Abhishek Mehta is working as an assistant professor at Powell Institute of Engineering and Technology, Powell University. He has 9 years and 7 months of teaching experience. His basic qualification is BCA from the Advanced Programme University, MCA from Human Management and from his applications. He has completed his PhD in the field of digital image processing and natural language. He is the recipient of many projects and awards, and is already in this cultural industry. Without wasting any time, I would like to make a quick with our chairperson of this student, Dr. Arjun Kumar Gandhi. But Arjun Kumar Gandhi is presently working as assistant professor to the Department of Chemistry at the Maharashtra Government College of Arts and Science, Aurangabad. He pursuing his doctorate from Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, Maharashtra University, Aurangabad, and has submitted his thesis on. I think this is a very old city. He's already granted a PhD. Heartiest congratulations to you, Dr. Gandhi. Because I remember I got that group. So we thought that we are a doctor. So without wasting any time, I would request Abhishek Mehta kindly start with speaker address. Dr. Mehta, stage for yours. He's joining in 2-3 minutes. Let's read for him. Hello, we are waiting for our speakers to please stay with us. We are pushing this about the planet. There is a technical problem. There is a technical problem. Mr. Gandhi, is there a Dr. Ajay Kumar Gandhi is the chairperson of the session. Is there?
Yes, yes, madam. I'm here with you guys only, waiting for him.
Yeah. It's probably just dangerous or whatever we're talking, right? I was reading out to senior that you are pursuing your PhD.
Extremely sorry, madam. Mamta madam, you are not audible. You are not audible.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, little bit only. Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me now?
yes, a little bit only.
So second voice is part of your. Is it better?
Yes, little better, but it can be more audible. I mean, it can be enough. Hello.
I think consider my technical, I'm asking my technical team if they can help with anything to us. Is it better? No. I think they have flagged something and is there any improvement in the audio? Is there any improvement in the audio? Yeah, I'm still not audible. Audio में नहीं है, अब clear ये दो चीजें होती हैं, ये बताएं कि audio it's not clear. It's equally. They are saying it's equally. It's better this way. Abhishek Prakash. I have to find out.
Yes, ma'am.
Best friend, आपको इंट्रोड्यूस की होगा के साथ. So
Yeah.
your chairperson is here, so he is start with the presentation.
Yeah. Hello. My voice is audible, ma'am. Mamta, ma'am.
Yes, very much. Yes, very
Yeah.
much.
Okay. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. And sorry for the inconvenience because of I'm there in some meeting, so that's why I'm not able to join. So, once again, good afternoon to one and all present over here. First of all, I would like to thank the Rajrishi Government Autonomous College, Rajasthan. I would like to thank Dr. Mamta Sharma, ma'am, and I also would like to thank Muskan, ma'am, to give me an opportunity to speak something today in this seminar. So, dear all participants, today I will explain about, and today with my talk that is related to some climate changes that will be occurred by some computer science terminologies, and the terminologies that is called as cloud computing, right? So today we will discuss about the cloud computing and how it is effect to the environment and what are the benefits are there, and AI also, artificial intelligence. Okay, so that we will discuss in the today's talk. Okay, so I share my screen over here. So hope my screen is visible at your end. So my screen, yeah, so my screen is visible. Can anyone? Okay. So basically, hello. Okay. So the cloud computing for the climate modeling, evaluation, challenges, and benefits. That is our today's topic. So basically, what is called as a cloud computing? The cloud computing is the mature technology and that has already shown the benefits for a wide range of academic research domain, and that is in turn to utilize a wide range of application design models, right? So the cloud for computing is nothing but they are given some extra spaces if I have the some data, right? So if I have some data but I am not having spaces, right? So the cloud computing, that is the one technology, the technology is fruitful, right, to save all the data on the cloud, so I can use from anywhere and anytime. Okay, but it sometimes there are some climate changes out there. Okay, so the cloud computing is a tool to improve the range of resources available for the climate science to presenting the evaluations of two different climate models, and that is called as a public cloud computing environment. It is provided the three different public vendors: Amazon, Google, and the Microsoft, right? These three are providing the cloud computing platforms: the Amazon, Google, and the Microsoft. So the adaptations and the procedures necessary to run the models in these environments are described. So the computational performance and the cost of each model within the new type of environments that we will discuss. Even the assessments given in the qualitative terms. That means we will also discuss about the problem that is related to the computing security, reliability, and scientific reportability. So the continuous rapid increase in the computing power, that is a factor of progress of the numerous scientific disciplines that is over the last few decades, and increase the computing power. So again, that is a field of climate modeling. Okay, and the leading of more accurate assessment, that is impact of the climate changes. So when I'm using the any cloud computing platforms, right? So when I'm using the cloud computing platform, then obviously, right, the some electronics power that will be increased when I'm using such a kind of computing supercomputers, and when I'm using such a kind of computing mechanisms, right? So this changes is therefore the commensurate and the cycle to requiring the ever greater computational resources, and that is one that happening to across nearly all research domain. But this is extremely prevalent in the grand challenge area for the climate and for the geoscience. So with this, over last 20 years, the many scientists have been running the simulations in the high performance computing that is called as a HPC. And this environment and transferring the output data that is in the local system for analysis. We all are using the local system. If I want to use the supercomputer, then again there is some, it is actually harmful, right, for because there is a it consumes a too much electro magnetics, right? So it require more electromagnetics. So this is a perfectly reasonable propositions when the data volumes were small. So however, now the output from the operational forecasting models are updated hourly. The amount have reached more than 300 TB per day. So this workflow is simply no longer possible. So therefore, the necessary bring a computing the data together by no longer moving data for the computing, but computing to the data, hence the data processing analytical capabilities associated with the some climate modeling. So that climate modeling in the sense of computer science using the cloud computing. So this cloud computing has emerged in the recent years as both a new business models and the sensible technological choices. So here these users are allowed for the resource demand as well as the IT infrastructure is there to increasing is expected continue over the next few years. So beyond this, in the private sector, the computing is also increasingly popular in the research laboratories around the world. So for example, in the April 2015, the one of the Microsoft Cloud and the Azure Cloud, the climate data award program in support for the White House, right, for the initiative. And the European Commission established the plan to develop the Open Science Cloud at the end of 2016 on the cloud platform. Such a kind of platforms run on the Hadoop. Hadoop, that is also one platform. In that platform, the cluster computings are available. So in that, we can store all the data either locally and either remotely. So this data cluster of the science and technology that facilitates the councils and center of the environmental data archival work in the part of piece of cloud computing infrastructure. So these approaches is also used by the MAT offices. Even in the cloud computing, there are total 3 types of services that are provided by the cloud computing. And the first one, that is the IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service. So infrastructure as a service, that means what? They are providing the infrastructure to us. We are not purchased to any of the infrastructure, so that is not harmful to our environment, right, and our climate as well. Okay, so that infrastructure as a service that is provided by the cloud computing, so we no need to purchase uh, any type of devices or anything, cables and everything. They are only providing this all the devices virtually. That is the infrastructure as a service. The next one, that is a platform as a service. We no need to install any applications or any such a kind of softwares, right, into the computer. That each and everything that is available in the virtually online. The next one, that is a software as a services. So we all are using the Play Store, even we all are using the Apple Store, right? So that Play Stores and the Apple Store having the applications by default in the network. So if the network is connected, then we can automatically install that applications and the software from the market in our mobile phone, right? So that is nothing but this is called as the this is called as uh, software as a services or application as a services. So these all are the approaches that met the office, the other applications of cloud computing in the atmospheric ozone sciences have been compiled, and the range of the data storage and the analysis to visualizations. However, this is such a kind of examples, it is known as the infrastructure as a service. Okay, so such a kind of for computing power, that is the HPC as a service. HPC as a service has been not been explored to the same degree, but it is already more than the 10 years ago, and the single assessment of this basic cloud computing system that was performed. So more recently, other experiments have been carried out on the weather forecasting and the climate modeling. So such a kind of cloud computing having the many of the factors to careful preparations about the traditional in-house HPC. So the first one is suitability of the hardware to the particular computing task, overhead the using virtualizations to ability to optimize the code on the cloud resources, the cost of the computational time, even the cost of the electromagnetics waves, even the security interfaces of use, whatever the process, it's analyze the data within the cloud and transfer out of the cloud. So for climate research, the issues such as the reliability and the trust in the results are essential to ensuring the result provided by the cloud services. And this is the impact of this on the result, how to work around the problem caused have been exposed. So they are located in the hardware facilities, much larger those requested by the single user. So this is also one impact of the environment and impact of the climate changes using the cloud computing. So there are some methods are available. We will also discuss the method. So first one, that is the evaluation of climate model performance. So if I'm using the computer science, if we are using the computer science for the environment purpose, there is some model, the models are there, climate models are there for the performance that we need to prepare in the cloud computing. So in this action, we split our analysis into two different parts, the single and multiprocessor climate simulations, and there were several reasons for doing it in this way. So first of all, the nature of the experiments that we performed in each cloud platform, that was different. So in Spaces, we tested the performance of the climate simulations that deployed as a binary files running on the single cores of a processor. To avoiding compilation, the task in the cloud, however, for the MPCS case was directly compiled the model on the cloud platform. So because of that, because of the focuses of the cloud solution offered, the Google Compute Engine GCE, it's a better address to problem of the AWS and the Azure. So such a kind of AWS and the Azure, but not in the balance them with the GCE. So that is the user experience with the clear statistics about the cloud adoption. The next one, we can also use the multiple processor, but instead of multiple processor, we can also use the single processor. That single processors are running whether the task and experiments using the AWS Azure. And for this purpose, the climate simulations of CPDN and AWS, that is more compared to the 50 kilometers over the South America. Even it is nested within the global atmosphere, and only model of head AM3P. So these simulations were run on the single processor that lasted between the 3 and the 5 days. 5 days depending on the VM type. So this is the one chart. The chart is described that for the Azure time per work unit is highest, that is a D2, 122.445. The next is for the Azure price per work unit USD, that is highest in the D3V2. And for the as per time per work unit, that is the large and in the C3, and price per work unit in the USD, that is a C4 Z large, that is the 13.783. So this is the simulations of the Azure and AWS or orange bars that highlight the more similar between the vendors. So you can also use such a kind of cloud computing that is not harmful for our environment. The next one, that is also one method of user experience of the cloud vendors, right? So this cloud vendors and the user experience with the different vendors of cloud computing services that offer the different products, even the meaning that one might fit a user's needs to better than the others. So this cloud be related to the user experience and the quality of the services. Nowadays, what happened, many of the environmental researchers are also doing the research on the cloud computing. Why the cloud computing? Because in the cloud computing, because of the cloud computing, we can decrease the climate changes, right? So that is also one a good research topic of cloud computing in the era of environment and the era of climate changes. So for simulation using a large ensembles with the Bionic, for example, the main limiting of factor is the CPU, because CPUs are having too much memory, and the CPUs are taking, it consumes too much power as well. So when running a model directly over the cloud services, so however this it's given vendor cloud provider that solutions for the issue of memory and the CPU without any problem. So this all the details can be negotiated directly with the providers. So these AWS API calls are well documented and easy to integrate. So these Azure's API have the good documentation, but still have some way to go to achieve some level as a AWS. The next is that is discussion. While it might appear that for a cloud computing there are no limitations on the computing power, and there's that a user can access these perceptions is misleading. So with this cloud computing, there is a shift away from the competing even the computational resources. So this can it run and make funding for the bodies, even the researchers, more aware of real and total cost of funding to the research. Indeed, that the cloud computing was recommended some years ago, and the options for the inclusions when budgeting of research projects, which HPC needs. And these ideas consist in the definitions of the cloud computing for the business model for the environment purpose. So it must be remembered that SC options, that is also a large overhead manual operations, and this also implies need to a regular hardware and the updates upgrade. So the real example is that is the one CPU, that is a cloud MUSC, that is very environment friendly. Even there are no any harmful for the environment as well. But sometimes what happened, the cloud based system is required the considerable upfront investment. So this indeed it is expected that over the next few years, and the migration of the applications of the cloud computing services, that is always a must. So the investment that is necessary, and it is very costly as well. So one possible scenario where the data are stored in the cloud services, this can limit of the cost maintaining infrastructure of provider. So a real life example that is using the commercial vendor, this is availability of the recent ERA5 analyzer. That is nothing but that is a European Center of Medium Range Weather Forecast from AWS. This is done through known as the AWS public dataset. Furthermore, we can also go with the different available National Center of Atmospheric Research. And for the same, if data are stored in the cloud services, even this can also limit to the cost of maintaining the infrastructure for the provider of the large data sets. So in a such a kind of way, the maintenance of the repository, that is also costly, and that is also a data transferable. So there are many 6 environmental threats caused by the digital electronics. The first one, that is a mining. So what is a mining? That is the some sources of estimates that the 320 tons of gold are used in the digital electronics every year. So the rare earth materials, essentials, digital electronics, that is substances are key to the components such as hard drives, even the batteries, even the displays. It each and everything that is done by the minings. And for the same, the unwanted waste material that can alter landscapes and they damage that ecosystem. Even the begin, there's also a release unwanted toxin into the environment. For example, the candy and the mercury are the common byproducts of gold mining, and that can contribute to the contaminated water supplies. The next is the material production. So getting the raw of the materials out of the ground, it is just first step, and to be useful, they must be processed and refined. So rare earth materials is typically required, and for the same, the strong acids in the order to separate them and from unwanted substances, which create a huge waste disposable problem. So the processing metal ores, they typically require the large amount of energy to extract the purify the metal. Even the steel and the minimum require the additional energy. So for the same, the another group of the material to consider in the step of plastics, and the plastics are polymer and the long chain of the carbon based molecules. So there are the synthesized from the simpler, even the carbon compounds such as the ethylene, and the propylene for the most part. And these byproducts of this processing fossil fuel are including the crude oil and the natural gas. So this plastic production creates its own byproduct and waste, much of which can be toxic, but such as the nitric oxide that is also harmful for the environment as well. The next one, that is a manufacturing, that is also one a crucial, they are also playing the crucial role to providing the trades of the environment in the era of digital electronics. So this is the one raw material, and it is processed by the rows. Even it is also processed by the components. So our digital electronic devices are having the amount of waste is produced, and at these stages. So the sheet of the metal are cut into the part, and the step of manufacturing environmental cost as well. So many parts of the digital assemblies, from the hard drive and smartphone, that needs a repeated cleaning and the treatment to acquiring a toxic solvent, even between 2 and 4 million gallon of the water per day. So some of this water is clean, but that does not happens in all the cases. So resulting in the damage of the local water supply. So that is also a threat and harmful for our environment. The next is a shipping. Shipping, that is the also environmental threat of digital electronics. Even we tend to think of freight containers that filled with finished product. However, the shipping bill has been building even the scenes of the first mining and mechanism, but it is also delivered at the start of this process. And for the same, it takes the energy to move an object from here to there, and much of the electronics equipment is transported by the ocean and the freighters in the shipping of container. But it adds up more and more while efficient, and that contains the sulfur and can be highly polluting. Even the digital devices are also protected from the damages during the transport. Even so, they are packaged very carefully over the years, and packaging has become a more efficient. So this requiring a less spaces, so more spaces fit per container, that a stride have been made towards making the packaging recyclable. But that does not matter if those material is don't make an effective recycling streams after the delivery of the end user. So if I'm talking about the shipping, right? So shipping, that is also one a good factor and the important factor of the threats of the environment. It's caused by the digital electronics. The next is the disposable. The disposable, that means if I used, I can throw it. So we are finally nearing the end of the supply chain, but some of the same environmental costs are awaiting to take their cut on the way and out as well. So there are transportation costs involved in the disposing the millions of digital electronics and the devices that are taken out of the service every year. So unfortunately, what happened? The far to this material, the end ups in the normal waste stream wind up to the landfills. The few of these materials is the biodegrades. Even the plus many materials are submerged and corrosion other the descriptive forces. So they can also release very heavy metals, even the toxin
हॅलो
can eventually
हा
uh,
एक मिनिट बोल काय म्हणतोस हो चालू आहेत ना बाळ हो हो
so they can release a heavy metal. Even there are toxins that can eventually weigh into the water suppliers, even the rivers, even the ocean as well. So these include the plastics. Even it almost all the plastic used in the electronics, not in the biodegradable. So through they can also be recycled, and efforts made to be recycle electronics equipment with the complex and the expensive process. I know that is very expensive process, but the significant portions of the West is the shipped to the China, even the developing the countries where the environmental safety standards are lacking in the enforced. Even uncertain people attempt to very gold, recover a gold and the material from the electronic dress. So this often includes open air burning, which can release harmful particulates and heavy metals of the toxic chemicals. So that is also one disposable. That is also one trait, and that is also one crucial. That is playing also a crucial role in the digital electronics. So now I have some video. That video, it is actually very useful for you people. So here I'm playing that video, that how the artificial intelligence is beneficial for you. That is there. So here I'm sharing my screen with you for the video screen. We just to see that what is it. So hope my screen is visible at your end. The video screen. My video screen is visible. Can anyone acknowledge, please?
Hello. Yes, so we can see your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah.
Climate, extreme weather, climate action failure, and human-led environmental damage were identified as the top 3 most likely risks for businesses over the next 10 years. In 2020, there were $22 billion weather and climate disasters in the US alone, costing an estimated $95 billion in damages. Businesses need actionable environmental data to help prepare for these challenges. But today, this type of analysis requires intensive manual labor, data science skills, and computing power. But soon, it could be a lot easier. Imagine a world where advanced climate technology could be used to help retailers avoid supply chain disruptions, help utility companies determine where to clear trees to reduce wildfire risks, or help supermarkets identify refrigeration system leaks contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. Introducing the IBM Environmental Intelligence Suite, a set of software that leverages IBM's weather and geospatial analytic technologies, along with AI and automation innovations developed by IBM Research. These technologies can help businesses monitor for and be alerted to disruptive environmental conditions, such as severe weather, wildfires, flooding, or air quality. predict the potential impact of weather and climate change on business using climate risk analytics, leverage carbon accounting capabilities to estimate greenhouse gas emissions and prioritize areas for reduction. IBM is the first company to bring together AI, weather data, climate risk analytics, and carbon accounting capabilities in this way. This suite is designed to break down the silos between data science, engineering, and operation, helping organizations spend less time making sense of complex climate data and more time using it to protect their business and meet environmental goals.
So that is the one video is there. That video is big describe about the IBM, and there are many technologies are there. The technology, it is actually useful for our environment, such as the data analysis, even such as there are many technologies are there that are actually useful for our environment, and they are also providing the some benefits to our environment as well. Okay, so that is the IBM and the AI, artificial intelligence, and the IBM and the artificial intelligence, they are providing such a kind of technology. That technology is not consumes too much power. Okay, as the supercomputing and our local computer systems are actually consumes too much power to, and they are also theft. They are also thefting. Even they are also harmful for our environment as well. Okay, so that is some little in a brief introduction about the some technology. The technology it is useful for the environment. Even one more technology is there, that is called as green computing. The green computing, it is also actually it is also very useful for the same. And when I specially discussed with the when I'm specially discussed with the, some human health technology, so the information technology, that is a tremendous potential in the field of environment, and with the health in any other field like the business, economics, and the politics as well. Even in the GIS, even in the number of software, they develop the environment and the health studies as well. Even sometimes many of the researchers are doing the research in the environment, but I request to all the researchers, you can also go with the environment with the computer science. There is one technology is there in the computer science, that is the green computing. The green computing, it's involved reducing the environmental impact of the technology, and that using the less energy and reducing the waste and promoting the sustainability. Even the green computing aims to reduce the carbon's footprint and generated the IT, information technology, in the system business and related to the industry. So that is energy efficiency and e-waste are two major techniques to involve in the green computing. So the energy efficiency involve the implementations of the energy efficient central processing unit. In each and every computers, the CPUs are there. But when I'm using the when I'm using the computer of the green computing, right, then the CPU is, they are providing the energy efficient CPU, central processing unit, and there are many servers and the peripherals as well, as that is reduced and resource consumptions. Even the e-waste is the proper disposable electronic waste. So that is also green computing. The green computing, it is also benefited, okay, to the environment. So I have the brief about the green computing. So again, here I'm sharing my screen with you all. So the second question is, why the green computing? Why there are no any other computing? Right. So the green computing is the same as the cloud computing. Right. The cloud, that is nothing but that is a storage capacity. Right. So if we think about the computer, and that is non-polluting, consumes very little energy. In fact, the use of the computer play a big role in the environment pollution. So it is estimated that the out of $250 billion per day that's spent on the powering computer worldwide. Only above the 15% of the power it is spent the computing. So rest is vested idling. So that consumes energy in the main reason of the CO2 emission. Thus, this energy saved on the computer hardware and computer will equate with the tons of the carbon's emissions saved per year. So that is the entire diagram of the green computing, that the green designing, even the green manufacturing, green usage, even a green disposable, the green awareness and the green standard. Whatever that we have discussed, they all are in the green computing. So such a kind of, due to the high energy consumptions computer, the electronic gadgets and the other electronic devices like as the water, air, land, this type of brings that climate changes and air taxonomy acid and rains. So due to the high energy, such a kind of environment, the environment actually it is impact to the environment, right? And it is increasing the emissions of the harmful greenhouse gases such as the carbon dioxides result in the pollutions and the uh, deteriorated environment, even the increasing the global warming and the climate changes. So because of that reason we are using the green computing, that green computings are having, it saves our time and the efforts to make very lives easier. Even there also consumes very significant energy and generate the heat and has several negative impact of the environment. So the computer and their peripherals and the data centers having the too much produces carbon dioxide and the ambient. So in this addition, the some parts of the computers are the non-biodegradable or the recyclable. So for the same, for the manufacturing computer products, we have the toxic chemicals and the fire protection, right? So for improper disposable, these devices can be harmful for the environment. And for the same, we have the green computing. And in the year 1992, the US Environmental Protection Agency launched the Energy Star program. And in that program, they promote and recognize energy efficiency. Even the 75 different products and the categories, home, commercial buildings, and industrial plants are also being developed. And this program has been resulted that among the electronic consumers, and this program that is called as the green computing. And this initiative that is done by the some environmental NGOs, and for main purpose is to putting the efforts in this sector in the green computing, that is equipment of recycling, reductions of paper usage, virtualizations, cloud computing, power management, green computing, and the two words to save our environment. So there are many examples out there of the technology that is revolutionize the health and the safety with the technology, make the technology with full inclusive, even achieve the carbon neutral computing address that climate change. Even one of the company that can't solve the climate change, but using the green computing they solve these climate changes. And that is one of the company, that is a Swan company, and it is actually the IT company, and they are producing, they are developing and they are manufacturing the computers processor. Even they are also developing the CPU processors. Even they are also developing the supercomputers. And they are using the green computing to save our environment and save our climates. So for enhancing the environmental sustainability, we have three main use: the green design, green manufacturing, and the green use. That is basically computers, servers, printer, projector, right? So we need to design very effectively and efficiently. The manufacturing, that is minimize the waste during the manufacturing of computers and other subsystem to reduce the environmental impact of these activities. This minimizing electricity consumptions of computers, their peripheral devices, using them in the eco-friendly manner. The green disposable, that is the repurposing of existing equipment and appropriately disposing or recycling unwanted electronic equipment. So there are three ways for the cloud computing help the environment. First one, that is energy conservation with the green computing. We need to energy, using the cloud computing, the energy conservation is the possible using the CRM system. For the remote worker, they decrease the environmental footprint. Even the remote workers decrease their environmental footprint. So remote workers don't have a daily commute, right? This cut down of the fuel emissions and release into the atmosphere, and number of cars on the road, that is also decreased. So it is beneficial for our environment. The next way is it is helpful for our remember the green cloud computing helps to go paperless. We are putting all the data on the cloud computing, right, on the cloud. So that is also that is also save our environment. Why? Because there are many reasons are available. That reason is actually these reasons are actually beneficial for the environment as well. So cloud computing, that is also one crucial factor to save the environment and save the climate. So that is all about from my side today of green computing, even the some reasons of the climate changes, even the environmental changes in the field of computer science with the AI as well as with the ML. So I would like to thank uh, the Mamta ma'am, even the Muskan ma'am, even the entire organizing team, even this autonomous college, the institute, so who give me actually the opportunity in each and every time to spread and to share my knowledge with each and every participants. So thank you so much once again.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Abhishek Mehta, sir.
Yeah.
This is Ajay Kumar Gandhi, chairperson of the session.
Yeah.
And at the beginning only, I would like to make this apology that I could not hear and saw your some of the slides because it's heavily raining here and I have very poor connectivity here.
Okay.
So extremely sorry for that. But what much I could understand and what much I could learn from you is that you talked about club computing and artificial intelligence application in climatic modeling.
Yeah,
And
true.
there you talked about high performance computing things. You talked about 6 environmental threats that are
Yeah.
caused by this IT and digital electronics things.
True, true.
And at some distance after that, you talked about this why green computing is at all necessary for and why it is the call of the nature now. So you
True.
talked about in that green designing, manufacturing, and disposal things. So as I begin at the beginning, I said that I could not saw some of your slides. So I'm very much not sure that what I understood here. But definitely, I would like to assure you that I will go back to the YouTube recording and once again will listen to your session again, sir. One thing that I could make here, one more thing that I would say, that you erased one point from all the people that is having impression on the people's mind about IT peoples, that they all are sitting in closed rooms and have their ACs on and doing their just do there with computers. But you erase this thought completely and make a new statement here that no, these peoples are also contributing somewhere for the betterment of the climatic situation. They are developing many softwares. They are developing. They are giving ways out for computings also. I mean, I learned this point also. Not only you can use computers for green things, but itself computing can be a green approach. So that at that aspect also, you people are providing knowledge to the society how using computers you can using computers in a green way you can much better serve the environment also and society also. So I would like to congratulate you on that also, and thank you for making us think on that line. There are huge appreciations in the chat box I can see, and if any audience is having any question, they are free to ask to sir, if at all is there any. So yes, I can see appreciation messages in the chat section, Abhishek sir.
Yes, sir.
So people are appreciating this. If no question from people's side, audience side, then I would like to again congratulate you and thank you for such a nice information. And I would like to hand over this session to Professor Mamta, madam. Ma'am, over to you. Yes.
Disaster is going on in your place and you cannot tell you, isn't it? It's getting elevated. Something like that I'm seeing your WhatsApp messages, there's a time to go there, people. What is the vertical section, trust me, and that is what is the back of the lines, AC 2020. So our next speaker is Dr. Village Plaza, but she's taking some time. Till that time, it was something about action and justice. Start raising the
radiated steam to escape from the reactor.
Federal officials insist the danger is not imminent.
Are concerned, though, about the status of the fuel in the core. There's extensive fuel damage.
On the morning of March 28, 1979, exactly 36 seconds after 4 a.m., a series of feedwater pumps at Unit 2 of the 3 Mile Island Nuclear Generating Station near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, tripped, and the flow of water to the steam generators suddenly stopped. 2 seconds later, automated systems did as they were programmed to, and shut down the steam turbine and associated electric generator. The accident at 3 Mile Island was now 2 seconds old. 7,164 seconds later, 2/3 of the Unit 2's uranium core was without cooling water and was getting half as hot as the surface of the sun. So began the worst accident in the history of the U.S. nuclear industry, a 5 out of 7 on the International Nuclear Events Scale. Though the accident at 3 Mile Island left an indelible, infamous mark on the public's perception of nuclear power, an overwhelmingly negative one that is still traded in on to this day, this motivated perception obscures the more complicated truth. And the truth is that one of the most covered stories of the 1970s was so poorly communicated to the public that today, history remembers 3 Mile Island as an unmitigated disaster and not what it actually was, an inevitable series of human errors that resulted in a harmless failure. This is the true story of the 3 Mile Island accident. For all the technicality that goes into splitting the atom, a nuclear power plant is surprisingly simple. Rods of fuel are brought close enough together to cause sustained chain reactions, which generate a lot of heat. That heat is exchanged with water running in a separated loop and turns into steam. That steam is used to spin turbines, and that makes electricity. The steam is then cooled by towers and condensed to re-enter the system. And all along the way, various systems, valves, and pressurizers keep the system running smoothly. The most important part of a nuclear power plant is the core, where fuel, typically uranium, is kept at the desired water heating temperature by control rods, which can be inserted into the core at will to almost instantly soak up the neutrons, continuing chain reactions, and shut the core down. It's a design that, despite what politicians may say, is impossible to turn into an atomic weapon. That being said, a reactor core without an ability to cool itself can be extremely dangerous. If cooling water were at any time to boil away, even a recently shut down core will start heating back up. At 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit, superheated water reacts with material in the fuel rods to produce hydrogen, an explosive gas. And at 5,200 degrees Fahrenheit, the fuel itself melts, releasing radioactive materials into the system's water and/or eating through the reactor shielding to produce a flow of unstoppable corium, arguably the most dangerous substance on Earth. To protect against all of this, the fuel rods that hold the fuel pellets are designed to withstand extreme temperatures, and the reactor vessel is a monolith of steel and concrete. 3 Mile Island's Unit 2 reactor was 40 feet of 8-inch thick steel inside of 2 concrete and steel shields with a total thickness of 9 feet, all inside a containment building 193 feet high with reinforced concrete walls 4 feet thick. Nuclear power buildings are extremely robust, even under enemy fire. It's this design that made what happened at 3 Mile Island an accident and not a disaster.
The 1979 accident at 3 Mile Island Unit 2 severely damaged the reactor core.
The following is a to-the-second sequence of events that killed both TMI's second reactor and the momentum behind nuclear power in the United States. 30 seconds after 4 a.m., 10 miles southeast of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the feedwater pump system to the reactor core tripped, stopping the flow of water to the steam generators. 2 seconds later, the interrupted flow of feedwater caused the reactor coolant temperature to increase and the water to expand. The pilot-operated relief valve opened to release the pressure increase. 8 seconds later, the pressure was still building and the reactor dropped all At this point, the relief valve should have closed itself to return pressure to the system, but it was stuck open, a condition for which there was no indication among the control room's hundreds of lights and switches. Less than a minute into the emergency, operators in the control room noticed that the emergency feedwater pumps had turned on. What the operators did not notice were the 2 lights that indicated no water was running through those pumps. One was covered by an old, yellowing maintenance tag. No one knows why the second light was missed. Over the next 2 minutes, the secondary loop of the reactor would boil dry, and the emergency core cooling system would kick in, attempting to flood the overheating core with 1,000 gallons of water per minute. However, assuming that the in fact blocked emergency pumps were already flowing and not wanting to fill the entire system with water, the operators in the control room turned off the emergency cooling system. For the next 2 hours and 20 minutes, the relief valve would remain open. It had an indicator light only showing that a signal was sent to close it, not whether or not it was physically closed, allowing over a third of all the coolant water to escape the system, after which the core started to overheat. Had this single valve closed, had anyone left the emergency cooling systems on, quote, the accident at 3 Mile Island would have remained little more than a minor inconvenience.
SQL or SQL is an absolute must skill to have if you want to even think about starting your career as a data analyst or a data scientist. Using a SQL query, you can optimize the sales funnel, look at the business trends in your industry, or for that matter, run any basic analytics within minutes. If this sparks your interest.
How does something fail? That's difficult to determine for something as complicated as a nuclear reactor. The pathway to any accident could have hundreds or thousands of crossroads. A meltdown or not could depend on a button not pressed, a valve not closed. Assessing risk in complex systems, therefore, is incredibly complicated. But is discovering every possible pathway to failure even possible, as diagrams like these of 3 Mile Island's potential turning points try to do? Was 3 Mile Island, in fact, a normal accident? After Reactor 2 failed in 1979, it inspired sociologist Charles Perrow to develop his normal accident theory, which postulates that accidents like nuclear meltdowns are inevitable, the result of unanticipated interactions of multiple failures within a complex system. Given the innumerable variations that might cause a failure in a highly complicated system, a single stuck valve, a pump out of maintenance, a plant manager not having his coffee that morning, Perrow argued that 3 Mile Island was normal in that it was unexpected, incomprehensible, uncontrollable, and unavoidable. Normal accidents, then, were caused by the flap of a butterfly's wing, so to speak, by systems so complicated that even trivial or random events could lead to chaos. The idea of a normal accident revolutionized the academic study of safety and risk. An accident, failure, or disaster in a complex system is never the result of just one thing, and by examining them as interweaving webs of causation rather than isolated events, we might learn how to prevent them. But in the case of the reactor about to partially melt down 10 miles southeast of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, we should have seen it coming. According to the report of the President's Commission on the Accident at 3 Mile Island, the pilot-operated relief valve, the single opening that ultimately led to a reactor meltdown, had failed 11 times before March 28, 1979. The company that made these reactors, Babcock and Wilcox, never told its customers. 18 months before the accident in Pennsylvania, a Babcock and Wilcox reactor in Ohio failed in exactly the same way as 3 Mile Island was about to do, except operators there caught their mistake quickly. A senior engineer at Babcock and Wilcox wrote an internal memorandum that if the reactor there had been operating at full power, it was only operating at 7%, quote, "It is quite possible, perhaps probable, that core uncovery and possible fuel damage would have occurred," end quote. But again, Babcock and Wilcox issued no new instructions to customers. This memorandum, which, quote, "fell between the cracks," was written just 13 months before 3 Mile Island had a meltdown. Then there was TMI's control room, which investigators found had key indicator lights on the backs of panels, switches out of calibration, and tags covering warning panels, and never fewer than 52 alarms blinking at all times. Over 100 alarms would sound when the reactor started to fail in Pennsylvania, and it was impossible to sort the critical ones from the usual. Finally, the valves that would fail at 3 Mile were in disrepair. Reportedly, boron stalactites more than a foot long hung from these valves, and stalagmites were building up from the floor. What happened at 3 Mile Island may have been a kind of normal accident, as Charles Perrow would later define it, but it was not unexpected. 2 hours after the accident at 3 Mile Island had started, low-level radiation alarms were blinking in the unoccupied containment building where the reactor was dying. A few minutes later, investigations show the fuel in the core was no longer covered by cooling water and would remain uncovered for a maximum of 38 minutes. At 6:22 a.m., operators in the Unit 2 control room asked if anyone had closed the block valve, a backup valve to be shut if the pilot-operated relief valve failed. The response was, "I don't know." The block valve was then shut, the loss of coolant was stopped, but the accident continued. For some unexplained reason, according to the President's Commission report, the emergency core cooling pumps weren't turned on for another hour. At 6:54, the reactor coolant pump was turned on, then shut off again 19 minutes later due to heavy vibrations. Calculations would eventually show that with 8 feet of the 12-foot-tall core uncovered, temperatures inside would reach at least 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, causing major damage to the fuel rods, fuel, and the reactor structure as it partially melted down. Several areas of the plant now reported high levels of radiation. At 7 a.m., 3 Mile Island declared a site emergency, as the core now threatened, quote, "an uncontrolled release of radioactivity to the immediate environment." Shortly after 3 Mile Island officially declared an emergency, rising radiation readings caused emergency workers to evacuate the on-site auxiliary building. Minutes later, a radiation detector at the top of the containment building read 8 rems per hour. But because the detector was shielded by lead, that figure was actually 100 times higher, and closer to 800 rems per hour, a dose that would exceed the maximum yearly dose limit for civilians in less than half a second. At the same time, plant operators finally turned on the emergency core cooling system, flooding the reactor with 1,000 gallons of water per minute, but they mistakenly shut it off 18 minutes later. At 7:24 a.m., 3 Mile Island declared a general emergency, a, quote, "incident that has the potential for serious radiological consequences to the health and safety of the general public." During his deposition, engineer William Dornsife would remember what he said at that moment. Quote, "I said to myself, this is the biggie." The traffic reporter at Harrisburg's WKBO radio station was using a CB radio to scan for police chatter. At 8 a.m., he heard something good. Police and firefighters were mobilizing near Middletown, the closest area to the nuclear power plant. WKBO's news director called the plant shortly thereafter, but he accidentally got his call routed directly to the control room and to one of the operators scrambling to bring the core back under control. Quote, "I can't talk right now. We've got a problem," a man said. The man then denied there being any fire engines headed towards the plant and told the news director to call the local utility company. At 8:25 a.m., the public found out what was happening at 3 Mile Island. Not from the plant itself, not from public relations, not from any regulatory body, but from a top 40 music station.
This is Mike Pimzek in the KBO newsroom. Med-Ed company officials had to shut down their 3 Mile Island nuclear power station unit number 2 this morning after an accident occurred within the plant's turbine system.
So began a media frenzy that made the 3 Mile Island accident one of the most reported stories of the decade and what has to be one of the worst PR disasters of all time.
On an average, public speakers, trainers, coaches make up to 500 rupees a month. And you can get paid as a public speaker from day one, even if you have never spoken before. Join me in my 5-day Speak to Shine workshop where I will show you exactly how you can start your public speaking career and get paid in just...
In retrospect, it's not surprising that the memory of 3 Mile Island is so negative and so inaccurate. While reactor operators were still trying to soothe the dying core, core manufacturer Babcock & Wilcox made the conscious decision not to comment on the incident, even when company officials believed misinformation was being made available to the public, according to the President's Commission. During press conferences, official sources of information appeared unprepared, confused, and many times contradictory. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission, now in contact with 3 Mile, didn't provide enough technical experts for interview, and so local and national reporters had extreme difficulty in interpreting the specifics of the event, the probability of a true disaster, and the releases of radiation and their possible health effects. In turn, a distorted and confusing picture was presented to the public. Similarly, politicians learned about the accident from these confusing reports and not from their own emergency preparedness people. At one point, Lieutenant Governor William Scranton was publicly contradicted about released radiation by information reporters had gathered from the power utility, Med-Ed. Quote, "This was the first contradictory bit of information that we received, and it caused some disturbance," Scranton later reported. The following days were a flurry of that same disturbance. On March 29th, more than a day after the first pump tripped, the power plant began discharging slightly radioactive cooling water that had been accumulating in their tanks, now close to overflowing, but without notifying any downstream communities or the press. The water was harmless. The lack of transparency was not. Friday morning would prove the most consequential for 3 Mile Island's legacy. During normal operations, a reactor like 3 Mile Island's generates radioactive gas, more specifically, the noble gases krypton and xenon. This gas builds up in the reactor over time and is stored in a tank, where the short-lived krypton and xenon isotopes can safely decay away. At 7:10 a.m. on Friday morning, a supervisor monitoring the rising pressures from these gases made the decision to open the valves and transfer them to the decay tank. He knew that because of leaks in the system, this would release radioactive gas into the environment. He ordered the transfer anyway, without telling either the power utility or other 3 Mile Island officials. And 1 minute after 8 a.m., a helicopter reported a reading of 1,200 millirems per hour above the plant's vent stack. It was over an hour before the supervisor told anyone what he did. The lack of communication between operators, utilities, regulators, and public officials can only be described as a meltdown of another sort. Just before noon, the vice president of power generation at Med-Ed was pressed for more information at a briefing. Reporters already knew that 1,200 millirems per hour was somewhere at the plant. The Med-Ed official pictured here did not. They asked him for clarification, whether the radiation was controlled, whether it was from the discharged water, whether it was on-site or off. "I hadn't heard the number 1,200, he answered. "I don't know why we need to tell you each and everything that we do specifically." End quote. That sentence marked the end of Med-Ed's credibility with the media. At almost the exact same time Med-Ed was melting down publicly, Pennsylvania Governor Richard Thornburg got a call. It was the President of the United States. 40 minutes later, the governor had a meeting with his aides. An advisory went out from the governor's office shortly thereafter, something that was arguably the most impactful thing that happened during the accident. All pregnant women and preschool children were encouraged to leave the area within a 5-mile radius of the power plant until further notice. On the morning of the 30th, a local man recalled, all hell broke loose, and we left for Delaware to stay with relatives. End quote. Residents fled, schools closed, health professionals evacuated. President Jimmy Carter would arrive to see 3 Mile Island in 2 days. Officials on the ground needed to get the situation under control now. And then it got worse. The Friday, Saturday, and Sunday after the accident were the most hectic. The Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency directed officials to start drawing up wider evacuation plans. First 10 miles, then 20. 6 counties, 650,000 people, 13 hospitals, and a prison were inside this radius. At 2 p.m. on March 30th, Harold Denton, an expert sent by Jimmy Carter, arrived at 3 Mile Island. He soon learned that a bubble of approximately 1,000 cubic feet of gases had built up inside the reactor core. Superheated steam was reacting with the zirconium cladding of the uranium fuel rods and producing hydrogen, a potentially explosive gas. That night, Denton briefed Governor Thornburg in person for the first time, and then the two men held a press conference. No general evacuation orders at this time, with the continued exception of pregnant women and young children within 5 miles. On Saturday, investigation of the bubble began. Unable to see inside the reactor vessel or even enter its building, scientists from all over the country, from all sides of the problem, started calculating. Hydrogen is explosive, but only in the presence of oxygen and some energetic ignition source. So the real question was whether or not there was also enough oxygen in the core to spontaneously combust with the hydrogen, a potential catastrophe if it ruptured the vessel and exposed fuel to the open air. Thankfully, the 3 Mile Island reactor was rated to withstand the pressure of such a blast, but public relations was not. Throughout the day, calculations flew back and forth between scientists. There was enough oxygen, then there wasn't. There were 5 days before there was enough gas in the core, and then there were less than 2. No definitive answer, no sigh of relief or brace for impact. The first notice to the public that some NRC officials feared the bubble might explode spontaneously went out at 8:23 p.m. that day. But later that night, Harold Denton would tell the press that, quote, there is not a combustible mixture in the containment or in the reactor vessel, and there is no near-term danger at all, end quote. This was contradicting, yet again, reports in the media. No, there is no disagreement, he explained. I guess it is just the way things get presented. But Denton, in fact, knew there was disagreement, and the President of the United States would be there in less than 24 hours to hear about it if it wasn't resolved. The night the public learned about the bubble and the uncertainty it pulsed with, all hell once again broke loose, and emergency preparedness offices throughout central Pennsylvania were deluged with worried callers. Scientists continued calculating and continued disagreeing, but now they had a way out. They had a much safer potential solution. Pressurized water reactors like those at 3 Mile normally operated with free hydrogen molecules in the system. That way, if oxygen did start to build up to dangerous levels, it would react with the free hydrogen to form harmless water, thereby eliminating the risk of an explosion. The infamous hydrogen bubble in Unit 2 could be doing the same thing, could be eating up any oxygen so as to make explosion impossible. Scientists just had to prove that. The officials that went to the private airport hangar to meet President Carter were still debating the oxygen problem seconds before he touched down. At 1 p.m., the president would don some protective wear and tour the 3 Mile Island plant himself. Thankfully, by 4 p.m., and with help from scientists all around the country, on-site engineers had proved it. The processes inside the reactor were still violent, but they were not explosively so. There would never be enough oxygen. A few hours later, readings would show that the bubble was getting smaller, not bigger. The accident was getting better, not worse. But the communication meltdown continued. Now reading from the report of the President's Commission on the accident at 3 Mile Island, quote, by late Sunday afternoon, NRC, which was responsible for the concern that the bubble might explode, knew there was no danger of a blast and that the bubble appeared to be diminishing. It was good news, but good news unshared with the public. Throughout Sunday, the NRC made no announcement that it had erred in its calculations or that no threat of an explosion existed. Governor Thornburg was not told of the NRC miscalculation either, nor did the NRC reveal the bubble was disappearing that day, partially because NRC experts themselves were not absolutely certain. End quote. It's ironic to commit so hard to making a fool of yourself on April 1st.
We all know how important SQL is to our businesses. SQL or SQL.
Which of these assortments of dots is random? Human brains tend to think that the dots on the right have no pattern, are fair, random, but they are not. It takes some cause, some rules, some guidance to make each dot, for example, a comfortable distance away from its neighbor to fill up most of the given space. Randomness isn't like this. Randomness is messy, clustered. It can look like a pattern until you zoom out far enough to see that it is never repeated. To discern a true signal from random noise, you need to abandon human bias for statistics. Statistics is especially important in a science like epidemiology, where diseases like cancer can be randomly distributed in a population but anecdotally appear like clusters that almost dare you to say correlation equals causation. Almost all of the radioactivity released from the 3 Mile Island accident was from the planned, controlled venting of the krypton and xenon gases on March 30th. The total was later established at least 2.5 million curies, a direct measure of radioactive decay. This amount was less than 1% of the radiation released by the Chernobyl disaster. And unlike other nuclear nightmares with fission products that linger in the environment for centuries and have an affinity for human bones, krypton and xenon is not absorbed by body tissue and is quickly eliminated if inhaled or ingested. Krypton-85 has a half-life of 10.5 years, xenon 5.3 days. If anyone downwind of 3 Mile Island was to be exposed at ground level, as would be later calculated, the dose rate they'd receive would be well within the dose someone gets from natural sources over the course of a year. In the 43 years since the meltdown at 3 Mile Island, this fact has been lost, and improper correlation has become conspiracy. According to every serious publication on the matter, including the President's Commission, a research effort that could fill 300 feet of shelf space in a library with materials, the amount of radiation released by the 3 Mile Island accident, primarily by short-lived isotopes of krypton and xenon, delivered an average possible dose of 8 millirem to residents within 10 miles of the plant. 8 millirem is equivalent to the dose that you get from the minerals in the concrete of your home each year, a single chest x-ray, and about a third of what every human receives naturally from cosmic radiation annually. Anecdotal reports have claimed everything from hair loss to poisoned drinking water to, most notably, cancer, and the people who make a living promoting these claims are still doing so today. However, read the thousands of pages of journals, reports, and studies on the subject, and the consensus clearly emerges from the randomness. There isn't a single peer-reviewed, non-anecdotal report of one significant public health effect after the 3 Mile Island accident. Simply put, our collective memory that 3 Mile Island was some kind of horror show of health effects was a false one. It's impossible, according to the physics. Cancer is cancer. Whether unstoppable cell division is caused by random mutation, a carcinogen in cigarette smoke, or damage from a source of radiation, the disease looks the same. It's impossible to tell, therefore, without the epidemiology to tease out whether or not there's an underlying cause, whether or not a randomly occurring cancer is being confused with one that is truly caused by something. Out of the 2 million people living within 50 miles of 3 Mile Island, we know that some 320,000 are likely to die of cancer.
Hello everyone, am I clear? There was some complaint from some of the participants that my voice is not clear now. Am I clear or not? Can someone write to us about the audio? It's not clear. I will request my technical team to check it out. The feedback because is circulated in the validity session. You have to raise this as well. Thank you so much for your understanding. I think it's all you have checked from our side. And the last speaker for the day is Dr. Srivastava. I'm wishing you a very happy birthday. Irama is your birthday. Wish you a very happy birthday. And I'm not audible to you. Then I'm going to she's for you to hear me. Then please unmute yourself. Then can you hear me, Irama? Can you hear me? Ma'am, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Chairperson is here, but Sharma, I'm not going to start it after. We are waiting for a few speakers to join.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are very much audible. Can you hear us?
Are you audible now? Am I audible now? Okay.
Ma'am, can you hear us? Can you hear us, ma'am? Text file. Ruchita, can you hear us?
Yes, Dr. Mamta. Yeah.
Can you hear us? Meanwhile, I should introduce because this is working. So, we are here for the last session. They maybe reduce the first. So, we are now on the last session of the debate, and which is the title of the transfer. And the chairperson for the event.
हाँ ममता शेयर कर रही हूँ स्क्रीन आ रही है
Yes, ma'am.
ओजोन वन सेक हाँ बोलो Hello everyone, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Can you hear us?
And am I audible as well?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so should I start my deliberation? Good afternoon, everyone. And once again, thanks to Dr. Mamta Sharma for inviting me, although I'm a bit late, but due to some unavoidable circumstances, I must say I was presenting another lecture for another conference here. But better late than never. So I'm joining you maybe a little late. As we all know that today is 16th September, the ozone day. I don't know whether we should say that we should celebrate the day, or we should, think about the seriousness of this issue, and instead of celebrating, make show our concern towards this. So anyhow, today I would be talking on, because it's an ozone day, my deliberation is on ozone layer depletion, impact on flora and fauna. So as we all know that this is the Earth, you can see in the photograph, and the different atmospheric zones, the troposphere followed by the stratosphere, and in between is the ozone layer. So this is where this ozone layer is present in the atmosphere. When we talk about the ozone layer is a natural layer of gas in the upper atmosphere that protects humans and other living things from harmful ultraviolet, that is what we say commonly called as UV radiation from the sun. Ozone is present in small concentrations throughout the atmosphere. Most, that is around 90%, exists in the stratosphere, layer 10 to 15 kilometers above the Earth's surface. The ozone layer filters out most of the sun's harmful UV radiation and is therefore crucial to life on Earth. So what exactly ozone layer does is, it filters out most of the sun's harmful UV. I'll talk about the UV radiation just in my upcoming slides. So once again, the ozone layer between the stratosphere and the troposphere. Ultraviolet means beyond violet. Violet being the color of the highest frequencies of visible light. This is very important. One must know about the UV. What exactly is the UV radiation? Because this is what is being filtered by the ozone layer. Ultraviolet has a higher frequency, and that means it has a shorter wavelength than violet light. Ultraviolet is a form of electromagnetic radiation with wavelength from 10 nanometer to 400 nm, shorter than that of visible light, but longer than X-rays. UV radiation is present in sunlight and constitutes about 10% of the total electromagnetic radiation output from the sun. This is what is ultraviolet radiation is. Now you see, when we analyze the light spectrum, the one middle center zone is the visible zone. Then on the right you can see is the infrared, which we are not concerned right now about, and the extreme left is ultraviolet. Now this ultraviolet ranges from 200 to 400 nm. In between we can see that there are three divisions: the UVA zone, the UVB zone, and the UVC zone. All these three zones have different things we talk about in our next slides. So UVA rays have the longest wavelengths, followed by UVB and UVC rays, which have the shortest wavelengths. While UVA and UVB rays are transmitted through the atmosphere, all UVC and some UV rays are absorbed by the Earth's ozone layer. Now this is of great significance, that all UVC and some UVB rays are absorbed by the Earth's ozone layer. So if there is ozone layer depletion, this UVB and UVC are actually responsible for creating the problems or what we are concerned about. So most of the UV rays one comes in contact with are UVA with a small amount of UVB. This is how the UVA, B, and C represent in terms of absorption and reflecting back. What is ozone depletion? Scientists discovered in 1970s that the ozone layer was being depleted. According to history, on May 16, 1985, scientists from the British Antarctic Survey first discovered low levels of ozone over the South Pole, or what we now know as the ozone hole. Ozone depletion is greatest at the South Pole. It occurs mainly in late winter and early spring, that is from August to November, and peak depletion usually occurs in early October, when ozone is often completely destroyed in large areas. This severe depletion creates the so-called ozone hole that can be seen in images of Antarctic ozone made using satellite observations. Now, this is what is the ozone hole. You can see actually where the ozone layer has got. It is, I must say that it is very thin, or nearly there is no ozone there. So that is in the form what we call as the ozone hole. Causes of ozone layer depletion. When chlorine and bromine atoms come into contact with ozone in the stratosphere, they destroy ozone molecules. One chlorine atom can destroy over 1 lakh ozone molecules before it is removed from the stratosphere. Ozone can be destroyed more quickly than it is naturally created. Now, this is actually of major concern because it is destroyed more quickly and it is not created in the same speed. So, one has to be very careful Some compounds release chlorine or bromine when they are exposed to intense UV light in the stratosphere. These compounds contribute to ozone depletion and are called ODS, or ozone depleting substances. Although ODS are emitted at the Earth's surface, they are eventually carried into the stratosphere in a process that can take as long as 2 to 5 years. The connection between ozone layer depletion and UVB radiation. Now here it comes. The ozone layer acts as Earth's personal sun shield. It is crucial to keep the sun's ultraviolet rays from completely penetrating through Earth at full force, filtering 98% of harmful UV rays off our planet. Doesn't allow them. In turn, Earth gets only the good rays needed for life to thrive and just enough heat to maintain the Earth's temperature. Reduced ozone levels as a result of mean less protection from the sun's rays and more exposure to radiation at the Earth's surface. This is what it is. So ozone layer depletion, you see here, UVA comes to us, no issues. UVC remains in the stratosphere, doesn't come to the because of the ozone layer. But what is happening? UVB radiation are now filtering in and reaching the Earth's surface or the troposphere through this ozone layer depletion, because of this ozone layer depletion or the formation of ozone hole. What are ozone depleting substances? Types of ODS include chlorofluorocarbons, halogens, carbon tetrachloride, trichloroethane, hydrochlorofluorocarbons. And where are they used? They are generally used in refrigeration systems, air conditioning systems, heat pump equipment, fire protection equipment. These are basically the ozone depleting substance. But here I also wish to add that if you're well acquainted with soil fumigants, or if not, I would just like to say that soil fumigants are pesticides which are applied to soil, forming a gas that is toxic to nematodes, fungi, bacteria, insects, and plants in the soil. Because they are gases, they move from soil into the air and expose people living or working nearby. Symptoms of fumigant exposure include irritation of skin, eyes, and lungs, extremely irritating to eyes and lungs. Dichloropropene, metamsodium, metampotassium are all cancer-causing chemicals, and metamsodium also causes reproductive harm. But all these are soil fumigants, mind it. As per available reports, in countries where fumigant use is high, premature birth is common than in countries with low fumigant use. But unfortunately, the fumigants are used in all the countries to a great extent. Now, one common soil fumigant is methyl bromide. This is an odorless, colorless gas used to fumigate soil and many agricultural products commercially for more than 50 years. It found its use in the control of a wide variety of pests in agriculture and shipping, including fungi, weeds, insects, nematodes, and rodents. But of course, its use is there in refrigerant and as a fire extinguisher. Agricultural growers inject methyl bromide about 2 feet into the ground to sterilize the soil before crops are planted. Although the soil is covered with plastic taps, immediately after a treatment, 50 to 95% of methyl bromide eventually enters the atmosphere. Mind it, how much is applied? And about 50 to 95% eventually enters into the atmosphere. Why am I emphasizing this? Because methyl bromide is also used to treat commodities. That's okay. It damages the ozone layer, breaks down in the air, and releases bromine, which disperses into the stratosphere and vigorously attacks ozone molecules, depleting the ozone layer. It allows increased ultraviolet radiation to reach the Earth's surface. Methyl bromide is a class 1 ozone depleting substance as defined by the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer in 1992. So this is very, very important that this methyl bromide has its use, of course, but has been suggested to be class 1 ozone depleting substance by the Montreal Protocol. And now the most of the countries have banned this, but unfortunately, some countries are still using it. And recently, I just came through a news where it is that New Zealand has increased the use of methyl bromide instead of decreasing it. So, but it seems that they're going to stop it from 1st January 2023. So we keep our fingers crossed, saying that even they stop the use of this methyl bromide, as it has been banned in most of the countries. Now, the effects on plants of this UVB radiation, which is the cause of which radiation reaches the earth because of ozone depletion. UVB radiation affects the physiological and development processes of plants. Despite mechanisms to reduce or repair these effects and an ability to adapt to increased levels of UVB radiations, plant growth can be directly affected by UVB radiation. Indirect changes caused by UVB, such as changes in plant form, how nutrients are distributed within the plant, timing of developmental phases, and secondary metabolism, may be equally or sometimes more important than damaging effects of UVB. These changes can have important implications for plant competitive balance, herbivory, plant diseases, and so on and so forth. There is concern that ozone depletion may lead to a loss of plant species and reduce the global food supply. Plants form the basis of the land food web, prevent soil erosion and water loss, and are the producers of oxygen. We all know this. So, if this ozone depletion leads to the loss of plant species, one can understand the situation ahead. Scientists have shown that over 100 species of plants may be sensitive to ozone depletion. The depletion of the ozone layer means more harmful UV rays are reaching Earth's surface. Plants cannot quickly adapt to the increasing radiation levels, which can significantly affect their physiological and developmental processes. It changes the plant's form, nutrient distribution, development stages, metabolism, including photosynthesis and reproduction, leading to plant disease. So, in short, effects of UV on plants, they could be morphological, they could be physiological or biochemical, and they could be molecular as well. Effects on biogeochemical cycles. Increase in UVB radiation could affect terrestrial and aquatic biogeochemical cycles, thus altering both sources and sinks of greenhouse and chemically important traces of gases, example, the carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, carbonyl sulfide, ozone, and possibly other gases. These potential changes would contribute to biosphere atmosphere feedbacks that mitigate or amplify the atmospheric concentration of all these gases which have been mentioned here. Now, talking about the effects on aquatic ecosystems. Phytoplankton form the foundation of aquatic food webs. Phytoplankton productivity is limited to the euphotic zone, that is the upper layer of the water column, in which there is sufficient sunlight to support net productivity. Organisms, which include the phytoplanktons living close to the water surface, can be drastically affected because it is where most UVB exposure occurs. Phytoplanktons play a crucial role in maintaining the acidity of bodies of water by filtering carbon. Exposure to solar UVB radiation has been shown to affect both orientation as well as motility in phytoplankton, resulting in reduced survival rates for these organisms. Scientists have demonstrated a direct reduction in phytoplankton production due to ozone depletion related increase in UVB. With the decrease of these organisms, oceans can be too acidic, which will affect the number of endangered marine species. So this is what the UVB radiation would cause on aquatic ecosystems, and these are being observed and reported by various workers. UVB radiation has been found to cause damage to early developmental stages of fish, shrimp, crab, amphibians, and other marine animals. The most severe effects are decreased reproductive capacity and impaired larval development. Small increases in UVB exposure could result in population reductions from small marine organisms with implications for the whole marine food chain. As different species have different reactions and tolerance, for harmful UV rays, ocean depletion potentially shifts diversity and species composition in ecosystems, especially underwater. The problem of possible consequences of ozone depletion for animal health is much broader than that for human health because of the numerous different species. Yet, there are even fewer data available for animals. Very little appears to be known about UV effects in wild animals. Most information relates to experimental animals because all these studies have been carried out in the laboratory by exposing the animals to the UV radiations. So whatever reports are available, these are actually on the basis of the experiments which have been conducted. A first general impression from comparison of animal and human data is that the effects are rather similar. This holds at least for the effects that are recognized. An increased UVB irradiance may be expected to lead to increased incidence of skin cancer, cancer of the eye, photokeratitis, and cataract. Animals of several species develop skin cancer in sparsely haired, light-colored parts of the skin. This applies to cows, goats, sheep, cats, and dogs. The cancers found as per observations were mainly squamous cell carcinomas by scientists. The observations strongly suggest sunlight as the cause. As these animals receive full spectrum sunlight, the wavelengths responsible cannot be specified. Workers suggest that similar tumors can, however, be induced experimentally in mice, rats, hamsters. In such experiments, the most effective wavelengths are in the UVB range. According to available reports, cancers of the eye also occur in many animal species, including horses, sheep, swine, cats, and dogs, and are particularly frequent in cattle as well. In several experiments designed to investigate the induction of skin cancer by ultraviolet radiation, a fraction of the animals also developed eye cancers. This occurred in mice, rats, and hamsters, in the South American opossum. In all of these experiments, the irradiation had a strong UVB component. Photokeratitis, which are also called as snow blindness, and cataract were induced experimentally in rabbits. The action spectra showed a high effectiveness of UVB radiation. Why am I talking about UVB radiation? I told you all earlier that this is because of the ozone layer depletion, this UVB radiation are coming more to the earth. And if this is the case, we expect all these changes which have been observed experimentally. Skin cancer is found in almost all animals that have been studied in the long term. For example, cattle, goats, sheep, cats, dogs, guinea pigs, rats, and mice. Direct effects of UVB radiation on body parts which are covered by thick hair are negligible. However, even furred animals usually have exposed skin around mouth and nostrils and sometimes on some other parts of the body. These parts, unless they are heavily pigmented, can be damaged by these radiation. The problems may, of course, be strongly modified by circumstances. What we mean by circumstances is, for example, a mole living mainly underground will have little problems with increased solar UVB irradiance, right? But a short lifespan, as may be usual for many animals in the wild, may also markedly influence the consequences of increased UVB irradiance. It may limit the possibilities for chronic damage to develop. Because it is a short lifespan, any organism, it is exposed less to the UV radiation. So the possibility of chronic damage is reduced. A gazelle grazing in the steppe is exposed to sunlight practically all day. All the time it has to be on the watch for approaching predators. When solar UVB radiation begins to impair its vision, its chances to escape will decrease. This is what we expect of a gazelle. UVB radiation is one agent that may act in conjunction with other stresses to adversely affect amphibian populations. Field studies in which embryos of frogs, toads, and salamanders were exposed to natural sunlight or to sunlight with UVB radiation removed have shown conflicting results. Some studies resulted in increased embryonic mortality after UVB radiation exposure, whereas others show that current levels of UVB radiation are not detrimental. So for the case of amphibians, there were conflicting results, so one cannot be sure what is expected, but one has to conduct more and more experiments. We have to do that to actually come to some right conclusions. Effects on human health. Ozone layer depletion increases the amount of UVB that reaches the Earth's surface. The deterioration of the ozone layer is allowing more harmful rays from the sun into the Earth. One of these is UVB, which can cause cellular DNA damage within 15 minutes of exposure. So if cellular DNA is damaged, you can imagine the scenario. Laboratory and epidemiological studies demonstrate that UVB causes non-melanoma skin cancer and plays a major role in malignant melanoma development. In addition, UVB has been linked to the development of cataracts, a clouding of the eyelids, blindness, and a weak immune system. Just to depict, this is the UV spectrum and relation with the skin. You see where the UVC is in the stratosphere. UVB, skin surface, it has already reached, although UVA enters up to the epidermis. So that is the sun and that are the radiations. UVA reaches the lens and retina. Cataract, retinal disease can be caused. UVB causes skin to dark, causes skin cancer. UVC is blocked by the atmosphere and is most damaging. So imagine if this is UVC rays from the sun start penetrating, then how much problems are we going to face in near future? UV has some benefits for human. This is a good news, including the formation of vitamin D. We all know that. Vitamin D promotes the formation of serotonin. The production of serotonin is in direct proportion to the degree of bright sunlight the body receives. Serotonin is thought to provide sensations of happiness, well-being, and serenity to human beings. UV rays also treat certain skin conditions. Modern phototherapy has been used to successfully treat psoriasis, eczema, jaundice, vitiligo, atopic dermatitis, and localized scleroderma. Shortwave ultraviolet light damages DNA and sterilizes surfaces with which it comes into contact. In humans, excessive exposure to UV radiation can result in acute and chronic harmful effects on the eye's dioptric system and retina. The action spectrum shows that UVA does not cause immediate reaction, but rather UV begins to cause photokeratitis and skin redness, with lighter skinned individuals being more sensitive at wavelengths starting near the beginning of the UVB band at 315 nm and rapidly increasing at 300 nm. The skin and eyes are more sensitive to damage by UV at 265 to 275 nm, which is in the lower UVC band. At still shorter wavelengths of UV, damage continues to happen, but the overall effects are not as great, with so little penetrating the atmosphere. Exposure to UV rays induces skin cancer by causing mutation in DNA and suppressing certain activities of the immune system, according to NASA's Earth Observatory. There will be an increase in non-melanoma skin cancer, less resistant to disease with like herpes and skin lesions, and premature aging of the skin and eyes. Not only that, but exposure to UVB rays decreases the body's immunological response. It will heighten the risk and severity of infectious disease and even affect the efficacy of vaccinations. Ultraviolet radiation can aggravate several skin conditions and disease, including synthetic lupus erythematosus, Sjogren's syndrome, senior Usher syndrome, rosacea, dermatomyositis, Darius disease, Kindler-Weary syndrome, and porokeratosis. For humans, suntan and sunburn are familiar effects of exposure to the skin to UV light, along with an increased risk of skin cancer. All bands of UV radiation damage collagen fibers and accelerate aging of the skin. With both UVA and UVB destroy vitamin A in the skin, which may cause further damage. The amount of UV light produced by the sun means that the earth would not be able to sustain life on dry land if most of that light were not filtered out by the atmosphere. So see how significant that the amount of UV light produced by the sun means that the earth would not be able to sustain life. So there would have not been any life on dry land if most of that light were not filtered out by the atmosphere. And this filtration is actually done by the ozone layer. The UV spectrum thus has effects both beneficial and harmful to life. Now, in short, if we say these are the UV radiations, killing of pathogens on the skin, inducing vitamin D synthesis, treating disorders such as psoriasis and vulgaris, these are the positive effects, but the negatives are much more: skin aging, DNA damage, genetic mutation, abnormal cell proliferation, carcinogenesis, immune suppression, sunburn, suntan, epidermal hyperplasia, so on and so forth. Climate change is concerned with how carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases are altering the global climate system. Ozone depletion, on the other hand, involves how certain industrially produced chemicals containing chlorine or bromine are damaging the Earth's protective stratospheric ozone layer. This is the difference. The most obvious linkage between efforts to mitigate ozone depletion and climate change is the fact that certain ozone depleting substances such as chlorofluorocarbons and hydrochlorofluorocarbons are also powerful greenhouse gases. Another important linkage involves the way that ozone depleting substances and greenhouse gases alter certain processes in the atmosphere so as to enhance both global warming and stratospheric ozone depletion. These changes result in the warming of the troposphere and cooling of the stratosphere. This stratospheric cooling is a key factor in the development of ozone holes over the poles. So actually this is the stratospheric cooling, which is caused by the warming of the troposphere. So action to protect the ozone layer, what have we done till now? The Montreal Protocol is number one. In 1987, to address the destruction of the ozone layer, the international community established the Montreal Protocol on ozone depleting substances. It was the first international treaty to be signed by all countries of the world and is considered the greatest environmental success story in the history of the United Nations. The Montreal Protocol's objective is to cut down the production and consumption of ozone depleting substances in order to reduce their presence in the atmosphere and thus protect the Earth's ozone layer. And the other is European Union regulation. The EU legislation on ozone depleting substances is among the strictest and most advanced in the world. Through a series of regulations, the EU has not only implemented the Montreal Protocol, but has often phased out dangerous substances faster than required. The EU ozone regulation also sets licensing requirements for all exports and imports of ozone depleting substances and regulates and monitors not only substances covered by the Montreal Protocol. There are over 90 chemicals, but also some that are not covered. It has added 5 additional chemicals which are called the new substances. And these are the 5 new substances: tetraethyl lead, 4,4-bis dimethylamino 4. This is the whole long name. But these substances are used, for example, as fuel additives in formulation of inks, in lubricants, and as a stabilizer in the production of polymers. So what are the challenges? Basically, we know that global consumption of ozone depleting substance has been reduced by some 98% since countries began taking action under the Montreal Protocol. As a result, the atmospheric concentration of the most aggressive types of ODS is falling, and the ozone layer is showing the first signs of recovery. This is really satisfying. Nevertheless, the ozone layer is not expected to recover fully, because once released, ozone depleting substances stay in the atmosphere for many years and continue to cause damage. This is really bothering. Much remains to be done to ensure the continued recovery of the ozone layer, and to reduce the impact of ozone depleting substances on the Earth's climate. Actions required globally to continue the recovery of the ozone layer. What should be done? Ensuring the proper implementation of existing restrictions on ozone depleting substances, and that the use of ozone depleting substances minimized or reduced. To make sure that banks of ozone depleting substances, whether they are in storage or contained in existing equipment, are dealt with in an environmentally friendly manner and are replaced with climate friendly alternatives. If this could be done, it would be excellent. To ascertain that permitted uses of ozone depleting substances are not diverted to illegal use. One should try to focus on that no new chemicals or technologies emerge that could pose new threats to the ozone layer. Some example, like very short-lived substances, one should focus on that, although we know that these substances, the ODS, are causing, so we should not add on to that list. Instead, we should try to reduce as far as possible. So with this, I end up my deliberation. Safeguard Earth and save yourselves. This is the most important thing one should think about, one should be concerned about. Thank you.
Good evening, madam. I'm Dr. Ruchi Sharma. I'm chairing the session. That was really very informative session you have taken, and the way you have explained clearly right from the beginning as what is the ozone layer, the different rays which are there, that is UVA rays, UVB rays, and UVC rays. UVB rays, they are more, their radiation is coming more to Earth. And with the figures and all, you have very nicely explained as how the ozone layer depletion is taking place, the causes of the various causes which depletes the ozone layer, and ODS, that is ozone depleting substances, and soil fumigants which are responsible and they are very harmful for health. The pesticides which are applied to the soil. No doubt, as you mentioned, that UVB radiation, it affects the physiological and development processes of plants, as well as the aquatic ecosystems are getting affected. And all these, amongst all these, what should I say, the negativities, you've also focused on the positivity, that is the benefits of UV rays, that they they are responsible for the formation of vitamin D, which is responsible for serotonin, our happiness quotient. And also, I do agree with you that if the filtration stops by ozone layer, then yes, there will be no life on Earth. And the climate change is also happening because of the ozone layer. The positive thing which you mentioned, that because of the Montreal Protocol, about 98% substances, ozone depleting substances consumption, it has been reduced. The measures which the suggestions, as you mentioned, that the proper implementation of existing restrictions should be there on ODS, and also to make sure that the banks of ODS is there, and the permitted use of ODS, and it should not be diverted to illegal uses, and we should focus on that no new chemicals or technologies emerge that could pose new threats to the ozone layer. So yes, that was very informative and very good session, madam. And I congratulate you for being in a very concise way. You have right from starting from the origin, as how ozone layer it is there, what are the functions, benefits, as well as the, if it is not there, then what the harms are there, as well as the benefits. So thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a very enlightening session.
Thank you, Ruchi ma'am. Thank you so very much. For boosting my morale up, I think I can give some more lectures now. And thank you, Mamta ma'am, for once again inviting me.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mamta ma'am, I can.
I think the please is strong. You were not in the video. We wish you a very happy birthday, madam.
Oh, thank you so very much, dear. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
It's a women power. So, God bless you and you see many, many more years of the life that we are seeing now.
Thank you, Mamta. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Thank you, dear.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, you two beautiful women. Both of you are amazing in your field. And let me tell you that you both are an asset to me, a family, beautiful friends, whatever you need. Thank you so much for being with me. Thanks a lot. So with this, we come to an end of the technical sessions, and now it's time for the validity session. So let me, with the permission of the picture and the principal, I'm starting with the validity section of the day. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a sacrifice, conquer it. Life is love, enjoy it. Saikama send it, and so fight it. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on and grace, another special gift from a creator. Another good opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. Be yourself started. Let your first star set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to be good for your entire day. Today will never, ever begin. On the behalf of our patron principal, Mr. Singh and from the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the validity session of ISODC 2022. Signing in from the campus of RRC and London from this meeting. A hearty welcome to you all. Environmental pollution is defined as the contamination of the physical or the biological components of the earth or the atmosphere system to such an extent that normal environmental processes are affected. Major kinds of pollution usually classified as environmental air pollution, water pollution, and land pollution. Modern society is also concerned about the specific type of pollutants such as noise pollution, light pollution, plastic pollution. We also call them as new era pollution. But if I recall back the saying of my vice chancellor of RRK University, J.B. Yadav, he also commented on a new kind of pollution, which is called the social pollution. Again, that is a new era. Also, environmental pollution can be caused by natural events such as forest fires, active workloads, use of pollution generally applies to contamination, having anthropogenic sources. Anthropogenic sources means a man-made activity. Why I'm talking about pollution here? Because pollution is the main reason that is responsible for the depletion of ozone layer. And depletion of the ozone layer is a major cause of climate change. We can break the mountains apart. We can break the rivers and flood the valleys. We can turn the cleanest forest into products. We can tear apart the great grass cover of the western plains and pour toxic chemicals into the soil and pesticide on other things until the soil is dead and blows away with the. We can pollute the air with the acids and the sewage and the seas with oils. All this is a kind of intoxication if are power for devastation in order of battling on that. The man is responsible for what we're doing. We are living as if we are not going to give this earth to anyone else, which is totally wrong. So these are the anthropogenic activities which are actually depleting. The presence of environmental pollution raises the issue of pollution control. Great efforts are made to limit the release of harmful substances into the environment, the air pollution control, wastewater treatment, solid waste management, hazardous waste management, and recycling. Unfortunately, attempts at pollution control are often surpassed by the scale of the problem, especially in the less developed countries. Noxious level of air pollution are common in many large cities. They are particularly in the gas system, transportation, heating, manufacturing, accumulate and live around. The problem of plastic pollution on land. Greenhouse gases emissions such as methane, carbon dioxide continue to drive the global warming and pose a great threat to biodiversity and public health. If I take you back to the inaugural session, where Dr. Bush has commented that the ozone pores are now pre-built. So that time also I mentioned that how many lives we actually saved by just getting this small ozone pores, how many lives we have saved. One single person, one single country cannot save the environment. It should become a level. That's what we have done in our seminar. That there were companies. If oil is built in one country, it reaches to another. If America is using CFCs, so okay, they are using CFCs, and ozone is depleted. India is also become. I leave it to the thought. Leaders समाधान के बारे में सोचते हैं और बात अनुयायी समस्याओं के बारे में सोचते हैं और उनके बारे में बात करते हैं। ऐसे नेताओं में दृष्टि को वास्तविकता में बदलने की क्षमता है और कई बार उत्थान अपडेट करने के लिए आवश्यकता है। इसी तरह आज आरआरसी में और प्रिंसिपल डॉक्टर उत्तम सिंह के महान नेतृत्व असली लीडर अपना अनुसरण करने वाले नहीं बनाते, बल्कि वो उनके गुण दिखाकर उन्हें आगे जैसा इस तरह के अपने संस्कार में बदलने का सबसे अच्छा वह इस सेमिनार के पीछे की प्रेरक शक्ति है और उनके सहयोग के बिना ये सेमिनार कभी भी नहीं हो सकता। अब बहुत ही आभार, श्रद्धा और आदर के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ ISODC के सदस्य आरव कॉलेज सिंह जी को इन्हें मंच की शोभा बढ़ाए और वैलेडिक्टरी सेशन शोभा बढ़ाते हुए वैलेडिक्टरी एड्रेस दे। सर मंच आपका कब से करते हैं।
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। ISODC 2022 इस एक दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार जिन लोगों से इस देशों में इस देशों में 2800 और सुबह के इनॉग्रेशन सेशन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री प्रोफेसर जेपी यादव माननीय भारतीय और यूएस भारतीय डॉक्टर राम इस महाविद्यालय के सभी विभाग प्रभारी RSS और स्काउट्स की सेवा सभी पैशनस और स्वयं उपस्थित महाविद्यालय के लिए आज इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार साक्षी में आप सब महाविद्यालय के संस्था प्रमुख के नाम मैं आप सब आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यदि आप लोग पॉजिटिव हमसे जितनी साल रूप में देख रहे हैं जितना उत्साह और गुणवत्ता की दृष्टि से आप रहे वो संभव महाविद्यालय में आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। आज के इस सेमिनार में 1582 participants from the language. 5 community speakers और 5 chairpersons इस सेक्शन डॉक्टर प्रेमकी सेठी मलेशिया आपने reversing of infectious disease due to AIDS पर अपना साथ डॉक्टर बाबू की अरिस्टाट द्वारा the amount of agroforestry mitigating ozone layer depletion and change process. Dr. Srivastava Ranjan right advanced effects of the cosmetics Dr. Kamstin Mehta Gujarat में very cloud computing or climate modeling evaluation area benefits for आपको सार्वजनिक किया गया डॉक्टर मीरा श्रीवास्तव टीका डेटा में द्वारा ओजोन लेयर रिफ्लेक्शन होना से बना सार्वजनिक व्याख्या किया गया आप सभी की और आपके साथ तो चेयरपर्सन के रूप में शिरकत कर रहे थे डॉक्टर बेबी जी डॉक्टर रुचि शर्मा डॉक्टर वासुदेव गुरुमोले डॉक्टर अजय कुमार और डॉक्टर आप सभी संस्था की और इस उम्मीद के साथ तो आप समय के मानवता के किसी प्रकार तो स्वयं से एक तो अद्वितीय सीखा है उसका जीवन तो उसका साथ ये ठीक है आपका मन रहे मानवता के लिए काम करें और आप सब हम आपको छोड़ेंगे, हम ISDC 10 तक हमको करना है और ये चौथा पड़ा 3 ISDC करने के बाद हमारे लिए चालू आपसे क्योंकि इन जनसंख्या के माध्यम से एक दूसरे को देखते हैं, तो फिर आप सबके सहयोग को रास्ते पार से आगे से 14 अगस्त 2022 अब मैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार का और इसीलिए मैं उसे सफल मानता हूँ जीवित का उनका था देखने का वो सब के दर्शन और संस्था मेरा सेकंड अनुभव मिला है उन्हें आप सबके लिए बधाई। तो आइडेंटिटी की कोड जिसका टॉपिक हमने रखा है मेथड्स और लिंक डाटा एंड टूल्स ऑफ एनवायरनमेंटल एंड ये स्थिति है आइडेंटिटी की ये अगला हम इंडिया से बात कर रहे हैं हमसे इंडिया तो भारत का देश है तो अगला में काम वो दशहरा दीपावली बहुत सारे त्योहार राष्ट्रीय अवकाश इंडिया में रहते हैं। अक्टूबर को छोड़कर 1 नवंबर से 7 नवंबर 2022 7 से ये आईएसटी वर्कशॉप सेमिनार करेंगे। आप सबसे लेकर पहले भी करें आप सबका आप उसको मिलता रहेगा और ये आईएसटी और भी अवसर ऑनलाइन हमारी सारी कथा मंचक कथा पठन लेकर होता है लेकिन नाटक में लेकर इस सारे जो भी हम उसका सबका है लेकिन जो वाकई में रोल अदा करने को मात्र न करे वो इस कार्यक्रम से सेकंड थिंग ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी रूस प्रोफेसर उनका शर्मा और उनके साथ में बोले प्रोफेसर ठीक है क्या और प्रकुल ये दोनों क्या और इसलिए हम क्या होते यदि उस काम को बता दे ये कैसे ऑपरेशन को करना ये हमारे और तकनीकी सहयोग ये सामने खड़े हैं आपके शीतल नुकसान ये
जैसे एक योग से लगातार सहायक के काम करके और आप सब लोगों को वायने सब तरीके से करता है तो ऐसे करने के लिए और बहुत सारा भारत एक ले रहे हैं जो भी हम करें हर बार है त्रुटि करना अगर त्रुटि ना करें ईश्वर की श्रेणी तो उससे मेरे मैनेजमेंट टीम से महाविद्यालय परिवार कहीं भी कोई भी मनसा कर्मण ऐसी भी हो गई है जाती है तो आप हमें क्षमा करेंगे तो क्षमा करो तो बात कहा नहीं तो मरेगा समाज को अक्षर है विद्वान बड़ा बनूंगा और मानवता क्षमा करने शक्ति ईश्वर यही समझता आपसे विदा ले रही क्षमा करते रहेंगे चाहे गलती करो और अब देश कर इसी के साथ
हमें आपके तैयारियों और आपके द्वारा और मार्गदर्शन बहुत सारे हैं और आपके प्रोत्साहन के साथ हमें प्रेरित करते हैं topic of ISDC is advocacy of endeavor and of conservation, which is going to happen from 1st April to 7th April 2022. And the brochure and the messages and the links are live on our concert request everyone to like this. It takes generosity to discover the both the others. If you realize you are only a one and take your own the basket. When one friend for whatever reason has the opportunity in their extraordinary life, he has no right to himself. A quick recap from the day where we have been doing the factor, which has been also said by our study countries, variation and registrations by people addresses, partial presidents, and the countries joined us in the Philippines, Pakistan, Nigeria, Malaysia, Iran, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Honduras, India, Oman, Egypt, Canada, Singapore, Malaysia, Iraq, Nepal, Bhutan, Australia, USA. India, Algeria, Morocco, China, Japan, Yemen, Bahamas, Kenya, and India. What an executive number, so ISODC 2030 achieves the goal of bringing together academicians, scientists, engineers, doctors, researchers, professionals, practitioners, and consultants from full the globe together under one forum, discussing the latest findings on the climate change. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Shivan, an associate professor in political science from Maharashtra Institution for for delivering of those thanks. Dr. Varma, are you there? I can't see you at all. Yeah,
आप सभी का नमस्कार। आप सभी का नमस्कार। आज थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कि आवाज क्लियर नहीं है। क्या मेरी आवाज क्लियर है? आप सभी को मेरे सादर नमस्कार। सर्वप्रथम मैं आप सभी को इस एक दिवसीय कार्यशाला के सफल आयोजन की हार्दिक बधाई प्रेषित करती हूँ। मैं हम सभी प्रतिभागियों की तरफ से सादर आभार ज्ञापित करती हूँ आज के गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जेपी यादव जी, जो वाइस चांसलर है RRVBM यूनिवर्सिटी अलवर के, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह जी, जिन्हें हम भारत के जल पुरुष के नाम से जानते हैं, डॉक्टर राम भुज जी, जो भारत के यूनेस्को में प्रतिनिधि हैं। आप सभी को मेरा सादर आभार। आपके पावन कर कमलों से इस कार्यशाला का आगाज हुआ। मैं हम सभी प्रतिभागियों की तरफ से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती हूँ राजस्थान के बेहद प्रतिष्ठित राजकीय राजश्री महाविद्यालय के यशस्वी प्राचार्य महोदय डॉक्टर मुकुंद सिंह सर का, जिनके महान मार्ग निर्देशन में इस कार्यशाला का आयोजन हुआ। मैं हृदय तर की गहराइयों से धन्यवाद देती हूँ बहुमुखी प्रतिभा की धनी ओजस्विनी मेरी प्रिय सखी डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा का, जिन्होंने न केवल अलवर, राजस्थान, भारत बल्कि संपूर्ण विश्व में पर्यावरण संरक्षण जागरूकता की अलग जगह रखी है। आप नहीं जानती, आप इस संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड की रक्षा के लिए एक पुनीत कार्य कर रही हैं। पूरा ब्रह्मांड आपका आभारी रहेगा। मैं शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ राजऋषि महाविद्यालय के प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर रविकांत जी का, डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत जी का, तथा RR कॉलेज की अति उत्साही टीम, जिन्होंने इस कार्यशाला के आयोजन में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अदा करी। मैं बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देना चाहूंगी बहुमुखी प्रतिभा के धनी RR कॉलेज के प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत जी को तथा भारत के जल पुरुष डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह जी को, जिनकी पुस्तक का आज विमोचन इस मंच से हुआ। हम भाग्यशाली हैं, हम इस क्षण के साक्षी रहे। मैं हार्दिक आभार प्रेषित करती हूँ सभी की नोट स्पीकर्स और चेयरपर्सन का, जिसमें प्रमुख है डॉक्टर प्रेम अधीश लेखी जो मलेशिया से हैं, डॉक्टर मारजान वी जो फिलीपींस से हैं, डॉक्टर अनुपम श्रीवास्तव जो तंजानिया से हैं, अभिषेक मेहता जो गुजरात भारत से हैं, और हमारी प्रिय मीरा मैडम, मीरा श्रीवास्तव मैडम, जिनका आज बर्थडे भी है। मैडम, आपको बहुत बहुत जन्मदिन की बधाइयाँ। हम सभी का, जिनकी शोध गंगा में, जिनकी ज्ञान गंगा में हम सभी ने डुबकी लगाई और अपनी अज्ञानता से मुक्ति पाई। निश्चित ही आप सभी का प्रयास सराहनीय है। मैं हम सबकी प्रिय मुस्कान डाटा तथा अन्य स्टूडेंट जिन्होंने इस आयोजन को सफल बनाने में अपनी सक्रिय भूमिका अदा करी, उनको प्यार और आभार। अंत में सभी प्रतिभागियों का आभार, आप सभी का साधुवाद, आप सभी का धन्यवाद, आप सभी का शुक्रिया। और साथ ही हमारा रहेगा कि लगातार आप इस प्रयास को करती रहें। मैं अपने आप को बहुत भाग्यशाली समझती हूँ कि इस पुनीत कार्य में, इस पावन यज्ञ भी यज्ञ में एक मैं कड़ी हूँ, एक कड़ हूँ उसका। तो आप सभी को बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, madam. So now, ये हमारे बहुत सारे on the behalf of I'm extending my thanks to Virtual and thank you so much, Shashi. It's a pleasure having you with us.
सर को नमस्कार, सर को नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, Shashi. India, please. I thank all the delegates. Can you India? I thank all the delegates who took out time to be with us and made ISODC 2021 another success. Do share your feedback with us, and I can promise you that we and my team are going to put all the feedbacks you are going to share with us, and we are going to do all the points which were raised by ISTP before. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers and the chairpersons of ISODC 2022 who took out their valuable time and joined us and added glory and instructions of knowledge of ISODC 2022. Trust me, it is all your show. You are renowned scientists from your field. You are knowledgeable persons and academicians, a great academicians. So it was our pleasure to work with you all as a platform. You are the wonderful human beings and that word ISODC continue. I would like to thank our Deputy Principal Dr. who supported us in all that starting from the conception of the idea of ISODC in execution. When we are working in the odd times, we ensure that this along and support us. Yes, sir, your presence motivates us and gives us strength to excel in everything that we do. Thank you once again for being a pillar of strength to us. I would like to thank Dr. Lakshmikant Sharma and Dr. Ravikant Sharma and Dr. Sukhwinder Singh, associate professors at RRC Harvard, for moving our hands in all detailed things. We appreciate your presence amongst us and you are the students. I would like to thank someone without whom I could have not even written a single word of ISODC. This was not Tata, Ms. Sethi, my two students who have been working day and night and having all my angers and my visions and bringing it to reality. So thank you so much for the okay. And trust me, you are improving day by day to 4,001. Thank you so much. Also, inadequate to time Sridhar Gupta, who has been tirelessly giving us technical support because all the days, every time we are doing the conferences. Sridhar, you are not only a technical support to us, but you are our family and partner. Thank you so much. I would like to thank my friends, Dr. Shashi Varma and Anupam Srivastava, who are empowerment for me when I don't know. You are always there with me whenever I am around. And thank you so much for all those Shashi and Anupam providing in every program I'm doing, whether it is like an evaluation or a support or advice or a guidance or anything, your time, especially the time you spend with me. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to thank my family, of course, they have been spending leave from last many months to conduct these conferences, and I know they are a part of me. So thank you so much, everyone there in Delhi. I will end up with a quote. We may not be able to prepare the future for our children, but we can always prepare our children for the future. So we must educate our children and our family. As writers, they can also have only one land, one earth, one mother. So teach your children, your students, any person who come in contact with you. Now I will request our principal and principal the program secretary to formally announce the closing of ISODC 2022. So now with a lot of respect and recognition, I would like to call up the program secretary to formally announce the closing of ISODC.
Right. आज इस तरह इस समाप्त
Thank you so much. Let's be comfort and your heart of these 2020. And we start to say goodbye. The most difficult gesture, like because of my, it's a most difficult gesture that we say goodbye to each other because as we have now, it's become extended family. So we would be missing you all. Email comment is circulated in the chat box. Do get it. And we said a structural reviews, you already talking people, and maybe this school join if you could be ISTG 4. You will receive the certificate of participation in next 10 days. Don't be in the groups, please stay connected in our WhatsApp groups and Telegram group because we will take at least 10 days to prepare for the 800 certificates. We appreciate it. Thank you for the stay safe, stay blessed. So this is Dr. Sharma, along with the principal from Complexity, IT, Mustan, Full HD videos, and I will come from the campus of RSC and I'm going to request everyone to have my raise from their seats for national anthem. Thank you so much.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Myntra Big Fashion Festival is coming soon.
Get 50 to 90% off.
Wish list now.
शिमारू फिल्मी गाने के सारे अपडेट्स के लिए सब्सक्राइब करें और बेल आइकन को क्लिक करें।
जब अपन ने नेशनल